Madhuram, 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 Madhuram. 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 Madhuram, 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 Madhuram.
Is the picture right?
We need to, I think, swap picture.
Do you want me to raise
The
it?
Baba's head is covered with this thing and yours is perfect there. No? This is mine. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 6 of the recital of the Shrimad Bhagavatam. It is being streamed live from Gauteng, South Africa. We begin the day with the invocations, which will be done by Mr. Dipendra Ambilal.
Narayanam namaskritya Naram chaiva narottamam Devim saraswatim vyasam Tato jayam udirayet. The study and teaching of the Bhagavata, the instrument of victory over ignorance, should begin only after salutations have been made to the supreme embodiment, Narayana, to the goddess Saraswati, and to the sage Vyasa. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Janmadhyasyayatonvayaditaratas Charteshvabhi Natswarat Tene Brahmaradaya Adikavaye Moyanti Atsuraya Tejo varamridam yatha vinimayo yatra trisargo mrisha dhamna svena sada nirastakuhakam satyam param dhimahi Satyam param dhimahi Satyam param dhimahi. Om.
Atha Pancha Dashatamo Dhyaya. The birth of Pradyumna, birth and abduction of Pradyumna. Sri Sukha said, Kamadeva, Cupid, who is a part of Vasudeva, was burnt in the fire of Rudra's anger. In order to get a new body, he now approached Vasudeva, Krishna himself. He was born as Krishna's son in Rukmini, the princess Vidarbha, and under the name of Pradyumna. He was to become a famous personage, in no way inferior to his father. The Asura Sambara, who could take any form, knew that the son of Krishna was his enemy, destined to kill him, and therefore threw the infant Pradyumna into the sea and went home. A huge fish swallowed the child, but the fish itself was caught in a big net by a group of fisherfolk. The fishermen gave the catchment as a present to Sambara. The fish was taken into the kitchen, where the cooks cut open that wonderful fish. Seeing the infant within it, they sent information about it to Mayavati, the superintendent of the kitchen. While she stood surprised and puzzled, Narada the sage came there and informed her everything about the child. Pradyumna under Mayavati's care. This Mayavati was none other than Rati, the wife of Kama, Cupid, awaiting the re-embodiment of her husband burnt up in the wrath of Shiva. She had been appointed as the head of the cooking department in Sambara's household. Knowing that the child was Kama reborn, she began to love the child. Before long he, the son of Krishna, developed into a youth, creating agitation in the minds of all ladies who looked at him. Seeing her lord, long-armed, lotus-eyed, and most handsome among men, Rati approached him one day with movements of brow and smiles indicative of bashfulness, in a hilarious mood expressive of sexual interest. Pradyumna, son of Krishna, then said to her, "O mother," over-adding a mother's attitude, "how are you behaving towards me like a lover?" She replied, "Lord, you are the son of Krishna, Narayana incarnate. You were stolen away as an infant from home by Sambara. You are Kama Deva reborn, and I am Rati, your wife by right. Thus Sambara threw you into the ocean as an infant less than 10 days old. A fish swallowed you, and you were found in its stomach. Destroy this Asura, your enemy, through magical warfare. He himself is an expert in such warfare, and is difficult to be defeated or overthrown. Having lost her child, your poor bereaved mother is in sorrow like a cow or an osprey that had lost its offspring." With these words, Mayavati, as Rati was now known, imparted to the high soul Pradyumna the secret of the art known as Mahamaya, which can dispel the effects of every form of magical art. Pradyumna's fight with Sambara. Thereafter, Pradyumna confronted Sambara and provoked him to terrific anger by hurling abuses at him, and thus drew him to a fight. Insulted by abuses, Sambara reacted like a snake trodden upon, and came out red-eyed with a mace in hand. He whirled his mace and threw it at the high soul Pradyumna, and gave out a yell, startling like a thunderclap. "O king," with his own mace, Pradyumna struck off the mace that was coming at him and attacked the Asura with his mace. The Asura then adopted the tactics of magical warfare that he had learned from Maya. He disappeared in the sky and began to rain arrows at Pradyumna. Harassed by the rain of arrows, the great cow warrior Pradyumna made use of the pure sattvika form of Maya called Mahavidya, which is destructive of all inferior forms of Maya. Afterwards, the Asura tried to project hundreds of various other magical devices connected with Kuhyakas, Gandharvas, Pishachas, and Sarpas, but the son of Krishna repelled them all. Then, raising his sharp sword, Pradyumna, with a powerful sweep of it, cut off Sambara's head, covered with copper-colored hair, together with his diadem and earrings. The Devas now sang his praise and showered flowers on him. He then went back to his city, transported through air by his wife, who knew the art of traveling through the sky. Pradyumna in Dwaraka. From the sky he descended with his wife like a blue cloud with a streak of lightning clinging to it into the magnificent inner apartments of the palace occupied by a very large number of ladies. Blue like a rain cloud, dressed in yellow silk, having long powerful arms, possessed of a handsome face, and graced with an inviting smile, eyes of slightly reddish tinge, and bluish frontal curls. Pradyumna was mistaken for Krishna by the women who bashfully hid themselves here and there at his sudden appearance. Noticing in the newcomer some differences from Krishna, they approached him who was accompanied by a handsome lady with great astonishment and joy. Then Rukmini, the handsome and the sweet tongue, felt that milk was oozing from her breasts from maternal affection. Thus strongly brought back to her remembrance of a lost son, she began to think, who can this most noble of men be? Whose son can this lotus-eyed one be? From whose womb could he have been born? Who can be this woman accompanying him? Years back I lost my son, who was stolen away from the labor room itself. If he is alive today anyway, he could have been like this newcomer in age and physical development. How has he come to have this resemblance with Krishna in respect of form, limbs, gait, voice, laughter, and look? He must be the boy born of me, for my mind is feeling a deep affection for him, and besides, my left arm is throbbing. While Rukmini was thus revolving in her mind, there came to the room Krishna, the Lord of abounding glory, along with Devaki and Vasudeva. Though the Lord Krishna had always known the whole truth about these affairs, he had so far not revealed it to anybody. At this juncture, the sage Narada arrived there and explained to them all about the incidents, starting from the abduction by Sambara. All the womenfolk of Krishna's household heard the story with immense astonishment. They rejoiced to see the long-lost one, as if he were a dead person returning to life. Devaki and Vasudeva, Krishna and Rama, as well as Rukmini and the ladies of the household, were all delighted to embrace the newly arrived couple. Hearing that Pradyumna, the lost son of Krishna, had come back, they all exclaimed in astonishment, saying that it was just as if he had died and returned to life. Many a time the mothers of Pradyumna, the wives of Krishna, seeing in him the very replica of his father's form, had in privacy approached him with amorous sentiments. There is no wonder in it, seeing that in him one came face to face with that very Kamadeva who agitates the minds of even Brahma and Parameshwara, and who was the very reflection of him, Mahavishnu, that is Krishna, who is the seat of Rama, the center of all beauty. The attraction felt by other women can then be better guessed than described. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararda Pradyumna Ni Rupanam Nama Panchadasha Tama Dhyaya. Atha Shatsanka Shatama Dhyaya. Shri Sukha Uvacha. The story of the jewel Syamantaka. Sarajit acquiring Syamantaka. Shri Sukha said, Satrajit, who was the cause of bringing disrepute to Krishna, sought expiation for his offense by offering the jewel Syamantaka together with his daughter to Krishna. The Raja said, O Holy One, what harm did Satrajit do to Krishna? Sri Shuka said, the sun deity once came very friendly to his devotee Satrajit. Pleased with him, the sun deity presented him with a jewel Syamantaka. Wearing this jewel round his neck and shining like the sun deity himself, Satrajit entered Dwaraka almost impossible to be distinguished from the brilliance around him. People whose eyes were dazzled even from a distance at his sight believed that the sun deity was coming and reported the matter to the Lord, who was then playing at dice. They said, O Narayana, O thou who art armed with a conch, discus and mace, O thou who wert tied to the mortar, O thou the lotus-eyed, O thou the protector of Gokula, O thou the joy of the Yadus, salutations to these. Here comes to see thee, O Lord of the worlds, that Surya of fierce brilliance, blinding the eyes of all the onlookers with his aura of light rays. It is common for all the divinities in the three worlds to seek thee. Now it seems the sun is coming to see thee, discovering that thou art now hiding thy identity as one among the Yadus.
Sri Shuka said, hearing these words of the credulous people, the Lord smiled and said, this is not the sun deity, but Satrajit, shining with the luster of the jewel he has acquired. Satrajit now went to his own house that was kept well decorated with all auspicious things for his reception. With the help of Brahmana priests, he had the jewel installed in the temple of the sun, his favorite deity. O king, where this jewel is kept and worshipped, it yields daily 8 loads of gold. Besides, none of the causes of misery like poverty, contagious diseases, misfortune, attack by serpents, thefts, worries, etc. will prevail there. The evils caused by Syamantaka. Once Krishna requested Satrajit to hand over this jewel to the king of the Yadavas. But in his greed for gold, the Yadava did not do so, unmindful of the evil consequences of rejecting the request. One day, Prasena, the brother of Satrajit, went hunting with that luminous jewel tied to his neck. In the forest, a lion killed Prasena along with the horse he was riding. The lion, which went into the mountain fastness, taking the jewel with him, was attacked and killed by Jambavan, the lord of the bears. Jambavan took possession of the jewel, returned to his cave, and gave it to his child to play with. Not finding his brother Prasena returning, Satrajit grew very anxious. He gave out that his brother, who went to the forest adorned with the jewel, must certainly have been killed by Krishna in order to rob him of the jewel. This scandal travelled from ear to ear and spread everywhere. The fight with Jambavan. When it reached the ears of the Lord, he decided to clear himself of the disrepute arising from this allegation, and accordingly started to trace the footsteps of Prasena, accompanied by a body of citizens. In the course of their search, they came across the dead body of Prasena and his horse, killed by the lion, and later they also saw on the mountain top the carcass of the lion slaughtered by the king of the bears. Then they reached the cave of the bear, which was fearful and pitch dark within. The Lord entered it, keeping his followers outside. Then he saw the precious jewel set apart as a plaything for the child of the bear, and desirous to take it away, he approached the child. Seeing the strange form of a man approaching, the governess of the child cried out in fear, and roused to great anger by that cry, the powerful Jambavan came running. Jambavan, who did not know that his adversary was none but his master, Rama now manifesting as Krishna, took him to be an ordinary man and fought with him in great danger without understanding his greatness. Like two hawks struggling for a piece of flesh, there was a fierce duel between them using weapons, stones and fists. For 28 days and nights without a break, they fought continuously, hitting each other with their adamantine fists. With his joints dislocated by the blows of Krishna's fists, enfeebled, exhausted and perspiring, Jambavan said to his adversary as follows in great astonishment. Jambavan, unknowing about the divinity of Krishna through introspection, I know thee to be the mover within all beings as the strength of their senses, heart and body, as the all-pervading being and director of Prakriti, as one of unlimited prowess and the controller of everything. Thou art the prime mover, being the creator of Thou art the prime mover, being the creator of the creator Brahma himself. Thou art the substantial cause too, because all materials of creation derive their substantiality from thee. Thou art the soul of time, the supreme power drawing everything into itself, and thou art the supreme being, the Lord of all divinities. Thou art he whose slightly angry look made the ocean with all its giant creatures boil and yield a passage, who built a bridge over it, a worthy monument to thy glory, who caused Lanka to be burned, and whose arrows struck down the heads of Rakshasas in large numbers. The Supreme Lord, born as the son of Devaki, now spoke to the Lord of Bears, who came to recognize his identity. The lotus-eyed Lord, stroking the body of that devotee with soothing hands, spoke to him in his loving and sonorous voice. O King of Bears, in order to clear us of the false and defaming charge brought against us in connection with the Syamantaka, we happened to come to this cave. On hearing this, Jambavan gave the jewel as also his daughter as an offering to Krishna. Krishna's return and marriage was Satyabhama. The man accompanying Krishna waited outside the cave for 12 days, but not finding Krishna coming out, returned home in grief. Hearing that Krishna did not come out of the cave, Devaki, Rukmini, Vasudeva, and other friends and relatives felt deep sorrow. The sorrow-stricken inhabitants of Dwaraka began to curse Satrajit and began to pray to Durga, the mysterious mother, for the return of Krishna. Soon after they had prayed to the goddess, she responded, as it were, through the appearance of Krishna in their midst, along with his new wife, Jambavati. The return of Krishna was to all like the restoration of a dead man to life. Seeing him with his new wife and the Syamantaka adorning his neck, everyone rejoiced exceedingly. Krishna had Satrajit summoned to the king's assembly, and there gave him the Syamantaka, explaining how it was traced. With his head bending under a great sense of shame, he received the jewel and went home, repenting on his misdeeds. Grieving in mind for thoughtlessly quarreling with a great man, Satrajit thought deeply how he could erase his guilt and win the favor of Krishna. He thought, what should I do for my welfare? How can I stop people from cursing me, the short-sighted, mean, and greedy man that I am? I shall give my daughter, a jewel among men, together with the Syamantaka to Krishna. This is the best way of reconciliation. There is none else. Resolving thus within himself, he went with his daughter, possessed of all virtuous qualities, as well as the jewel, and offered them to Krishna. The Lord then married, according to scriptural rites, the daughter of Satrajit, Satyabhama, who was possessed of various qualifications like nobility of nature, beauty, generosity, and the like, and for whom many high-positioned men were coming forward as suitors. O king, the Lord said to Satrajit, we shall not accept the jewel Syamantaka. It is best that it is with you who are a devotee of the sun deity, We too may afterwards benefit by it, as Satyabhama is your only child to inherit your possession. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitam Dashamaskande Uttaradho Syamantako Pakhyane Shatha Panchadasho Tamo Dhyaya Atha Sapta Panchama Shato Modhyaya. The subsequent story of Syamantaka, murder of Satrajit. Sri Shuka said, on hearing about the reported death of Kunti and her sons, the Pandavas, in a fire accident, the Lord, though he knew the truth, nonetheless started with Rama to the land of the Kurus in order to fulfill the conventional obligations of a relative. Meeting Vidura, Bhishma, Krishna, Gandhari and Drona, they joined them as partners in their mourning. O king, taking advantage of this absence of Krishna from Dwaraka, a conspiracy was hatched by Akrura and Kritavarma, who promised a Yadava named Satadhana to seize the Syamantaka from Satrajit. They said to him, Satrajit has betrothed his daughter to you. Breaking that promise, he has given her to Krishna. Why should not Satrajit go the way of his brother Prasena? Incited by them in this way and prompted by greed for wealth, the evil spirit and sinful Satadhava, whose own days were numbered, murdered Satrajit in a cold blood while he was lying asleep. As a butcher kills animals, he killed Satrajit amidst the outcries and wailings of helpless women and took away the jewel. Seeing the dead body of his father, Satyabhama swooned in extreme sorrow, crying out, O father, I am undone. She preserved the dead body in an oil bath and then went to Hastinapura and pathetically appraised Krishna of her father's death, although Krishna had already come to know about it himself. On receiving the tragic news, Rama and Krishna, following the ways of the world, wept with sorrow, crying, a great calamity has befallen us. Krishna now returned to his city of Dwaraka along with Balarama and his wife Satyabhama and took steps to kill Satadhanva and take the jewel from him. On hearing about Krishna's intention, Satadhanva got frightened and with the idea of saving at least his life, sought the help of Kritavarma, who said to him, I cannot do anything that goes against Rama and Krishna, who are divinities. To offend them is not the way to happiness for anyone. By antagonizing them, Kamsa, rid of his fortune, met with destruction along with all his allies. So also Jarasandha, who led 17 campaigns against them, had to run away on foot every time because of the total destruction of his forces. Thus rebuffed, Satadhanva went to Akrura for support, but he too retreated, saying that no one who knew anything about the power of those divinities would antagonize them. He said, he creates, protects and dissolves the universe as a sport. Being subject to his Maya, none including Brahma, the creator, can fathom his ways. As a boy of 7, he uprooted a mountain and for a week held it up in one hand with the utmost case as in play, just like a child holding a mushroom. Salutations to Krishna, the worshipful one of wondrous deeds, the partless being, the original one, and the changeless spirit. Flight of Satadhanva and his destruction. Being thus rebuffed by Akrura too, Satadhanva deposited the jewel Syamantaka with Akrura, and getting on a speedy horse that could cover a distance of 100 yojanas at a stretch, fled away from Dwaraka. Rama and Krishna now ascended the chariots with the standard of Garuda, to which were attached very fast horses, and pursued the murderer of the respected elder. Reaching the precincts of Mithila, Satadhanva's horse fell dead under him, and from there he began to run on foot in great fear, followed by the irate Krishna. Krishna too, following the running Satadhanva on foot, cut off his head with his sharp discus, and then searched his garments for the jewel. Not finding it with him, Krishna went to his brother and said, Satadhanva has been slain in vain, the jewel is not to be found with him. Thereupon Balarama said, Satadhanva must have entrusted the jewel with someone. Let us inquire who he is.
hurry back to the city. O king, Balarama, however, said that he liked very much to go to see his old friend, the king of Mithila. So he went to Mithila. On seeing him, the king of Mithila got up in great joy and received that worthy guest with great honor and costly offerings. The great Balarama, thus honored with cordiality by the king of Mithila, continued to stay there for some time. During that time, Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, took lessons in warfare with the mace from him. Reaching Dwaraka, Krishna informed his wife of the destruction of Satadhanva and the failure to recover the jewel Syamantaka from him. Afterwards, Krishna had all the obsequies of his dead relative properly performed.
Akrura and Kritavarma, who really prompted Satadhanva to do the crime, were very much frightened to hear of his slaughter, and to save themselves from possible danger, ran away from Dwaraka. Krishna clears himself of allegations against him. After Akrura's departure, the people of Dwaraka had to pass through many trials, both physical and mental, arising from bodily states like disease and supernatural occurrences like earthquakes. O respected one, some inhabitants of Dwaraka began to speak, connecting the above unhappy experiences with Akrura's departure, forgetting the glory of Krishna which they had been witnessing so often all through. For it is said that if a holy man stays in a place, misfortune will not befall that place. How can misfortunes then visit a place where Krishna, who is the seat of all holiness, stay? So, if calamities are visiting Dwaraka, it must be due to the will of Krishna and not because of Akrura's absence. As against this, the elders among the citizens said, once when there was a failure of rainfall in Kasi, the king of that place gave his daughter Kandini in marriage to Swafalka, the father of Akrura, who happened to be there at that time, and then they had rain in Kasi. This is a well-known fact. Akrura, the son of Swafalka, also had got the powers of his father. Wherever he is, there will be good rainfall, and national calamities and contagious disease will not occur. Hearing this view of the elders, Krishna, in order to disprove it, called back Akrura to Dwaraka and talked with him. Extending all honors to him and exchanging some pleasantries with him, Sri Krishna, who had the foreknowledge of all facts about Akrura and his intentions, said, addressing him, O Akrura, it is already known to me that Satadhanva had deposited the glorious Syamantaka with you. Now Satrajit is without any son. His properties are to go to his daughter's children, who have the duty of relieving his debt to ancestors by the performance of obsequies like offering of water libations and rice balls. Still, as a jewel is too dangerous for ordinary people to wear, I thought that only a person of great austerity and spiritual worth like you is competent to wear it. But my brother Balarama has no full trust in my intentions regarding the jewel. He believes that I am holding it unknown to anyone. O unfortunate one, in order to restore peace among relatives, please show the jewel in your possession publicly, that it is with you, Ishwar, for you are carrying on your daily sacrificial rites on altars of gold. Akrura, the son of Swaphalka, who was thus won over with good words, took the jewel, brilliant like the sun, from its cloth cover and placed it in Krishna's hand. Showing the Syamantaka to all people related, and washing of the stain on him with the display of the jewel, the Lord gave it again to Akrura. Whoever reads, hears, or remembers this story of Syamantaka, which reveals the power and glory of Mahavishnu, the all-pervading being, and which is auspicious and destructive of all sins, will rid himself of all ill repute and its cause. son and attained to peace. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyan Sanhitayan Dashamaskande Uttararde Syamantako Pakhyane Sapta Panchadashatama Dhyaya Atashta Panchashatama Dhyaya. The other marriages of Krishna. Krishna at Indraprastha. Once after the re-emergence of the Pandavas from their supposed death in the fire accident, Krishna, the supreme and all-auspicious being, went to Indraprastha to see them, accompanied by Duryodhana and others. Seeing him, the Lord of all and the bestower of liberation, all the heroic sons of Pritha got up at once, as all the Indriyas would behave in the presence of Mukhya Prana. The heroic Pandavas, after embracing Krishna and thus ridding themselves of all their sins by his physical contact, looked at his smiling face full of love and derived great joy. Krishna prostrated himself at the feet of Yudhishthira and Bhima, who were elder to him, embraced Arjuna, who was of the same age as himself, and was greeted with prostration by Nakula and Sahadeva, who were younger to him. Panchali, the newly wedded wife of the Pandavas, approached Krishna, who was seated on a highly elevated seat, with a little of bashful hesitation, and made her obeisance. Next, they duly honored Satyaki, otherwise known as Duryodhana, and conducted him to another seat. So were also the others accompanying Krishna treated honorably by the Pandavas. Krishna next went to meet Kunti. Greeted by him, she embraced him as a son, shedding tears on account of overwhelming affection. As she made inquiries about the welfare of Vasudeva and others, Krishna conversed with her, who met him in the company of a new daughter-in-law. Remembering the various trials and tribulations she had passed through, her voice was choked and tears filled her eyes as she spoke to Krishna, who removes all sorrows of jivas by giving them the knowledge of the Atman. She said, "O Krishna, we felt happy and protected even when you remembered us, your relatives, and sent my cousin Akrura to make inquiries about us. To you, who are the well-wisher of the art and the Atman of the whole world, there is no distinction between friend and alien. Still, in the case of those who remember you always, you remain ever in their hearts and remove their sufferings." Yudhishthira said, "I do not know by virtue what pious acts of ours, ignorant people, that you, who are difficult to be perceived even by great yogis, have come within our sight." Requested by the Raja Yudhishthira, the Lord spent the 4 remaining months of the year there, bestowing great bliss to the eyes of the residents of Indraprastha. Marriage with Kalindi. During one of these days, Arjuna, accompanied by Sri Krishna and equipped with mail, his bow Gandiva, and 2 inexhaustible quivers, got into his chariot, having the monkey as the standard, and went on a hunting expedition in a dense forest infested with wild animals. In the hunt, he killed with his arrows many animals like tigers, boars, wild buffaloes, antelopes, sarabhas, kavayas, deer, rhinos, hares, and porcupines. From among them, such game as were considered fit as sacrificial offerings were sent to Yudhishthira through porters for use at the sacrifice on the next Amavasya day, and then Arjuna, very thirsty and tired by the hunt, went to the banks of the Yamuna for refreshing himself. Arjuna and Krishna, after purificatory rite with water, drank the pure water of the Yamuna. While resting on the banks, they saw there a very handsome maiden moving about. They went towards that beauty of lovely face and sparkling teeth. Prompted by Krishna, Arjuna addressed her as follows: "O handsome lady, who are you? Whose daughter are you? Where have you come from? What is it that you are seeking? It looks as if you are in search of a husband. Please tell me all about yourself. The lady Kalinda said, I am the daughter of the sun deity. As husband I am seeking Mahavishnu, who is the greatest of all and who gives bones to votaries. For this I am performing severe austerities. O hero, I shall not take anyone else as husband. May that worshipful one, the support of the friendless, the granter of mukti, be gracious unto me. My name is Kalindi. In a house built by my father under the water of Yamuna, I shall be staying till I meet Achyuta as the Lord incarnate. Arjuna reported this to Krishna, who already knew the truth about her. Krishna now took her into the chariot, and they drove to the presence of the righteous Yudhishthira. Burning of Khandava. On the Pandava brothers intimating to Krishna the need for a proper residence, Krishna engaged the divine architect Vishvakarma to build for them a city unique in its layout and construction. While the Lord was staying within the city of the Pandavas in order to please them, he acted as Arjuna's charioteer in the conflict that took place when Arjuna helped Agni to consume the forest of Khandava. O king, the deity Agni, being pleased with this, rewarded Arjuna by bestowing on him a chariot drawn by white horses, a bow known as Gandiva, 2 quivers with an inexhaustible stock of arrows, and a mail which no arrows can pierce. Maya, the architect of the Asuras, was in the Khandava forest when it was burnt. He was saved from the fire, and out of the gratitude he made an assembly hall for his benefactor Arjuna. It was in this hall that Duryodhana had a perceptual illusion between land and watery surfaces. Permitted by Arjuna and the other Pandavas and cheered by them, Krishna, accompanied by Satyaki and others, went back to Dwaraka. Marriage with Kalindi and Mitravinda. Reaching Dwaraka in a season under a star that was very auspicious, Krishna solemnized his marriage with Kalindi to the great joy of all. Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, who were friends of Duryodhana and antagonistic to Krishna, did not permit the sister Mitravinda was longing to marry Krishna to choose him in a wedding by bridal choice. Therefore, in the presence of all kings, Krishna by force abducted this Mitravinda, who was the daughter of his father's sister Rajadhi Devi. Marriage with Satya. In Kosala, there was a very pious king called Nagnajit. He had a very handsome daughter, Satya, also known as Nagnajiti, after her father's name. No one was considered eligible to marry her unless he managed to subdue 7 bulls which were perverse by nature, intolerant of the very smell of valiant men, uncontrollable and sharp-horned, so no one could hitherto marry her. Hearing about this princess, who had to be won through the conquest of the bulls, Lord Krishna, the protector of the pious, went to the capital of Kosala, Ayodhya, with a big army. The king of the Kosalas was very much pleased at this. He received Krishna with all honors and worshipped him with costly offerings. The Lord in return accepted his hospitality with due expression of gratitude and appreciation. The king's daughter, on seeing that the Lord of Rama, who was very much to her heart, had come to her house seeking her hand in marriage, prayed, "May he become my husband." If I had been meditating on him with devotion and observing austere rules, may my pure aspiration come true. He, the dust of whose feet even Brahma, Shiva and Sri Devi put on their heads, who assumes sportive embodiments as incarnations from time to time for the protection of the laws of Dharma, that he himself has set forth, how can I propitiate him by anything I do, unless he himself becomes gracious enough to be propitious? After receiving Krishna, King Nagnajit said to him, O Narayana, O Lord of the worlds, for you who are ever merged in your inherent bliss, what can a small man like me do? Sri Shukha said, Lord Krishna, after seating himself on the offered seat, said in his sonorous voice, resembling that of the cloud, his face lit up with a smile. The Lord said, O King, for a Kshatriya who lives according to his dharma, begging has been condemned as despicable by wise men. Yet for gaining your friendship, I ask you to give your daughter to me in marriage. But we are not prepared to pay any bridal money.
Raja Nagnajit replied, Who, O Lord, can be a better bridegroom than thee, the seat of all virtues and the unceasing residence of Shri? But, O leader of the Sattvatas, because of our desire to see that the girl gets the best type of husband, we have very early instituted a test of strength for the suitors and made a vow in respect of it. These 7 bulls are wild and uncontrollable. Many a Kshatriya prince has been gored to death by them. O leader of the Yadus, if you are able to control these bulls, you, O Lord of Shri, will be the Lord of my daughter too, and all will approve of it. Hearing of this vow, Krishna at once girded up his lions, multiplied into 7 prototypes of himself, and controlled the bulls with utmost ease, as if in sport. After binding with ropes those bulls whose strength had been checked and swagger subdued, Krishna playfully dragged them hither and thither, as a child drags wooden toy bulls. Thereupon the Rajarshi Nagnajit, in great wonder and immense satisfaction, bestowed his daughter on the Lord, who accepted her according to rites. All the wives of the kings, who were greatly delighted to know that their daughter had obtained Krishna as her husband, and the marriage was celebrated with great eclat. The sounds of conches, pipes, drums, and kettle drums mingled with those of vocal singing and blessings pronounced by the Brahmanas. Men and women in great joy appeared in holiday dress. The king gave as dowry 10,000 cows and 3,000 female servitors, all well dressed and decorated with necklaces. He also gifted an army consisting of 9,000 elephants, 100 times that number of chariots, 100 times more of horses, and still 100 times more that number of foot soldiers. The affectionate king of Ayodhya bade the couple farewell, putting them into a chariot and directing a huge army to accompany them. On getting news of this, many of those kings who had met with defeat at the hands of the Yadus in the past and had also been frustrated in their attempt to control the bulls, came forward to resist the party accompanying the newly married girl. Arjuna, who was escorting Krishna to Dwaraka as a friendly gesture, now drove away these attacking warriors as a lion does jackals and other petty creatures, with arrows released from his bow Gandiva. The Lord, born as the son of Devaki and as the leader of the Yadus, now happily reached Dwaraka with Satya and all the wealth given as dowry. Marriage with Bhadra and Lakshmana. Krishna also married Bhadra, a daughter of his father's sister Shrutakirti. She was born in Kekeya and was offered in marriage to Krishna by her brothers Santardana and others. Next he brought, as Garuda fetched the jar of nectar, Lakshmana of great beauty, daughter of the king of Madras, taking her away by force single-handedly in a Swayamvara, or marriage by bridal choice. Krishna had in this way many more wives, consisting of a large number of handsome women whom he released from the prison of Narakasura, the son of the earth deity, after destroying him. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Uttarhorda Ashtamahishasudhvaho Nama Ashtapanchakshataмо Dhyaya Athai Konshashti Tamo Dhyaya Rajo Vacha Slaying of Narakasura. The Raja Parikshit said, "Tell us about the prowess of Krishna, the wielder of the bow of Sarnaga, which he displayed in killing Narakasura, the son of the earth deity Bhauma, and in releasing these women he held in confinement." Sri Shuka said, Indra once represented to Krishna about the oppressive actions of Narakasura, like the forcible capture of his royal umbrella, of the seizure of his mother Aditi's ear ornaments, and of his occupation of Indra's seat on the Meru mountain. Krishna thereupon started with his wife Satyabhama on the back of the eagle vehicle Garuda to Pragjyotisha, the capital of Narakasura. This city was defended by several layers of fortifications, consisting of barriers of mountains, of weapons, of water, of fire, and of wind. And within there were the cords of Murasura, the bonds of which none could break. Krishna shattered the external fortifications of mountains by his mace, of weapons by his arrows, of water, fire, and air by his discus, and of cords by his sword. He, the skillful wielder of the mace, shattered the mechanical devices of the war and the courage in the hearts of the warriors by the blowing of his conch, and the bastions of the city by his powerful mace. Hearing the frightening sounds of Panchajanya, resembling the thunder on the eve of cosmic dissolution, Mura, the demon with 5 heads, who was sleeping underwater, got roused up. This Asura, who was brilliant like the sun and fire of doomsday, who was fierce in nature and in radiance, and whom none could look at, came rushing at Krishna like a 5-hooded serpent at Garuda, with his 3-pronged trident upraised in his arm, as if about to swallow the 3 worlds with his 5 mouths. Whirling his trident, he threw it at Garuda, and then from his 5 mouths he set forth terrific howls, filling the earth, the sky, and all the quarters, and enveloping the cosmic shell. Krishna, who was none but Lord Hari, cut that trident coming against Garuda into 3 with a pair of arrows, and hit the Asura in his face with more arrows. Roused to anger, the Asura hurled his mace at Krishna. The Lord cut into 100 shreds the mace that was speeding towards him. The Asura then rushed at him with uplifted hands, only to have his head severed by the Lord's discus with utmost ease, as in play. With head cut and life extinguished, the body of the Asura fell in water like a mountain whose wings had been cut by Indra's thunderbolt. His 7 sons, grief-stricken and angry at their father's death, came forward to avenge the same. Stationing Pitha in front, they, Tamra, Antariksha, Shravana, Vibhavasu, Vasu, Nabhaswan, and Aruna, came forward for battle, well armed, at the behest of Naraka. Those fierce warriors released at the unconquerable one various weapons like spear, club, and trident, as also arrows, swords, and maces. But the Lord, whose power is inexhaustible, cut into bits all those missiles of theirs with his weapons. Pitha and others were soon dispatched to Yama's abode with their heads, thighs, arms, etc. severed. When Naraka, the son of the earth deity, saw that all these leaders were slain by Achyuta's discus and arrows, he flew into an uncontrollable rage and came out with his force of elephants, all descended from the sea-born Airavata and fierce in their ruts. Seeing Krishna seated on Garuda with his wife, like a cloud fringed by lightning,
and riding above the sun. The Asura released the weapon Sathagni, a formidable spear, at him, while the rest of his forces also simultaneously attacked. Soon did the Lord, the elder brother of Gada, cut off the heads and limbs of all the soldiers and horses and elephants constituting that army, with his arrows winged with plumes of various colors. Whatever weapons the enemy soldiers hurled at him, he cut them to pieces with 3 arrows of his. Garuda, the eagle vehicle on which the Lord rode, decimated the elephants, striking them with his wings, beak, and claws. The elephants ran into the city, being struck and terrorized by Garuda. Those seeing his army thus on the run, Nakula stood firm in the field and gave battle. Naruka now struck Garuda with his powerful lance, with which he had countered even Indra's thunderbolt. Struck by it, Garuda, however, remained unmoved like an elephant struck with a floral wreath. Narada took a trident to kill Achyuta, but his attempt was foiled by Krishna, who forestalled him by cutting off his head with his sharp discus. Naraka's head, fallen on the earth, appeared bright with a crown and the earrings on it, while Naraka's relations cried, "Alas!" The rishis and the celestials rejoiced with loud exclamations and rained flowers on Mukunda. Prayer of the earth deity, the mother of Naraka. Then the earth deity, the mother of Naraka, approached Krishna with rich presents consisting of a pair of earrings of bright gold studded with gems, a floral wreath with 5 kinds of flowers, a royal umbrella owned by Varuna, and a rare gem shaped like the top of the Mandara mountain. Then with palms joined in salutations and with great humiliation born of devotion, the earth deity began to praise Krishna, the Lord of the universe and the object of worship of even the highest of divinities. The earth deity said, "Salutations to thee, the God of gods, sporting the conch, the discus, and the mace. Obeisance to thee, the supreme consciousness, who assumest bodies to fulfill the yearnings of thy devotees. Salutations to the lotus-naveled, salutations to the lotus-garlanded, salutations to the lotus-eyed, salutations to the lotus-footed. I salute Vasudeva, the support of all. I salute Vishnu, the inner pervader of everything. I salute him who is the ultimate source of everything. I salute him who is all intelligence. Salutations to him who manifests both as the cause and the effect. Salutations to him who is ever existent. Salutations to him who is the Supreme Spirit. Salutations to him who is the greatest being. Salutations to him who is the Father of the worlds. Salutations to him who is birthless. Salutations to him who is birthless. O Lord of the worlds, O all-powerful one, it is thou alone that assumest the great power of Rajas for creation, of Tamas for dissolution, and of Sattva for preservation. Unobstructed by any entity, thou, the Purusha spirit, transcendest both time and pradana, Prakriti, the material of evolution. I, earth, water, fire, air, and sky, the 5 elements, their 5 objects like sound, the deities presiding over them, mind, sense organs, ahankara giving the sense of agentship, mahat tattva and buddhi, all these categories of evolution, of which all living and non-living entities are constituted, are, O Lord, and one without a second, merely phenomenal in thee. O redresser of the fear of devotees, who have taken shelter in thee, this Bhagadatta is the son of the dead Narakasura, come to thee in great fear, to offer his obeisance at thy lotus feet. Be gracious to protect him and to place thy sin-destroying palms on his head." The captive woman in Narakasura's city. Sri Shuka said, granting refuge to the son of Narakasura at the humble request of his mother, the earth deity Krishna entered the prosperous city of his. There he saw more than 16,000 young women whom Narakasura had by force taken away from the families of defeated kings and others. Seeing the noblest of men in their midst, these women all got infatuated with him. They felt that Providence had brought him near them to be chosen as their husband, and they chose him accordingly in their mind. Each one of them offered her mind individually to Krishna, saying, "May he become my husband. May the great Creator grant me this." Krishna had all the women well dressed and sent to Dwaraka in palanquins. Besides, he dispatched a vast booty of treasure plundered from others by Narakasura, as also large numbers of horses and chariots. Keshava took away from there also 64 tusked, white-colored and very fast elephants that belonged to the species of Airavata, the heavenly elephant of Indra.
The capture of Parijata. Next, Krishna went to the celestial abode of Indra, where he restored to Aditi, the mother of Indra, the earrings of hers that Naraka had taken away. Krishna with his consort Satyabhama was duly honored by Indra and his queen. At the prompting of his wife Satyabhama, Krishna uprooted the Parijata, the heavenly tree, and sent it on Garuda's back to Dwaraka, overcoming Indra and the Devas, who put up a fight. Parijata was planted in the garden of Satyabhama's house, adding special glory to it. The honeybees of heaven, which were very fond of the fragrance and flavor of the flowers and the flower nectar of Parijata, followed the tree to its new place of transplantation. Just a little before this, Indra had, for the attainment of his objectives, prayed to Achyuta, prostrating himself before him and touching his feet with the top of his crowned hand. Yet, after the achievement of his purposes, he goes to fight with that Krishna. Fee on the stupidity of the Devas. Fee on wealth, which begets such stupidity. Krishna's marriage with the 16,000 women. Next, Krishna had his marriage with all these women performed according to rites on the same auspicious day. Housed as these 16,000 women were in separate houses, he was present at the same time in every one of those houses in different forms to perform the marriage rites, remaining without break in the homes of unequaled and unsurpassed splendor of these 16,000 and more wives, who were all aspects of Rama, the divine consort of Vishnu, and engaging himself in peerless sports, Krishna remained performing the duties of an ordinary householder and enjoying the company of those women without ever being drawn away from obedience in his Brahmic bliss. Having obtained as their husband him who is the consort of Rama, him to whom even divinities like Brahma have no approach, these women enjoyed his company always, delighting in amorous sports of loving smiles and looks, frolicsome talks, embraces, and bashful poses. Though each of these women had 100 maids as attendants, they did every service of the Lord personally, welcoming him when he came by giving him seat, offering him arghya and water to wash his feet, and preparing betel rolls to chew, massaging his feet, fanning him, bathing him, applying sandal paste and unguents on his body, and decorating him with flower garlands, combing and arranging his tresses, arranging for his sleep, and feeding him, thus acting as his servitors in every way. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyayam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Parijata Harana Narakavado Namo Konna Shashtitamo Dhyayaha. Atha Shashtitamo Dhyayaha. Skanda 10, chapter 60. Krishna testing Rukmini. Once, Rukmini, assisted by her maids, was feigning Krishna, the teacher and father of the worlds, while he was seated comfortably on a bed. He who was being served was verily the supreme ruler, for whom creation, preservation, and withdrawal of the universe constituted a mere play. It is that eternal being that is now born as Krishna among the Yadus for the preservation of the rules of Dharma that he himself had laid down. That inner apartment where he was seated had decorations of pearl chains dangling loose from canopy and was lighted with brilliant lamps studded with jewels. The abundance of malika wreaths and other floral decorations was inviting many a buzzing honeysucker through the windows, which allowed the pure rays of the moon too to peep in. Through these windows was also coming in the breeze, carrying the sweet smell of the parijata flowers from the garden, while fragrant fumes of frankincense came out through them. In such an inner apartment, Rukmini Devi was serving the Lord of the universe. Her husband, seated comfortably on a cot with a bed and pillows white and soft like the foam of milk. Now Rukmini took the jewel-studded chowri fan from her maid and herself began to serve the Lord of the worlds. She shone in all her beauty as she stood by the Lord, fanning him. Her bejeweled anklets produced a sweet, tinkling sound as she moved about. She had on her fingers rings set with gems, and with her hands bedecked with bracelets, she held the fan with which she served the Lord. On her neck were white pearl necklaces, made crimson by the saffron powder of her breasts, covered by the hem of a cloth, while round her waist she wore a priceless girdle. All these together presented her as a rare beauty by the side of her husband. Krishna's taunting words to Rukmini. At the sight of Rukmini standing by his side, Rukmini, who was Sri Devi incarnate and had her soul support in him, and whose form with her curls, earrings, medallion, and nectarine smile matched well with his, Sri Krishna, Hari incarnate, was much pleased and said with a mischievous smile. The Lord said, Princess, many a ruler who was equal in wealth to divinities guarding the quarters was high-minded, as also charming in appearance, was endowed with beauty, generosity, strength, and energy, came to your marriage as suitor, urged by his passion for you and prompted by the offer your father and brother made of you to him, Sisupala, along with other kings, came to your place seeking you. Without caring for them, why did you choose to wed me, who am inferior to them in wealth and position? One who out of fear of enemy kings took shelter in the sea, who has created many enemies for himself among powerful persons, and who has abandoned all claim to the royal throne. Why, O handsome lady, did you choose to wed such a one? Trouble and tribulations, O good lady, are the fate of these women who cast their lot with persons whose ways of life are steeped in misery, a mystery, and transcend the ways of the world. I am one without any possessions, and I am fond of people who have no possessions. Therefore, O handsome one, wealthy persons do not generally seek my favor. Marriage and friendship should be only between persons who have compatibility in respect of birth, wealth, physical condition, and aspirations about the future. It should not be between people having wide variations in these respects. Therefore, O Princess of Vidarbha, it was without the knowledge of all these facts and without farsightedness that you decided to marry one like me, who am really without any high qualifications. The praises bestowed on me constitute merely the vain words of some ascetics of no consequence. Therefore, it is better you seek some noble Kshatriya prince who will be a real match for you and will be able to fulfill all your aspirations in this world and the next. O you handsome one, the rulers of Chedi and Salva, besides Jarasandha, Dantavakra and other kings, including your brother Rukmini, are inimical to me. I, whose function it is to put down the power and prestige of evil men, took you by force, O high-minded lady, only to destroy the pride and self-laudation of these senseless kings reveling in their might. We, who are established in the philosopher's indifference, have no desire for women, offspring, and wealth. We are ever satisfied with the joy of the Atman, and we remain only as mere uninvolved witnesses, like a light or the rays of the sun in a house, as far as the world and its affairs are concerned. Sri Krishna spoke to her like this in order to humble Rukmini's pride arising from the feeling that he was passionately fond of her, because of his remaining in her company always. Having said this much, he remained quiet. Rukmini faints and Krishna comforts her. Alas, hearing these words of her dear husband, the master of the universe, in a strain that was shocking to her in an unprecedented manner, Rukmini was filled with fear, accompanied by trepidation of the heart and weeping. She plunged into endless warring thoughts. Drawing lines on the ground with her handsome toes, with crimson nails, and drenching her saffron-dusted breasts, with collyrium darkened ears, she stood with her head bent and voice choked in the poignancy of her grief. Her mind having lost its balance through extreme grief and fear. Her fan and bracelets having dropped with her hands, and herself lost in a swoon due to paralysis of thought. She fell down suddenly like a plantain tree before a strong wind with all her hair dishevelled. On seeing her fall like that, the worshipful Lord was filled with pity and sympathy at the thought of Rukmini, whose bond of love for him was so strong and whose innocence could not stand the trust of his sarcasm. Immediately, Krishna, the four-armed Mahavishnu, incarnate, got up from his cot, lifted her up, tied up her dishevelled hair, massaged her face with his lotus palms, and did everything to bring her back to consciousness. The Lord of all, and an expert in conciliation, and the final goal of all pious men, tenderly pacified her, a faithful wife reduced to a pitiable condition by the force of his sarcasm, which she was too tender and innocent to stand. The Lord said, O daughter of the king of Vidarbha, don't be cross with me. I know you look upon me as your sole support. O handsome one, I was only joking in order to have the pleasure of hearing your reply. I wanted to see your face in a state of love pique, to see your quivering lips, frowning brows, and flashing corner glances from your reddened eyes. O faint-hearted one, O handsome girl, can't you see that for those who maintain a household and follow its ways, these few moments spent in such love crossings hold forth the highest joy? Rukmini's reply to Krishna's sarcasm. Sri Shuka said, O king, Rukmini, the princess of Vidarbha, was thus pacified by the Lord's statement that what he said was only a joke, and that it was not an indication of his intention to desert her. She cast a soft and engaging glance at that mighty personage from the corner of her eyes, and with a bashful smile said, O lotus-eyed Lord, what thou didst say of my not being well matched with thee is indeed true. For where art thou, the all-pervading being, the master of all powers and excellences, the Lord even the Trimurti, the one ever absorbed in thy inherent bliss? And where am I, material nature, Prakriti, constituted of the three gunas, whom only ignorant people would adore? True, thou hast taken shelter in the deep sea, for hast not thou, pure consciousness and the self of all, taken thy residence in the innermost recesses of the heart, where the gunas of Prakriti, nature, touch thee not? It is not true that thou hast many powerful enemies, for thou as the Jiva art ever in conflict with the wicked senses. About thy abandoning kingship, even thy earnest devotees abjure it as the darkest hell. What wonder is there in thy abjuring it? Thou didst say that thy ways are mysterious and it is unsafe to cast one's lot with thee. True, even the ways of the sages who constantly meditate on thee are mysterious, and men who are like animals in their outlook cannot even conceive of them. Therefore, O all-pervading one, when the ways of even one who follows thee are unpredictable, there is nothing surprising in it, being so in regard to thee, the Lord of all.
It was said by thee that thou art a nishkinchana, a propertyless pauper, and that it is only those without any property that will go after thee. This is no doubt true in a sense. For when there is nothing outside of thee for thee to possess, thou art indeed a pauper. But still, in contradiction to thy statement, even divinities like Brahma, who are the masters of the whole universe and who are sought by boon-seeking worshippers, adore thee, the propertyless. The explanation of the riddle is this: it is only those sense-bound worldlings, proud of their wealth and unaware of the presence of the Lord of Death nearby, that fail to seek thee. The truly propertyless nishkinchanas are those like Brahma, who know that all they possess is thine. Such devotees are fond of thee, the propertyless, and thou art fond of them, the propertyless. Thy blissful self is the embodiment of all felicities and values. Desiring the bliss that thou art, men of chastened mind abandon everything of the world and its prizes. They are the persons most suited for thee to make relationship with. This is true marriage, not the relationship established between lust-prompted men and women, is to a life of mixed sorrows and joys. Belonging as I do to the first category, I come to serve thy blissful self, and not for any worldly satisfaction. And so it is not correct to say that our marriage is between incompatibles, as thou didst suggest. Regarding thy reference to the groundless praise by ascetics, it was by hearing the descriptions of thy greatness by all renouncing ascetics with universal love, that thou art the self of all, and that thou givest thy very self to a devotee, that I married thee, rejecting Brahma and Indra, not to speak of lesser ones, whose powers and positions are reduced to oblivion by time at the slightest movement of thy brows. O brother of Kada, O Lord of all, having driven away by the mere twang of thy bow the assembled kings, thou didst take me away, thy rightful property, by force, as a lion does its prey, driving away jackals and other animals. It is therefore absurd for thy part to say that out of fear of those very kings thou hast taken shelter in the sea. Yet another absurd statement of thine is that we women who follow thee will come to grief, O lotus-eyed Lord. Have all those kings come to grief, those kings like Prithu, the son of Vina, Bharata, Yayati, Anga, Gaya, and the host of other Rajashis, who abandoned their unchallenged empires and entered the forest to follow thy path? Thou didst ask me to go with some better qualified person than thyself, having special excellences. In reply, I ask, which woman with even a modicum of discriminative power would go for another man who is always subject to fear of death, in preference to thee, who art the home of all excellences? Who is the woman that will care to do so after having experienced the fragrance of thy feet, which holy men praise, which erase the miseries of people, and which form the abode of Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune? I have sought shelter in thee, the Lord of the world, the soul of all, and the fulfiller of the aspirations of everyone here and hereafter. Seeing that thou art the only one who is a match for me, revolving as I am in the cycle of births and deaths, may thy feet be my shelter. The feet that destroy the false identification of the body with the spirit, and which remain ever with the votary as his support. Again, thou didst advise me to seek some other kings like Sisupala. My reply to this is, O Achyuta, may those kings whose qualification consists in that they are satisfied to live in the house of women as the asses, oxen, dogs, cats, and servants, become the husbands of such women as have never listened to the glorious accounts of thy deeds and excellences, which are sung about even in the assemblies of Shiva and Brahma. Only those women who are steeped in ignorance and who have never experienced the fragrance of thy lotus feet go after husbands who are nothing but walking corpses in guise constituted as they are of a mass of flesh, bones, blood, worms, dirt, film, and humours, covered over by a coat of skin, hairs, and nails. Thou didst say that thou art indifferent towards all, and that thou hast no special interest in women. To this I reply, O lotus-eyed Lord, though thou art ever immersed in thy inherent bliss and hast no special interest in me, still may I have attachment to thy feet, in spite of this indifference of thine, when at the beginning of the creative cycle thou art in a mood to augment creation. Thou art bound to look at me, thy Prakriti, with a Rajasic view, being of service to thee in that way, is a great blessing indeed to me. O lotus-eyed one, yet I do not totally discount the relevancy of thy words, asking me to seek someone else, though thou hast warned me at the Swayamvara. For there have been cases like that of Amba, a virgin who loved someone different from the chosen one. A harlot, even if married to one person, will seek association with newer and newer men. Such unfaithful woman should not be taken as wife by anyone. He who does so loses both his world and the next. Krishna's appreciation of Rukmini. The Lord said, "O noble lady, O princess, it is to hear these words of yours that I teased you with my sarcastic speech. Your comments on my remarks are all on the right lines. O high-minded one, you are praying to me for the destruction of all other desires, so that your only desire is myself. That kind of firm devotion to me, however, has always been with you, a wholehearted devotee of mine. Your wifely devotion and steadfastness has now been well proved. Though I tried to shake it by my innuendos, you could not in the least be shaken. Those who, along with performances of austerities and observances of vows, pray for married happiness to me, the granter of liberation, are persons deluded by my Maya, O handsome one. Having attained to me, the master of both liberation and worldly wealth, if one still seeks worldly wealth in place of him who is the master of all wealth, it is only to be said that he is an ill-fated man. For these satisfactions which wealth can bring, being on a par with all sensuous enjoyments, can be had even in animal birth. Being dominated by desire for sensuous enjoyments, even such hellish life might be welcome to them. And lo, it is quite easy to obtain. O mistress of my home, it is indeed very fortunate that your service of me has always been of the desireless nature leading to liberation. Evil-minded persons cannot do this, and especially women with low aspirations, body-minded and unscrupulous, can never attain to that state of mind. O dignified lady, hardly any household is likely to have such a loving wife as you. For seeking your hand in marriage, many crowned heads had come, but you rejected them all and thought of me, of whom your ideas were merely from hearsay, and sent a Brahmana as messenger to inform me of your devotion to me. In spite of your brother Rukmini being disfigured by us after his defeat in battle, and later even by his slaughter by Balarama, at a game of dice on the occasion of the marriage of Aniruddha, you put up with the grief caused thereby without a single word of protest, out of fear of separation from me. By this behavior of yours, you have conquered me, longing for me, but finding me delaying in coming, you felt this life meaningless. So you sent a Brahmana with the clear message that if I failed, you would destroy this body of yours, which you had dedicated to me. This single-minded devotion and dedication shall only rest on you and shall go uncompensated, because it is too noble and great to be compensated by anything that I can do. Sri Shuka said, thus, following the ways of the world, the Lord of the universe, the embodiment of all glories, the universal self, ever established in his inherent bliss, entertained Rukmini, who was Rama herself, and regaled himself too with such amorous talks. Thus, Hari, the master and teacher of the world, lived in the houses of his other wives also, following the ways of a householder, as if he were actually a householder.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Krishna Rukmini Samvado Nama Shashtitamodhyaya. Athai Kashashtitamodhyaya.
The destruction of Rukmi, the family life of Krishna. Sri Shuka said, each one of those numerous wives of Krishna gave birth to 10 sons, not inferior to their father in all his great qualities.
Each of those royal ladies, seeing that Achyuta was always in her home without going out anywhere, thought that Krishna considered her the dearest. Those women did not know the real truth about him, that he was ever merged in his inherent bliss, and that his mind was never drawn out by any of them. By his handsome lotus-like face, by his long arms, by his attractive eyes, by his loving smile, by his expressive looks, and by his engaging conversations, these women were enraptured and dazed to the extreme. Though they were overpowered by him, they failed to conquer his mind in spite of all their amorous devices. From the bow of his arching eyebrows, moving expressly to make plain the meanings they suggested through their suppressed laughter, these 16,000 and old wives of Krishna released at him Cupid's arrows, rendered potent by mantras enhancing the delights of love. But by these and other arts they failed to perturb his mind in the least. Obtaining as their husband the Lord who is the consort of Rama, to whom even divinities like Brahma have no access, these women experience ever-increasing delight through loving glances, smiles and other intimacies as at initial union. Through they had a large number of female attendants, these personal services for him. Services like receiving him, seating him, giving him argya, washing his feet, giving him beetles to chew, massaging the feet, fanning him, bathing him, applying sandal paste, combing his hair, decorating him with flower wreaths, arranging for his sleep, and bestowing on him every other form of attention. The sons of Krishna. From among the issue of all these wives, each with 10 children, I shall tell you the names of the children of the first 8 wives spoken of earlier. The 10 sons born of Rukmini, in no way inferior to their father Hari, were as follows: Pradyumna, Charudeshna, Sudeshna, the heroic Charudeha, Sucharav, Charu Gupta, Bhadra Charu, Charu Chandra, Vicharu, Charu, who was the 10th, Banu, Subanu, Swabanu, Prabhanu, Banuman, Chandrabanu, Brihaddabanu, Atibanu, Shribanu, Pratibanu. These were the 10 sons of Satyabhama: Samba, Sumitra, Purujit, Satyajit, Sahasrajit, Vijaya, Chitraketu, Vasuman, Dravida, and Kratu. Such were the names of Jambavati's 10 sons, who were highly esteemed by the father. Satya's children were Veera, Chandra, Aswasena, Chitragu, Vegavan, Vrisha, Ama, Sanku, Vasu, and the gracious Kunti. As sons of Kalindi, they were Sruta, Kavi, Vrisha, Veera, Subahu, Bhadra, Santi, Darsa, Purnamasa, Somaka. Lakshmana had 10 sons named Praghosha, Gatravan, Simha, Bala, Prabala, Urt, Vaga, Mahashakti, Sahas, Ojas, and Aparajita. Mitra Vinda had as sons Vrika, Harsha, Anila, Gridra, Vardhana, Annada, Mahasa, Pavana, Vani, Kushdi. Bhadra's sons were named Sangrami Majit, Brihatsena, Sura, Paharana, Arijit, Jaya, Subhadra, Vama, Ayu, Satyaka. Through one of the other wives, Rohini, Krishna had Diptiman, Tamra, Tapta, and other sons. Pradyumna, the son of Krishna, had a powerful son named Aniruddha from his wife Rukmavati, daughter of Rukmi, who resided at Bhojakata. In this way, the sons and grandsons constituting Krishna's progeny were countless. Even the mothers of Krishna's sons were 16,108. Aniruddha's marriage. Raja Parikshit said, Rukmi, being defeated in battle by Krishna, was awaiting, out of bitter hostility to him, an opportunity to kill him. How did that Rukmi give his daughter in marriage to the son of his enemy? O learned one, I cannot understand how a marriage relation came to be established between enemies. Please explain this to me. Yogis, through their eye of knowledge, understand about the past, present, and future, what is beyond the ken of the senses, distant and hidden. Sri Sukha said, Pradyumna, who was Ananga Kamadeva, one who is without a material body, embodied, took her, Rukmi's daughter, by force, single-handed, defeating all rival kings in a Swayamvara, marriage of choice by the bride. Though Rukmi entertained animosity to Krishna for the insult he subjected him to, he, Rukmi, was nonetheless inclined to please his sister, Rukmini, the mother of Pradyumna, and favored the marriage. O king, Bali, the son of Kritavarma, married Rukmini's handsome daughter named Charumati. Though he entertained bitter enmity to Krishna, Rukmi, bound by his affection for his sister, and in order to please her, gave also his granddaughter, son's daughter, Rochana, in marriage to Aniruddha, his own daughter's son, and Krishna's grandson, despite his awareness that it was a forbidden relationship. On that auspicious occasion of the marriage of their grandson, Krishna, Rama, Rukmini, Samba, Pradyumna, and others went to Bhojakata, the city of Rukmi. Game of dice and slaughter of Rukmi. After the ceremonies connected with the marriage were over, some naughty rulers like the king of Kalinga prompted Rukmi to challenge and defeat Balarama at a game of dice. O king, they said, this Balarama is not good at dice. Yet he has a mania for it, so challenge him. Being thus advised, Rukmi called Bala and set for a game of dice with him. Rama played the game with stakes of 100, 1,000, and then 10,000 gold coins. In all these games, Rukmi won. At this, the king of Kalinga laughed loud at Balarama, showing his teeth. This displeased Rama very much. Next, Rukmi played with a lakh of panas as stake. Balarama won in that game. But Rukmi falsely claimed himself to be the victor. Balarama's face, naturally handsome with his slightly red-tinged eyes, now swelled up in anger, like the sea on the full moon day, and he challenged Rukmi with a stake of 10 crores of panas. Rama won in that also, playing a straight game. But on false grounds, Rukmi claimed victory for himself and asked the witnesses to decide. Just then, an aerial voice announced from the sky, in this competition, Balarama has won, playing a straight game. What Rukmi says is false. Prompted by evil-minded kings and also by the Lord of Death, Rukmini did not accept the validity of that divine voice too. He spoke to Balarama, an embodiment of Sankarshana, in terms of ridicule thus: "You fellows are mere cowards and forest dwellers. Only kings of royal dynasties know how to play at dice and fight with arrows, not men like you." Being thus subjected to insulting remarks by Rukmini and the ridiculing laughter of the other kings, Balarama was inflamed with anger and struck down Rukmini on the spot with his club in their festive gatherings. He then caught hold of the king of Kalinga before he ran away 10 steps in fright and knocked out all his teeth, which he had shown in a grin of ridicule at him. The other kings also, being clubbed by Bala, ran helter-skelter with injured and bleeding limbs and heads. When brother-in-law Rukmini was thus slaughtered, Krishna said nothing for or against it, as either way it would displease Rukmini or Balarama. After having successfully completed their purpose, Balarama and all the Yadavas, who had the support of Krishna, started for Dwaraka, putting Aniruddha and his newly wedded wife in a splendid chariot. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararate Aniruddha Vivahe Rukmi Vado Namai Kashashti Tamo Dhyayah Atha Dvishastamo Dhyaya. Skanda 10, chapter 62. The romance of Aniruddha and Usha. The audacious challenge of Bana. The Raja said, that distinguished Yadava Aniruddha married also Usha, the daughter of Bana. In this connection, there was, it seems, a fierce fight between Hari and Shankara Shiva. O great yogin, please be good enough to describe all these incidents. Sri Sukha said, Bana was the eldest of the 100 sons of the great Bali who offered the earth as gift to Sri Hari. In his incarnation as the Vamana, Bana, Bali's son, was devoted to the worship of Shiva and was very noble in character, generous, intelligent, and truthful. Living in the beautiful city called Sonita, he ruled the country. Thanks to the favor of Shiva, the Devas had to behave like servants before him. He pleased Shiva by playing on percussion instruments with his 1,000 hands when the former performed his Pandava dance. Lord Shiva, who was gracious to his devotees and worthy of being adored, blessed him by offering to grant any boon he granted. Bana chose that Shiva should become the guard of his palace. One day, infatuated with pride of power, he said to Shiva, seated close by, touching his feet with his diadem that shone like the sun, O great divinity, O teacher of the world, O Lord of all, I salute thee, who dost fulfill the wants of man who have not attained the satisfaction of their desires. The 1,000 alms that thou hast given me have become a mere burden to me. For, except you, I do not find in all the 3 worlds anyone worthy of my steel. With my hands itching unbearably for a fight, I powdered mountains. I chased the elephants off the quarters, but they ran away in fear. Angered by these words, the worshipful Shiva said, O fool, when you find your flagstaff breaking, know that the battle will extinguish your pride is near at hand. The fool was delighted to hear this. He returned to his place and remained there, waiting for the sign that the Lord of the mountains had indicated as the forerunner of the destruction of his power. Usha, falling in love with Aniruddha in dream. Bana had a daughter named Usha. Though she had never heard of or seen him, she cultivated love for Pradyumna's son, Aniruddha, from an experience of him that she had in dream. Not finding him, when she woke up from the dream, she cried out in a mood of helplessness and bashfulness, sitting amidst her companions, "O dear one, where are you?" Bana had a minister by name of Kumbanda, who had a daughter named Chitralekha. Being a companion of Usha, Chitralekha asked her with a solicitude, "You are an unmarried girl. Whom are you calling like this? Please say, what is obsessing your mind?" Usha replied, "In my dream, I saw an unknown person, dark blue in complexion and possessing eyes like lotus petals. He is dressed in yellow robes and he has powerful arms. He can have easy entry into the hearts of any woman. I am seeking that beloved of mine. Having made me drink the sweet honey of his lips, he has vanished, leaving me in deep distress, and I am pinning for him." Chitralekha said, "I shall bring that man to you if he actually exists anywhere in the three worlds, and shall thus assuage your grief. Please let me know who he might be."
Saying so, she drew the exact resemblances of a large number of distinguished personages from among Devas, Gandharvas, Siddhas, Charanas, Panagas, Daityas, Vidyadhakaras, Yakshas, and men. From among men, she drew the portraits of Vrishni, leaders like Sura, Vasudeva, Rama, Krishna, and Pradyumna. When Pradyumna's portrait was shown, Usha became bashful. When she drew Aniruddha, Usha hung her head coyly on seeing his figure and said with a smile, "He is the person." Chitralekha bringing Aniruddha from Dwaraka. Chitralekha knew him to be Krishna's grandson. So endowed as she was with yogic powers, she flew to Dwaraka through the air. Reaching there, she lifted up the sleeping Aniruddha from his cot and flew back to Sonitapura with the help of yogic power and presented him to her companion Usha. Usha was delighted to see the handsome Aniruddha and lived in the enjoyment of his company in her inner apartment, which was inaccessible to men. She lavished on him all attention by providing him with costly dress, sandal paste, incense, light, seat, food, good food and drink, and spent hours in conversation with and service of him. Aniruddha, who was thus hidden in the maiden's apartment by Usha, being completely absorbed in her, did not even know the passing of day and night. Aniruddha made captive. As she thus lived joyfully with that Yadava prince in violation of the rules of maidenhood, telltale signs of pregnancy began to appear in her. The guards of the inner apartments thereupon reported to Bana, "O king, your daughter's conduct is likely to bring disrepute to the family. Sir, we are guarding the place without a break, and it is impossible for any man even to see her. Under these circumstances, we are puzzled how her virginity has been broken." Bana was very much grieved to hear of the depravity of his daughter. He went immediately to the maiden's quarters of the palace, where he saw the Yadava prince. He was astonished to see sitting before him Aniruddha, the son of Pradyumna, who was Kama reborn, a youth of unparalleled beauty, blue in complexion, lotus-eyed, long-armed and wearing yellow robes, having a face emblemished by a smiling look and by the luster of his shining earrings and locks of hair, playing at dice with his beloved of perfect form, and wearing on his chest a garland of fresh jasmine buds of the spring season, made slightly crimson with the saffron powder from his beloved's breast. That prince of Madhava's family saw Bana entering with a body of troops with uplifted arms. Thereupon he took up a metallic mace and stood up like an Antaka, angel of death, ready to strike and kill. Like the leader of a herd of wild boars attacking and killing a pack of dogs, he struck at those soldiers trying to surround him. With heads, hands, and thighs broken, these soldiers ran out of the house and disappeared. On seeing his troops killed, the powerful Bana, the son of Bali, tied up Aniruddha and Nagapasa, serpent noose, in great anger. Seeing him thus bound, Usha broke down completely with sorrow and cried, shedding copious tears.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Niruddha Bando Nama Dvishatti Tamo Dhyaya Atha Trishashti Tamo Dhyaya.
Recovery of Aniruddha. Expedition to Bana's Sonapura. Shuka said, for the 4 months of the rainy season, the relatives of Aniruddha mourned for his loss without any idea of his whereabouts. They, however, came to know from the sage Narada all about Aniruddha's adventures and imprisonment. The Vrishnis then went on an expedition to Sonapura, having Krishna as their guardian angel. Following Rama and Krishna, the other Vrishnis like Pradyumna, Duryodhana, Gada, Samba, Sarana, Nanda, Upananda, Bhadra, and others set out, leading 12 Akshohinis of troops, and besieged Sonapura on all sides. Seeing the gardens of the city laid waste, and its ramparts, towers, and gates battered, Bana soon gathered an army of equal strength and came to meet the invaders in great anger. Fight with Bana. The worshipful Rudra, seated on his bull vehicle Nandi and accompanied by his sons and goblins, fought on the side of Bana against Rama and Krishna. O king, most fierce, wonderful, and hair-raising combats took place between Krishna and Shiva, and between Pradyumna and Guha Subramanya. Fight took place between Balarama on the one hand and Kumbhanda and Kupakarna on the other, between Samba and Bana's son, and between Bana and Satyaki himself. The leaders of celestials like Brahma, sages, siddhas, charhanas, Gandharvas, Apsaras, and Yakshas came in aerial cars to witness the battle. With sharp arrows released from his bow, Saranga, Krishna scattered the forces of Shiva, consisting of Bhutas, Pramatas, Guhyakas, Dakinis, Yatudanas, Vetalas, Vinayakas, Pretas, Matris, Pishachas, Kushmandas, and Brahma Rakshasas. Shiva, armed with a Pinaka bow, shot many kinds of arrows at Krishna, the wielder of the bow Sanga, but the latter destroyed them all with proper counter weapons unperturbed. He destroyed Brahma missile by Brahma missile, wind missile by mountain missile, fire missile by water missile, and Pasupata missile by Narayana missile. Making Shiva dazed with a missile causing yawning followed by sleep, Krishna struck down numerous soldiers of the opposite army with sword, mace, and arrows. Wounded all over the body and bleeding profusely from the arrows of Pradyumna, Guha left the field of battle on his peacock vehicle. Kumbhanda and Kupakarna perished by Balarama's plough weapon, whereupon the leaderless army of Bana took to their heels. Seeing the gradual destruction of his army, Bana in great anger left his opponent Satyaki and faced Krishna in battle in his chariot. Full of warlust, Bana at one stretch stringed 500 arrows with his hands and aimed 2 arrows from each of them. Hari, the master of the sixfold excellences, cut all those bows simultaneously and besides destroyed the chariot and the horses, and then blew his conch. Bana's mother, Kotara, in order to save the life of her son, now came and stood before Krishna, naked and with hair disheveled. Krishna, the elder brother of Gada, now turned away his face in order to avoid seeing the naked woman. Taking that opportunity, Bana, whose chariot had been destroyed and bow broken, withdrew into his city. When the goblins had all fled away, Krishna was attacked by the fever of Shiva, Saivara, having 3 heads and 3 legs and threatening to burn up everything. Thereupon Krishna, who was Narayana himself, seeing that fever approaching, countered it with the fever of Vishnu, Vaishnavajvara, which is cold by nature. The 2 fevers then fought each other. Under the vigorous attack of Vishnu's fever, the fever of Shiva found shelter nowhere and was forced to take refuge in great fright and lamentation at the feet of Rishikeshas, the controller of all senses. The fever then began to praise him. Shiva's fever and Vishnu's fever. Shiva's fever said, I prostrate before thee, the Brahman of infinite powers, pure consciousness, condensed, the taintless, the soul of all, the Lord of all, the cause of creation, preservation, and dissolution, the changeless and the one indicated in all the Vedantas. Time, providence, the effects of good and bad actions, the individuality that enjoys and suffers, the special characteristics of entities, the subtle elements, Prakriti, the source of material evolution, the prana of vital power with its 5 functions, eye sense, the 5 gross elements, and the 11 organs of knowledge and action, the subtle body which is a combined product of these, the power of the seed to transmit tendencies to the progeny. All these constitute Maya. Thy power, thou art its contradictory, the pure spirit, which nothing can contaminate. I take refuge in thee. By taking various forms adopted as in play, thou dost protect the devas, holy men, and the world order. Thy present embodiment is to lighten the burden of the earth by destroying the transgressors who live by the oppression of others. I am scorched by the fierce and severe fever created by thee, which makes one pass through heat and cold alternately. Creatures are bound to be subjected to sufferings until they take to thy service. The Lord said, O three-headed one, I am pleased with you. Be free from the fear produced by the fever pertaining to me. Whoever thinks of this conversation between us should not be assailed by you.
Bana's defeat and Rudra's hymn. When Shiva's fever departed, making obeisance to Krishna, Bana reappeared in a new chariot to fight with Krishna. Then the furious Asura, holding numerous kinds of weapons in his 1,000 hands, released arrows at Krishna, who was armed with a discus. Soon the Lord cut off like branches of a tree the hands of the Asura, who was shooting arrows in quick succession. As the dismemberment of Bana's hands was progressing, the Lord Shiva, so gracious to his devotee, approached the discus-armed Krishna and addressed him. Sri Rudra said, Thou art Brahman, the self-effulgent light of consciousness, the hidden meaning of Vedic revelation. The pure-minded see thee untainted and unconditioned by anything, even like the Akasha. The sky is thy neighbor, the fire thy face, water thy semen, the heavens thy head, the quarters thy ears, the earth thy feet, the moon thy mind, the sun thy eye, Rudra thy eye sense, the ocean thy abdomen, Indra thy arms, plants thy hair, clouds thy braids, Brahma thy intellect, Prajapati thy genitals, and Dharma thy heart. Such is the conception of thee, with the worlds as thy limbs. O thou whose glories know no waning, this incarnation of thine is for the protection of Dharma and for the welfare of the world. Under thy protective control, we the Devas are guiding the 7 worlds. Thou art the original and only being, without a second by thy side. Thou the self-effulgent, transcendent, the 3 states of consciousness. Thou art the cause of all, but thyself causeless. Yet for the enjoyment of the object of the senses, thou abidest in all bodies projected by thy Yoga Maya. The sun, though covered by clouds, it's its own creation, reveals these very clouds and all other objects underneath them. In the same way, O self-effulgent one, though thou art hidden from the jiva by the cloud of ahankara, I sense, an effect of thy maya, prakriti, thou revelest the I sense as also the jiva, identifying with it. With intelligence infatuated by thy maya, the jivas get intensely attached to children, wife, and house, and roll up and down in the waves of the ocean of samsara. After having obtained birth as a human being, as a result of the Lord's grace, a man who fails to serve his feet but lives for indulgence and in the pleasure of his uncontrolled senses is a traitor to himself. He is indeed to be pitied. A man who abandons thee, the soul of one's soul, the dearest of the dear ones, Lord and Master, and prefers sensuous indulgences, which are unspiritual values, taking one in the opposite direction, that fool is like one who takes poison, rejecting Amrita, the food that confers immortality. Brahma, I and other devas and sages who have attained to purity of mind by thy grace, all have made total surrender to thee, the soul of our soul, the dearest of the dear, and our Lord and Master. For relief from transmigratory existence, we seek refuge in thee, the cause of the creation, preservation, and dissolution of the worlds, the peaceful, the friend, the spirit within the Lord of all. This Banasura is my close servant, and he is therefore very dear to me. O Lord, I have given him refuge. Therefore, may thou deign to shower on him thy grace, as thou didst in the case of Prahlada. Reconciliation. Lord Krishna said, O worshipful one, whatever is dear to your heart, I shall do accordingly, and whatever you have decided, I accept. Besides, this Asura, a son of Bali, should not be killed by me. I have given a boon to Prahlada that none belonging to his line would be killed by me. In order to put down his pride, I have severed his arms, and his big army, being a burden to the earth, has been destroyed by me. His remaining 4 arms will never age. This Asura, who is a follower of yours, will have nothing to fear about. After getting this boon from Krishna, the Asura saluted him by prostrating himself before him, and then he brought in a chariot Aniruddha with his wife, magnificently robed. Congratulated by Rudra, Sri Krishna started back home with Aniruddha and his wife placed in front and surrounded by one Akshavini of troops. Welcomed by the citizens, friends, and Brahmanas, he entered his capital, which was well watered and decorated with festoons and flags, and where the sound of the conch, drums, and kettle drums greeted them. Whoever reads in the morning hours this account of victory of Krishna in battle with Sankara shall never have any defeat.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Uttarar De Aniruddha Anayanam Nama Tri Shashtanavtamo Dhyaya Ata Chatu Shashtitamo Dhyaya.
Sri Sukha Uvacha, the story of Nriga. Nriga redeemed from the state of a lizard. Sri Sukha said, O king, one day some Yadava young men like Samba, Pradyumna, Chara, and Banu had gone for recreation to the outer gardens of the city. Having engaged themselves in sports for a long time, they felt very thirsty and began to search for water. In the course of the search, they came across a dry well, and in the well they saw a wonderful creature. It was a lizard of the size of a mountain. They saw it with great astonishment, and out of pity for it, tried to lift it up from the well. With ropes of leather and fibers, they tried to bind and lift it up, but failed. And so, in great excitement, they reported the matter to Krishna. The lotus-eyed Lord, the embodiment of all powers and the protector of the worlds, came and saw the creature, and with his left hand lifted it up as in play. On being touched by the Lord, it abandoned its lizard body at once and assumed the form of a celestial, with a complexion resembling the color of molten gold and adorned with unique types of robes, wreaths, and other decoration. Though Krishna knew everything about this personage for the instruction of people in general, he asked him, "O respectful sir, endowed with a handsome form, it behoves you to tell us who you are. I take it that you are an important personage among the celestials. What action brought you to this state, which, O noble one, you do not in the least deserve? Please tell us all about yourself, if you consider it fit to be communicated to us who are eager to be informed." How Nriga became a lizard. Sri Sukha said, being thus questioned by Krishna, the embodiment of bliss, that royal personage, Nriga, prostrated himself with his bejeweled crown before Krishna, the consort of the Divine Mother, and said, "O Lord, I am a king named Nriga, a son of Ikshvaku. In the list of generous persons, my name might have come to thy ears. O Lord, what is there unknown to thee, who art the witness within all, and who art possessed of unobstructed knowledge? Yet, as thou hast ordered, I shall narrate everything. As many grains of sand as there are on earth, as many stars there are in the sky, and as many streams of water have fallen in showers of rain, so many cattle have I given in gift. The cows I gave as gift were all young milch cows with calves obtained by fair means, good in appearance, gentle by nature, and greyish-brown in colour. They had their horns capped in gold and hooves shod in silver, and they were decorated with silks and wreaths. These gifts I have given to young and to high-minded Brahmanas of great authority and Vedic learning, worthy men of high character and noble nature, whose family were living in want. Not only gifts of cows, but I have given also gold houses, elephants, virgin brides with attending maids, jingeli, silver, beds, clothes, jewels, chariots, and various types of equipment. I performed the rituals laid down in the Vedas and did charities. One day, unknowingly, I happened to give as a gift to a Brahmana a cow that I had already gifted to another, but which chanced to have strayed back into my herd. Seeing the cow being led away, its real owner intercepted it and claimed it as his own. But the new recipient replied that it was gifted to him by Nriga. The two contending Brahmanas both went on winning this case came to me, one claiming that I gave it to him, and the other that he had been robbed of it. I was thus in utter confusion. Caught in this tangled situation involving a breach of dharma, I appealed to both the Brahmanas, offering them a lakh of cows, high milk yields, if they would release this controversial cow. I said to them, "Be pleased to bless my ignorant self, your servant. Please save me from falling into heinous hell." "I shall not give it away," said the present owner, and led it away. "I do not care even for 10,000 cows in its place." And the other went away. Finding this an opportune moment, the emissaries of Yama took me to Yama's abode, and then I was questioned by Yama. "Do you want to enjoy the fruits of your evil actions first, or of your good ones?" I do not find any end to your good actions and to the heavenly felicities that have accrued thereby. I replied, I prefer to undergo the consequence of evil actions first. Thereupon he said, then go down. And immediately I felt myself converted into a lizard and had this fall. O Keshava, devoted as I was to the holy man and to the practice of making generous gifts, and anxious as I have been to meet thee, thy servant, have not lost the memory of my past birth. O Lord, even great yogins gain an understanding of thee in their pure hearts only through contemplation, making the Veda the guide. It is a wonder that thou, the Supreme Being and the Master of all senses, has come to shine before my very eyes. I, whose intellect has been blinded by the pitiable state, it is only one who is fit for liberation that experiences thee. How has this blessing fallen to the lot of a miserable person like myself?
O thou, the supreme deity, O Lord of the worlds, O Govinda, O supreme person, O Narayana, O Rishikesha, O one of holy fame, O Achyuta, O deathless one, permit me to go to the celestial regions. Bless me that whatever region or condition I am in, my mind ever rests at thy feet. Salutations to thee, Krishna, the origin of all, the supreme being, the all-powerful one, the abode of all beings, and the bestower of the fruits of all austerities and good deeds. Praying so, and circumambulating Krishna, and touching his feet with his head, he got into the heavenly vehicle with the Lord's permission and departed as the people gazed on. Krishna's advice to his kinsman. Krishna, the worshipful one, the son of Devaki, who knew all dharma and who respected all holy men, now turned to his royal retinue and said to them for their instruction, even the all-consuming fire cannot consume even a little of the holy man's wealth. How much less can kings, calling themselves lords of the earth in their vanity? I do not consider halahala as poison, for there is an antidote even for it. But the poison that the holy man's wealth is has no antidote in the world. Poison destroys one who consumes it. The fire is put out by water, but the fire born of the fire stick that a holy man's property is burns up a clan to its very roots. The holy man's property, taken away with partial or unwilling consent, will destroy the 3 succeeding generations of the man who thus enjoys it. If it is taken away by force and enjoyed, the 10 past generations and the 10 succeeding generations of the enjoyer will be destroyed. If a man, blinded by royal power and wealth, looks upon the holy man's wealth as a convenient prey for him, it is because he does not see how it is going to cause his own downfall. That foolish man is inviting hell for himself. Count the number of dust particles wetted by the tears of generous holy men, with guests to feed and families to maintain, on account of their being deprived of their livelihood for that many years, will those lawless kings responsible for such acts of deprivation, along with those born in their families, be burnt in the hell known as Kumbhipaka as punishment. By depriving a holy man of his livelihood, bestowed on him by oneself or by another, a man becomes liable to be born as a worm in excreta for 60,000 years. May I never come to possess anything belonging to a holy man, for one who has an eye on it becomes short-lived, and he comes to be defeated by enemies and expelled from his kingdom. Afterwards, they become serpents, ever ready to harm others. You, my relatives, should never take revenge on a holy man, even if he wrongs you or curses you. You should always bow down to him. Just as I always bow down to holy men at proper times with due attention and reverence, in the same way should all of you do. My punishment will fall on those who do otherwise. Even if a person takes away a holy man's property unknowingly, that property causes the downfall of the man, just as the holy man's cow caused the fall of Nriga. The worshipful Mukunda, the sanctifier of all the worlds, having thus expatiated to the inhabitants of Dwaraka, retired to his residence. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Nrigopakyanam Nama Chatu Shashtitamo Dhyaya Ata Pancha Shashtitamo Dhyaya. Shri Shuka Uvacha. The diversion of Yamuna's course. Reception to Balarama at Vraja. Shri Shuka said, the worshipful Balabhadra, anxious to see his friends at Nanda's Gokula, once started to that place in his chariot. He was welcomed and warmly received by the Gopas and the Gopis, who had for long been feeling the pangs of separation from him. He then made obeisance to his parents, and they in turn pronounced blessings on him. O leader of the Yadus, they said, long did you, Lord of the world, along with your brother, protect us. Then, seating him in their laps, they embraced him, bathing him in their tears of joy. He also made his obeisance to the elders among the Gopas in due form, and he in turn was greeted by the younger among them according to their age and their intimacy with him. Balarama then met the Gopas and greeted them, cracking jokes and shaking hands according to their varying age and degree of intimacy. When he had rested and was seated comfortably, the Gopas, who had given up their all for the sake of the lotus-eyed Krishna, surrounded him. After he had inquired about their welfare, they questioned him in a voice choking with emotion. They in turn asked, O Rama, are all our relatives doing well? Now that you are married and have families, do you ever remember us? It is indeed fortunate that the vicious Kamsa has been killed, that all your relatives have been freed, and that, having destroyed your enemies, you have now established yourself in a city inaccessible to enemies. Feeling highly honored by Balarama's visit, the Gopis now asked him with a smile, is Krishna, the dear one of the city women, doing well? Is he ever remembering his parents and relatives residing here? Will he be coming here to see his mother even once? Does he of powerful arms remember our dedicated and constant service to him? He for whose sake we abandoned mothers, fathers, brothers, husbands, children, and sisters, he snapped the bond of his love with us in a moment and departed from our midst. How could we, women prevent his departure, disregarding his sweet words that he would soon return. Someone thereupon said, "How do the sophisticated women of the city take the words of Krishna, who is fickle and ungrateful?" Still another said, "Agitated by the passion, roused by his glances and attractive smiles, they might be accepting at their face value all the words and promises of that weaver of fine phrases." Some others said, "What is the good of talking about him now? Is there no other topic to talk about? If he can spend his time without us, so can we do without him. The only difference is that we shall be spending our time in sorrow." Remembering in this way his smile, words, charming looks, gait, and loving embraces, the gopis burst into tears. Then the worshipful Shankarshana, who was skilled in the art of conciliation, comforted the gopis with a message from Krishna. Rama sporting on the banks of the Yamuna. For 2 months, Chaitra and Vaisakha, Balarama stayed in Gokula, entertaining the gopis at night. Surrounded by gopis, Balarama sported in the woodlands on the banks of the Yamuna, illumined by the rays of the full moon and served by the breeze conveying the fragrance of blooming water lilies. Varuna prompted the deity of the celestial drink, Varuni, to pour wine into the hollows of some trees, and thereby the whole sylvan scene was made redolent with its fragrance. Balarama, drawn by the sweet smell conveyed by the wind, traced the tree where the wine was and drank of the liquor along with the women. Reveling in his praise sung by the women, Bala roamed about in the forest, his eyes unsteady through intoxication. Wearing ordinary garlands and also the special wreath called Vaijayanti, having only one earring and spangled with the dewdrops of perspiration, he went about inebriated and with a smiling countenance. The chastisement of Yamuna. The all-powerful Bala now called the river Yamuna to flow by his side to facilitate water sport. Taking him along only for a drunkard, the river deity ignored his call. Balarama thereupon pulled and diverted her course with his plough weapon in great anger. He said, "O accursed one, you wanton one, with the end of my plough weapon I shall split you into 100 channels." O king, frightened and shivering at this reprimand, Yamuna hurried and fell at the feet of that great son of Yadu's clan and said, "O Rama, mighty hero, what do I know of thy greatness and power? By an insignificant part of thy being, this whole universe is supported. O worshipful one, O friend of devotees, it behoves thee to release me, a refugee at thy feet, who was unaware of thy divinity." Thereupon he released the suppliant Yamuna and entered the river for water sports with the women, as a tusker does with its cows. Having sported in water to his heart's content, he came out of it, whereupon he was presented with 2 pieces of blue cloth, ornaments of inestimable value, and wreaths by goddess Kanti, Lakshmi. Dressed in blue clothes, wearing the golden chain on the neck, bedecked in other ways, and smeared all over with sandal paste, he looked like the white elephant of Indra's heaven. O king, even today, Yamuna is bent at that particular place, where Balarama diverted its course as if to commemorate his infinite power and glory. All the nights that Balarama spent at Gokula, attracted by the sweetness of the women of Raja, were felt by those women as one continuous night. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sankitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Baladeva Vijaye Yamuna Karshanam Nama Pancha Shashti Tamo Dhyaya Ata Shad Shashti Tamo Dhyaya. The confrontation with Paundraka. The impudent message of Paundraka and Krishna's reply. Sri Shuka said, while Bala was away in the cowherd settlement of Nanda, an ignorant fool named Paundraka, the king of Karusha, sent a message to Krishna to proclaim that he, Paundraka, was the real Vasudeva. Ignorant and childish persons prompted him to think that he was the supreme being, Vasudeva, incarnated for the good of the world, but he actually believed that he was Achyuta himself.
Like a naive boy enthroned as king by other boys in place, he sent the messenger to Krishna, whose ways and nature are inscrutable to a man. Reaching Dwaraka and presenting himself as at the royal assembly, the messenger conveyed his king's ultimatum to Krishna, the Lord of all, the lotus-eyed. The message read, "The Vasudeva, incarnated out of mercy to living beings, is I alone and none else. Therefore, give up the name Vasudeva that you have usurped. O Yadava, whichever of my emblems and paraphernalia you are now using out of ignorance, give up all of them and come and take shelter in me, or else battle with me." Sri Sukha said. Ugrasena and the other counselors laughed loudly on hearing the silly message of the ignorant Paundraka. The Lord gave a fitting reply to the insane message and said, "I shall certainly release the discus and other weapons, but that would be against you and your friends who back you in making this senseless claim. When you lie dead with your face exposed and surrounded by eagles and crows, then shall you find shelter in dogs that tear your corpse." The destruction of Paundraka and the Raja of Kasi. The messenger conveyed Krishna's mocking reprimand to his master Paundraka. Following the message, Krishna ascended his chariot and started on the expedition to Kasi, where Paundraka was then staying with his friend, the Raja of Kasi. Paundraka, who was a great car warrior, learning about Krishna's martial preparation, came out of the city with an army of 2 Akshavinis. His friend, the Raja of Kasi, followed him with another army of 3 Akshavinis. And now Krishna had a view of Paundraka. He laughed at Paundraka when he saw him like an actor impersonating him in the form and paraphernalia, with conch, discus, sword, mace, bow, srivasta, kasturba, floral wreath, the yellow wearing cloth, eagle-marked flag, diadem with very costly gems studded on it, the fish-marked ear pendants, all complete. The enemies now attacked Hari with various weapons like tridents, maces, ferruled clubs, javelins, spears, and arrows. And Krishna, on his part, struck that combined army of Paundraka and the Raja of Kasi, consisting of elephants, horses, chariots, and foot soldiers, with mace, sword, discus, and arrows, and quickly destroyed them like fire at the time of cosmic dissolution. That battlefield, filled with the dismembered bodies of horses, elephants, men, mules, camels, and broken chariots, a scene of exhilaration for brave men, looked terrifying, like the playground of Rudra at doomsday. The Lord said, O Paundraka, whatever weapons you have asked me to give up through your messenger, these I am now giving up by releasing them against you. I shall now force you to give up my name, which you have falsely assumed for yourself. You asked me through your messenger to take shelter at your feet. When I feel I cannot fight with you, then I shall surrender. But now I have come to fight with you. Rating him like this, he shattered the chariot of Paundraka with sharp arrows, and then, as Indra cut of the tops of mountains with his weapons and of thunderbolt, he severed Paundraka's head with his discus. In the same way, he cut off the head of the Raja of Kashi by his arrows, with which he hurled the head into the city of Kasi, as the wind tosses a lotus bud. Thus slaying the pretender Paundraka, along with his allies, Hari entered Dwaraka to the accompaniment of panegyrics sung by Siddhas. And Paundraka, because he was every day identifying himself mentally with the Lord and putting on his emblems, got released from all his bondages and attained the identity of form with the Lord. Black magic by the son of the Raja of Kasi. In Kasi, on seeing a head with ear ornaments falling at the gate, the people began to wonder and speculate whose head it might be. Finally identifying it as that of the ruler himself, his wives, children, relatives, and subjects began to wail, "Oh, we are undone! We are undone! Our king is dead!" His son, Sudakrishna, after performing the obsequies of his fathers, vowed that he would repay his debt to his father by killing his slayer. Towards that end, he worshipped Paramasvara with great concentration, assisted by his Acharya. The worshipful Shiva, being pleased, asked Sudakshina to choose a boon. Sudakshina chose as his boon the means for killing the slayer of his father. Shiva said to him, "With the help of Brahmanas, priests, and adopting the Abhichirya rites of worship, black magic, propitiate Dakshinagni, who will carry out your objects as sacrificial priest does that of a master of sacrifice. If this ritual is done against anyone other than holy men, your object will be carried out by that Agni along with the Bhutas accompanying him." So, Sudakshina started his black magic rituals for slaying Krishna. The Kritya and its destruction. Out of the sacrificial fire arose the Agni, fire, taking on a frightening form. The hairs on his head and face were like red hot copper. His eyes emitted sparks of fire. His face, with the ends of fangs protruding and brows fiercely arching, presented a gruesome appearance. With his tongue he licked his lips. Stark naked and armed with a three-pronged trident, he walked about with his palmyra-like legs, causing tremors on the earth. He ran towards Dwaraka, scorching the environs wherever he went. Seeing that personified fire of black magic approaching, the inhabitants of Dwaraka got frightened like animals caught in a forest fire. The frightened people rushed to Krishna and exclaimed, "O Lord of all the worlds, the whole city is on fire. Save us, save us." Noticing the agony and consternation of the people, Krishna, who is the refuge of all the worlds, asked them smilingly to be free from fear and assured them that he would save them from the danger. The Lord, the witness of what is inside and outside of all, knew it to be the fierce fire spirit, Kritya, connected with Maheshwara. He commissioned his Sudarshana Chakra discus, which was always by his side, to destroy it. Resplendent like a crore of suns, resembling the fire of cosmic dissolution and filling all the quarters of the sky, the earth and the middle region with its brilliance, the Sudarshana harassed the fire spirit. That fire spirit, being harried by the weapon of the wielder of the discus, had to retreat with its face hung in shame. In retaliation, it approached Varanasi and burnt up Sudarshana and his priests. Pursuing the fire spirit, the Sudarshana discus of Mahavishnu entered the city of Kasi with its high terrace buildings, assembly halls, houses and bazaars, its gates, palaces and cattle houses, its treasuries, elephant shelters, horse stables, chariot stands and feeding homes. Vishnu's discus, Sadasana, after burning up the whole of Varanasi, returned to Sri Krishna, for whom every exploit was easy of accomplishment. Whoever years or makes another year with a concentrated mind this divine exploit of Krishna, the fortunate person will be freed from all sins.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Paundraka Adivado Nama Shat Shashtitamo Dhyaya Ata Sapta Shashtitamo Dhyaya.
The destruction of Dvivida, the vandalization of Dvivida. Raja Parikshit said, "I am anxious to hear more about the exploits of that lordly Rama, of wondrous deeds, ineffable and infinite in nature." Sri Sukha said, "There was a powerful monkey named Dvivida, a friend of Naraka and also a minister of Sugriva and brother of Mainda. In order to redeem his debt to Naraka as a friend, he started in a career of total destruction of the country, burning towns, villages, quarries and cowhead settlements. In some places, he scooped up mountains and throwing them shattered the countryside. His destructive activities were particularly directed against the land of Anartha, which was the place of residence of Hari, the slayer of his friend Naraka. The monkey, who had the strength of 10,000 elephants, sometimes stepped into the ocean and by bailing water with his hands, flooded the seaside villages. Entering the hermitages of noted rishis, the evil monkey destroyed all the trees there and desecrated the sacred fire with urine and excreta. Infatuated with pride, he shut up man and woman in mountain caves whose openings he blocked with stone seals, just as a wasp imprisons a worm. Dvivida in confrontation with Rama. When he was ranging about like this, spreading destruction everywhere and violating women of noble families, he once turned his course to the mountain Revataka, from where strains of sweet music were coming. There he saw Rama, of a handsome appearance, amidst a group of women singing. Rama was intoxicated with drink, and his eyes were rolling, and his gait resembled that of an elephant in rut. The perverse monkey, sitting on a tree, shook its branches violently, made faces, and emitted grunts. Seeing the pranks of the monkey, the woman, naturally light-hearted and fond of fun, laughed loudly at it. The monkey in turn cast ridicule on them in the very presence of Rama by showing his posterior at them and then wagging his eyebrows lasciviously. Annoyed at this behavior, Rama threw stones at him, but the monkey dodged the stones and further tried to annoy Balarama by laughing, insulting at him, by breaking the liquor pot, and by pulling at the clothes of the woman. Thus, in the impudence of his might, he insulted and provoked Balarama, who, seeing his audacity and the destruction he had wrought all around, took his plough weapon and club for destroying the enemy. The powerful Dvivida plucked a tree with his hand and, rushing quickly at Bala, dashed it on his head. Bala, who was Santoshana, stood the impact of the tree on his head like a mountain without any concern. He then struck the monkey on his head with his club named Sunanda. With his head injured and bleeding profusely by the blow, the monkey looked like a mountain with orpiment effusions at its top. Disregarding those bleeding injuries like a mountain on being drenched with colored water, the monkey uprooted another tree, removed its leaves, and delivered a mighty blow on Balarama with it. But Bala cut it into several pieces. Thereupon the monkey hit him with another tree, which too Bala cut into pieces. In this way the fight went on, with Dvivida plucking trees to attack Balarama and he reducing them to pieces, until the forest was denuded of trees.
Then the monkey began to rain stones on Bala, but they were all reduced to powder by him. The monkey now delivered a mighty punch on Balarama's chest with the fist of his palm-like arms. Bala, the leader of the Yadavas, now laid down his club and plough weapon and hit the monkey on his shoulder with his fist. The monkey fell down, vomiting blood. When he fell, the trees and the caves of the forest rocked and tossed like boats caught in a storm. The sky reverberated with various sounds of approval and blessings offered by Devas, Munis, Siddhas, and others. In this way, having done away with that Dvivida, a bane to the surrounding regions, Balarama returned to his palace, acclaimed by all. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Dvividavado Nama Sapta Shashti Tamo Dhyaya. Atashta Shashti Tamo Dhyaya. The Samba episode and Balarama's humbling of the Kurus. Samba's abduction of Lakshmana and his imprisonment. Shri Shuka said, O king, the victorious Samba, the son of Jambavati, took by force Lakshmana, the daughter of Duryodhana, at a Swayamvara marriage. This proud boy has, slighting all of us, carried away by force this maiden, who had no preference for him. So thought the Kauravas in great anger. They said, We shall bind this impudent fellow. Let us see what the Yadavas can do. Out of our good will we have given them some territory, and that they are enjoying. They have no right of their own to kingship. If the Vrishnis come here, hearing about the imprisonment of a son of their family, they will have their pride shattered, and they will be reduced to a pacific mood, like senses that have been brought under control. Saying so, Karna and others on the Kaurava side took steps for capturing Samba with the approval of Bhishma. The great Kaur warrior Samba, seeing the sons of Dhritarashtra pursuing him, took up his excellent bow and stood up fearless like a lion, although he was alone. The warriors, headed by Karna, who were anxious to capture him, challenged him to stop and covered him with their arrows. As a lion will not tolerate an attack by inferior beasts, so did this wonderful boy refuse to brook this onslaught of the Kauravas. Taking his excellent bow and twanging it, he shot 6 arrows at a time against Karna and 5 other great Kaur warriors on the Kaurava side. To the utter astonishment of the enemy, Samba struck each of the chariots with 4 arrows, and the charioteers and the masters of the chariots with 1 arrow each. They, on their part, now destroyed Samba's chariot. 4 warriors killed between them the 4 horses. Another killed the charioteer, and still another cut Samba's bow. Thus the Kauravas, having with difficulty deprived him of the chariot, tied him up and returned victorious to their capital with him and their princess. Balarama's mission to Hastinapura. O king, when, from a report of Sri Narada, the Yadavas heard about this incident, they became extremely indignant and, urged by Ugrasena, resolved to retaliate. Rama, the destroyer of the evils of Kali, did not like the idea of any belligerency between the Kauravas and the Vrishnis. So he pacified those hawks among Vrishni leaders and himself started in a luminous chariot to Hastinapura on a peace mission, accompanied by many elders and pious brahmanas. Reaching Hastinapura, Rama stopped at the park outside the city and sent Uddhava to Dhritarashtra to ascertain the intentions of the Kauravas. Uddhava went to the city and, doing obeisance and observing proper forms according to the status of the people concerned, informed Dhritarashtra, Bhishma, Drona, Bhalika, Duryodhana and others of Rama's arrival. They were all very glad to hear of the arrival of their dear kinsman Rama. After showing due respects to Uddhava, they went to receive Rama with all auspicious materials for reception. Meeting Balarama, they ceremonially presented him with a cow and arghya. Those of them who knew his greatness made prostrations before him. Kurus scoff at Balarama's message. After hearing the expressions of welcome from these friends and relatives, and after he himself had made kind inquiries of their welfare, Balarama spoke to them unhesitatingly as follows. The King of Kings, Ugrasena, conveys the following message to you. Please hear it attentively and comply accordingly. For maintaining concord among relatives, I am for the time being putting up with the unrighteous action of many of you, together attacking a single man of good conduct and imprisoning him. You are to release him immediately. The Kauravas were very much incensed at these words of Balarama, which reflected his self-confidence, courage, and strength. They replied, "Oh, this is a wonderful state of affairs. The power of time is inexorable. Why, a mere shoe aspires to mount the crowned head. By establishing marriage relationship, by allowing them equality in matters of social relationship, like eating, sitting, and living together, and by our installing them on the royal throne out of our sympathy and kindness, we have brought these yadus up to a status of equality with us. It is only out of our grace that they enjoy such emblems of kingly status, like a crown, royal umbrella, conch, and chowry fan. Enough of mischief has been done by conferring the royal emblems on those Yadavas, like giving milk to a cobra, which is sure to attack the giver. See, today they are ordering us about. A lamb cannot pull out of a lion's mouth its prey. Even so, unless mercifully granted by us, the royal power and privileges resting with the Kauravas and protected by Bhishma, Drona, and Arjuna cannot be taken away by force, even by Indra. Balarama's angry reaction. Sri Shuka said, O noble one of Bharata's line, the Kurus, gloating in their pride of birth, allies, and wealth, went back to their city after hurling these abusive and insulting remarks at Baladeva. Seeing the bellicose attitude of the Kurus and hearing their abusive speech, Balarama burst into laughter again and again, in a mood of extreme anger that made his face very fierce to look at. He said, Men infatuated with pride and power have no desire for a peaceful solution of any problem. Like animals, they obey only the rod. Alas, I came here for the good of these people, restraining the extremely agitated Yadus and the angry Krishna. In spite of it, these low-witted and evil-minded warmongers have belittled me and hurled abuse at me again and again, with an impudence to say that no lordship accrues to Ugrasena, the king of the Bhojas, Vrishnis, and Andakas, whose behests are honored even by Indra and his fellow rulers of the quarters. It seems no right accrues to the throne to him who conquered and made his own the celestial mansion called Sudharma, and who snatched away and is enjoying the celestial tree Parijata. Look at their preposterous claim. Even the Lord, whose feet Sri Devi is serving, is unworthy, it seems, of having royal insignia. To be great and worthy of recognition, where is the need for a royal throne for him whose feet is ever held on our heads with devotion by all of us, Brahma, Parameshwara, myself, and Sri Devi, who are parts of his parts, the dust of whose feet sanctifies the so-called sanctifying deities of the worlds. According to them, we are enjoying the land mercifully assigned to us by the Kauravas, and we are, it seems, the shoes, and the Kauravas the head. Ah, how men infatuated with wealth vaunt like people under the influence of liquor. How can such incoherent insults be tolerated by anyone who has the power to enforce his will? The surrender of the Kurus. In great anger, he declared, I shall efface this Kaurava race from the surface of the earth. He then rose up with his plough weapon as if he were going to burn out all the 3 worlds. With the end of his plough weapon, he scooped up Hastinapura, the city of the Kurus, in a terrific fit of anger, and pulled it into the Ganga as a punishment. When the city was thus pulled into the river, it began to rock like a boat. Thereupon the Kauravas got frightened, and for fear of their life came out with Lakshmana and Samba in front, and stood before that almighty being with respectful salutations. They said, O Rama, thou bearer of the whole universe, we are unaware of thy puissance. It behoves thee to pardon us, ignorant and malicious men, for our high-handed conduct. Thou art the one cause of creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe, but thou thyself hast no other cause or support. Great men say that the whole of creation is a plaything of thine, who art fond of play. O Adishesha, with 1,000 hoods, thou bearest this mighty universe on a single hood of yours as in play. At the time of dissolution, thou withdrawest the worlds into thyself, and then thou alone remainest. O worshipful one, in thee who hast assumed a purely sattvika form for the preservation of dharma, anger is manifested only for the proper discipline of the people, and not because of ill will or hatred. O all-embracing one, thou the center of all powers and beyond all decay, salutations to thee, O maker of the worlds. To thee our salutation, we take refuge in thee. Sri Shuka said. Balarama was thus pacified and propitiated by the terrified inhabitants of rocking Hastinapura. When they took shelter at his feet, he assured them of his protection and dispelled their fear. The affectionate father that he was, Duryodhana gave as dowry 6,200 elephants, each 60 years old, and 120,000 horses, besides 6,000 gold, inlaid chariots of sun-like brilliance, and 1,000 bejeweled female servitors. Accepting all this, the worshipful Balarama, the head of the Sattvatas, returned to his city of Dwaraka amidst the acclamations of the people, and accompanied by his nephew Samba and his newly wedded wife. Reaching his city, the plough-armed Balarama approached his loving relatives, and in their assembly of the Yadus, explained all that he had done at the capital of the Kurus. This Hastinapura, as a monument of Balarama's prowess, stands even today, with its southern side elevated, as if it were going to fall into the Ganga. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sankitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Hastinapura Ka Purakar Shana Rupa Sangakar Shana Vijayo Nama Ashta Shashti Tamo Dhyaya. Ataiko na ta titamo dhyaya.
Shri Sukha Uvacha, Krishna as a householder. Narada's visit to Dwaraka to observe Krishna's daily life. Shri Sukha said, hearing that Narakasura had been killed and that the large number of ladies brought from Naraka's family were all married by Krishna simultaneously, Narada became curious to know the truth about it, that a single person had his marriage with 16,000 ladies conducted in different houses at the same time. This is incredible news indeed. So he thought, and in the intensity of his curiosity, visited Dwaraka. The city was resonant with the sweet chirping of birds and the buzzing of honeybees hovering over the blossoming trees and plants of its parks and gardens. With astonishment, he saw Dwaraka, wherein could be heard the loud wobblings of birds like swans and sarasas inhabiting its lakes full of blossoming flowers like blue lotus, white lotus, sugandhika, red lotus, and water lilies, where there were 9 lakhs of mansions of crystal and silver, studded with sapphires and furnished with articles made of gold and precious stones, which was attractive with its high roads, common roads, 4-way crossroads, bazaars, stables for animals, assembly halls, as well as inner and outer courtyards and fronts of the houses and public roads swept well and sprinkled with fragrant water and decorated with waving standards on high flagstaffs, affording ample protection from the hot sun. Narada now entered into the private quarters of Krishna, which received the respectful obeisance of all Lakapalas, guardian deities of the world, and in the construction of which Vishwakarma, the divine architect, had exhausted all his skills. Of the 16,000 magnificent homes of the wives of Krishna, Narada entered one. Coral pools resting on the Vedura blocks, walls of Indranila stones and floors whose shine never faded, canopies made by Vishwakarma with dangling strings of pearls, excellent courts, and seats made with ivory and inlaid with gold and studded with precious stones, everywhere attendant maids well dressed and bejewelled, as also male servitors wearing coats, turbans, colourful clothes, and the earrings of precious stones. Such were the features of the mansion that Sri Narada entered. These peacocks, seated on the perches of excellent workmanship, were dancing in the accompaniment of their own joyous crowing, because they mistook for clouds the thick smoke of burning frankincense coming out of the windows. Lamps studded with shining gem dispelled the darkness everywhere. Narada's marvelous experience of Krishna. There, Narada saw Krishna's beloved Rukmini continually fanning him with golden-handled chowries, accompanied by the numerous attending maids who were well-dressed and well-decorated like herself. Seeing him, the worshipful Lord, the best among the observers of the rules of Dharma, sprang up from the cot of Shri, and after touching Narada's feet with his crowned head, seated him on his own throne. He, the washings of whose feet is the Ganga which purifies everything, that Krishna, the one supreme over all, and the creator and teacher of all, the first among the exemplars of righteous conduct, washed the feet of Narada and sprinkled water on his own head. Appropriately has he been called Brahmanya Deva, he who honors holy men as gods. Narayana, the external, being the friend of Rishi Nara, worshipped Narada according to the rules laid down in the scriptures, and after welcoming him with few but sweet words, asked him, "O Great One, what service could we do for your holiness?" Narada said, "O Almighty Lord, there is no wonder in thy entertaining goodwill towards all beings and thy suppressing evildoers. For even those evildoers attain salvation on being killed by thee. I have known for certain that thou hast taken this present incarnation out of thy free will for the protection of the world and for enabling all to attain the highest good. I have seen thy feet, which give liberation to devotees, which persons of deep insight like Brahma always worship in their hearts, and which form the only support for those who want to get out of the well of samsara. I am going about meditating on those feet of thine. May thou bless me so that the memory of these feet never deserts me." Sri Sukha continued, "O dear one, prompted by his desire to understand the workings of Yoga Maya of him who is the Lord of all yogins, Narada went to the house of another consort of Krishna. There also is a Krishna, playing at dice with his wife and his friend Uddhava. He honored the sage with great cordiality, getting up at his side and offering him a seat. And Krishna said, as if in ignorance, "Oh, holy sir, when did you arrive? What can we, imperfect beings, do for the satisfaction of perfect ones like you, who have no desires? Tell us, Holy One, about anything you are in need of, and help us make our life fruitful." Avoiding a reply, Narada silently walked away to another house. There he saw Krishna fondling little children. Next, he went to another house, where he saw the Lord getting ready for his bath. In another house, he saw Krishna making offerings in the Ahavani Yagni. In another, making offerings of Panchama Yajna. In the next, feeding holy men. And in still another, himself taking food after having fed them. In one house, he saw him doing his Sandhya rituals and repeating the Gayatri, and in another, with a sword and shield in hand, demonstrating feats of swordmanship. In different places he saw Krishna, the elder brother of Gada, engaged in different occupation, in moving about with troops of horses, elephants, chariots, etc., in sleeping on a cot with bards, singing his praise, in deliberation about affairs of state with ministers and friends like Uddhava, in water sports surrounded by numerous handsome women, in making presents of well-decorated milch cows to Brahmanas, in listening to holy recital of the Puranas and the Itihasas, in laughing merrily over jovial talks with a wife, in pursuing dharma, sacred laws, artha, wealth, and kama, pleasure, in meditating on the Supreme Being above the changes of Prakriti, in serving elders, in providing them with all their wants and all objects of enjoyment, in fighting with some and effecting conciliation with others, in concerting with Rama for bringing about the welfare of pious people, in finding out at proper times suitable husbands and wives for daughters and sons, and in conducting their marriage ceremonies in all grandeur. In taking part in the festivals connected with the sending of daughters after marriage and the reception of the newly wedded daughter-in-laws, causing astonishment among people on seeing him, who is the Lord of all yogis, engage in such domestic activities. In performing grand yajnas to deities and according to ritualistic code with the help of expert priests, and in philanthropic activities like digging wells and tanks, laying out gardens, and constructing guest houses. In hunting wild animals on horseback, surrounded by other Yadava leaders, and killing such of them as are fit to be offered in sacrifice. And in moving about the inner apartments and among the subjects incognito to have a first-hand knowledge of man and events. The uniqueness of Krishna. Afterwards, seeing the play of the mysterious spiritual power of the Lord in this human manifestation of his, Narada said, smiling to that divine person, who is the power and that motivates the senses of all. O thou, the master of yoga, experience of thy inherent power, yoga maya, and a functioning denied even to the masters of yoga.
O Lord, grant me permission to depart. I shall go about in all the worlds now flooded with thy auspicious fame, ever singing aloud about thy sportive activities that have the power to sanctify the whole world. The Lord said, O Holy One, as the promulgator, exemplar, and promoter of Dharma, I am leading the life of a great householder. Be not deluded, O child, that I am in any way involved in or attached to that life. Sri Shuka said, thus the Devarshi Narada saw him, Krishna, in all the houses of his consorts, simultaneously performing the noble and righteous duties of a householder. Seeing again and again this manifestation of the Yoga Maya of Krishna of infinite puissance, the inquisitive Rishi Narada was wonderstruck and pleased. Honored by Krishna, who was demonstrating the greatness of the values of household life, consisting in Dharma, Artha, and Kama, and very much pleased, Narada departed, remembering Krishna always. Thus, for the good of all beings, Narayana assumed a human form, embodying in himself all his divine powers, and lived amidst his 16,108 consorts, served by them with their bashful and loving looks and smiles. Whoever sings, hears, and in other ways enjoys the narratives of Sri Hari's unique cosmic activities of creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe, which none else can do, he will attain deep devotion to the Lord, who is the bestower of liberation. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam Dashamaskande Uttararte Krishna Gar Hastya Darshanam Namaiko na Sapta Titamo Dhyaya Ata Sapta Titamo Dhyaya. Messages from oppressed kings and the Pandavas. Krishna at his morning duties. Sri Shuka said, when at the approach of dawn, cocks began to crow, the wives of Krishna, who were held in his embrace, cursed those birds, being distressed by the thought of the impending separation from him. The buzzing sound of the honeybees, stimulated by the fragrant breeze from the mandara groves, was the signal for the awakened birds to begin their musical chirpings as if they were bards detailed to rouse Krishna. Even that auspicious moment of dawn was felt to be repugnant by Rukmini Devi, who was lying between his arms, for it meant separation from his embrace. Getting up at that auspicious time, known as Brahma Muhurta, Madhava performed the ceremonial wash with water, and with a calm mind meditated on the Atman, untainted by ignorance. He meditated on the blissful Brahman, who is the one without a second, undecaying, self-effulgent bliss consciousness, ever established in himself and transcending the trammels of ignorance, and whose blissful existence is revealed by his powers that manifest, sustain, and dissolve the universe. Then he took bath in pure water, put on a new dress, performed Sandhya Vandana, finished his Agnihotra sacrifice before dawn, and then sat silent, repeating the Gayatri. Then he made offerings to the orb of the rising sun, the symbol of the Supreme Spirit, Surya Narayana, and also to Devas, Pitris, and Rishis, who are all only his parts, and conveyed his respects to elders and holy Brahmanas. He then presented every day to holy personages 13,084 gentle cows, all heavy milkers in their first calving, with their horns inlaid with gold and hoofs with silver, and decorated with pearl strings and silk cloth. Saluting cows, Brahmanas, Devas, elders, sisters, in fact all beings who in their entirety are none but expressions of his power, he touched with his hands various objects considered sacred and auspicious. Then he dressed and decorated his body, a veritable ornament itself to the whole world, with silk cloths, ornaments, wreaths, and unguents. After looking at ghee, a mirror, cow, bull, Brahmana, and divine images, he bestowed desired objects on men of all varnas, citizens, and palace servants. Thus, in pleasing all his subjects, he found the highest happiness. First, he pleased the Brahmanas, friends, subjects, and his consorts with flower garlands, betel leaves, sandal paste, etc., and then himself enjoyed them. By that time, his charioteer came, made prostrations, and stood by him, having got ready his unique chariot, to which were harnessed 4 horses led by Sugriva. He welcomed the charioteer by holding his saluting hands in his, and along with Satyaki and Uddhava got into that chariot as the sun ascended the Mount of Sunrise in the east. The loving and bashful looks of the women of the palace acted as a restraint from which he released himself with some difficulty and drove away with a smile, carrying their minds with him. Krishna in the assembly. Starting in this way from the houses of all the consorts, Krishna appeared outside as a single person, and then surrounded by all the Yadavas, he entered the assembly hall called Sudharma, wherein those present do not experience the 6 travails. Seated there on an imposing lion throne, surrounded by the valorous Yadus, he shone like the moon in the sky, bespangled with stars. O king, on his arrival, he was entertained by master comedians with their jests, and by dancing masters and their girl students with their dancers. The danceuses sang and danced to the accompaniment of musical instruments like mridinga, veena, flute, cymbals, and conch. The bards, minstrels, and heralds proclaimed his praise. Learned brahmanas then chanted the Vedas, and orators discoursed on the lives and doings of great kings of old. Message from the victims of Jarasandha. O king, there came one day to that assembly an unknown person who, on announcing himself, was admitted by the gods with the Lord's permission. After prostrating himself before Krishna, the Supreme Being, he apprised him with folded hands about the misery of the kings rotting in the prison of Jarasandha. Whichever ruler had refused to accept vassalage to him during his tours of conquest, Jarasandha captured. Some 20,000 such captive rulers were imprisoned by him in the fortress of Girivraja. The messenger said, conveying the appeal of the rulers, O Krishna, thou inscrutable spirit, thou destroyer of the woes of those who take refuge in thee, we who are steeped in the sense of our separate individuality and therefore afraid of the cycle of transmigratory existence are seeking refuge in thee. So long as men are addicted to prohibited actions and are unmindful of the auspicious path of devotion promulgated by thee, so long will all-powerful time shatter all life's castles of fond hopes and longings. To thee, that unwinking time, our salutations. When thou art incarnated in the world along with thy part Bala for the protection of the good and the destruction of evil beings, we do not understand how evil ones like Jarasandha can override thy commandments and how good men can suffer. Is it that we are reaping the fruits of our past actions? O Lord, the pleasures of a royal life are momentum like a dream. They are all guided by factors beyond one's control and therefore subject to uncertainty. We only bear the burdens of state and of life in general, with this corpse-like body subject always to various fears. Abandoning that bliss of the Atman, which desireless devotees get, we, pitiable wretches, are following the path of desire and have become subject to thy mysterious Maya and the sufferings arising therefrom. May thou, the redresser of the sorrows of all who seek pleasure, shelter in thee, be pleased to release us from this bondage of karma in the shape of this oppressive Jarasandha. For no king can be a match for him who, possessed of the strength of 1,000 elephants, has by himself subjugated all of us, kings and rulers, and put us under restraint in his house, as easily as a lion restrains a flock of ewes. O wielder of the discus, though defeated by thee 17 times in battle, on the 18th occasion he did gain an apparent victory over thee, who chose to imitate the ways of ordinary men, though possessed of infinite prowess. Elated by pride at this, he is oppressing us all, thy vassals. O unconquerable one, do thou act as thou thinkest fit. This, the messenger said, is the prayer of those kings imprisoned by the sea of Magadha. They have taken refuge at thy feet and are anxious to see thee. Be thou pleased to relieve these afflicted people. Narada's message. Sri Shuka said, even as the messenger of the kings concluded thus, there arrived Devarshi Narada, crowned with tawny matted hair and brilliant like the sun. Seeing him, Krishna, the Lord of all divine agencies governing the world, got up from his seat in great delight, along with his retinue and the members of the assembly, and all prostrated themselves before the sage. Seating him on a pedestal and worshipping him according to protocol, the Lord pleased the sage with sincere words of wisdom. He said, I hope all the three worlds are happy. Great is the blessing we derive from the visit of your holiness, who travels all over the three worlds, for we can learn anything we want to know about these regions from you. There is nothing in all the worlds that you do not know of. I would therefore like to know from you about the present condition and activities of the sons of Pandu.
Sri Narada said, O all-pervading being, thou dost permeate everything by thy powers and subsist camouflage like fire in ashes. This thy Maya is irresistible by anyone, including Brahma, who is the creator of the worlds. I have witnessed its power many a time, and it does not evoke wonder in me anymore. None can divine the motives of thine in projecting this universe out of thyself and withdrawing it into thyself by the exercise of thy mysterious Maya. This world and Maya, its course, shine as real because of their dependence on thee. To thee who shines as the world in a manner totally different from thy nature, our salutations. I take shelter in thee, who, for the benefit of jivas, caught up in the cycle of repeated embodiments and unable to find any way out of its misery, has held forth these various Leela avatars, sportive descents of thine, as a beacon light burning with the holy flame of thy transcendent glory. Yet to thee, who has assumed a human form, I shall communicate what thy aunt's son and devotee Yudhishthira has now set his heart upon. Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, desirous of the highest status as an emperor, wants to worship thee through the performance of foremost of yagas, sacrifice, known as Rajasuya. May it have thy approval and blessing. O Lord, that sacrifice will be attended by the devas and well-known rulers who desire to meet thee. O Master of all, by hearing and extolling and meditating on thee, who art the embodiment of Brahman, even low-born ones attain to purity. That being so, the merit derived by those who see thee and touch thee defies description. O Saviour of the worlds, just as thy auspicious fame illumines and purifies the whole world, including the heavens and the earth and the netherworlds, so do the sacred waters, washing thy sanctifying thy worlds, as the sacred river known as Mandakini in heaven, Ganga on earth, and Bhogavati in Resthala. Sri Sukha said, then finding that his own people, the Yadavas, were more inclined towards gaining victory over Jarasandha than accepting Narada's proposal, Krishna addressed with a smile the following sweet words to Dava, his faithful servant. The Lord said, you, with your sound knowledge of the principle of statecraft, are a true friend of God and guide to us, like an eye in all matters of policies. What you say on this question, I shall accept and carry out. Looking like one ignorant, though all-knowing, the Lord sought the advice of Uddhava, who, accepting his command, replied appropriately.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Bhagavandhyana Vichare Sapta Titamo Dhyaya Ataika Sapta Titamo Dhyaya.
Sri Sukha Vacha. Visit to Indraprastha. Uddhava's advice on the dilemma. Sri Sukha said, after hearing the words of the Devashri Narada and grasping the views of the counselors and of Krishna, Uddhava, a man of great understanding, spoke. Uddhava said, O Lord, what the Devashri has exhorted thee, namely the rendering of help to the Pandavas, the nephews of thy father, in their effort to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice, has to be accomplished. So also is the incumbent on thy part to offer protection to those who have sought it. It is only one who has conquered all the neighboring countries that is eligible to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. The subjugation of Jarasandha is necessary for both the purposes, namely to obtain the qualification to perform Rajasuya and to release the kings who have sought shelter at thy feet. Such is my view. We shall achieve a great objective by this. The release of the imprisoned kings will bring great glory to thee, O Govinda. It is certain that none generally recognized as strong will be capable of facing in battle this Jarasandha, having the power of 1,000 elephants, except Bhimasena, who too has got an equal strength. Even with an army of 100 Akshavinis, he cannot be conquered. It is only in duel that he would be subjugated and killed. He is highly devoted to Brahmanas. Whatever Brahmana prays for, he never refuses. Assuming the form of Brahmana, Bhimasena should go to him and beg of him a favor. Obtaining that favor of a mutual duel, Bhima will be able to kill him and gain victory in the fight, if it's fought in thy presence. Thou, the Lord of all, art time without any form, and Brahma and Shiva are mere tools of thine in the creation and dissolution of the universe. Just as the gopis sing about thee, and the great rishis and thy servant, like ourselves, extol thy exploits in releasing the lordly elephant king from the clutches of the crocodile, in rescuing Sita from the captivity in Ravana's palace, and thy own parents from Kamsa's prison, so shall the wives of these kings sing in their homes about thy destroying their enemy and securing the release of their husbands, and act equal to their own release. O Krishna, the destruction of Jarasandha will help in the achievement of many objectives connected with relieving the world of evil one. This sacrificial festival, Rajasuya, is the result of the fusion of the karmas of jivas, of the good karmas of pious ones like Yudhishthira, and of the evil karmas of Jarasandha and others whose destruction it is going to cause. Thou art in favor of the sacrifice. Description of Krishna's journey. Sri Sukha said, this flawless and very practical advice of Uddhava was approved by Devashri Narada, the Yadava leaders, and the Lord himself. Accordingly, Krishna, the all-powerful Lord, born as the son of Devaki, gave command to his servant like Dwaraka and Jaitra to arrange for the journey, and took the permission of his parents for undertaking the same. He arranged for the journey of his consorts and sons with all the necessary attendants and outfits, and then bidding farewell to Balarama and King Ugrasena, himself got into the eagle emblem chariot, got ready by its charioteer. The Lord now started with a formidable retinue consisting of infantry chariot and cavalry regiments led by the commanders, and to the accompaniment of martial music sounded by a variety of instruments like mridanga, drums, kettle drums, conch, and trumpets, and filling the quarters with the reverberations. He was followed by his consorts and children carried in litters and on horseback and in golden palanquins, dressed in costly raiments of decorated with precious jewelries, flowers, and engines. These faithful wives followed Achyuta, protected on all sides by guards armed with swords and shields. Well-dressed maids, dancing girls, and other retinue travelled in litters and in carts, having all their things like materials for camps, carpets, clothes, etc., loaded on oxen, camels, buffaloes, asses, mules, and cow elephants. A tumultuous din arose from that army, embellished by huge flags, decorations of cloth, umbrellas, and chowries, as also by headdresses, armors, and ornaments of its men, even like the roar of the waves in the sea, agitated by the movement of huge aquatic creatures, like whales under the heat of the sun. Thus being cordially received and honored by Krishna, and being also informed by his resolution, and having in return prostrated himself before him, Narada started again on his journey through the sky, his mind full with the peace of Krishna's contact, and ever held in communion with him. Gladdening the messenger of the kings, the Lord said to him, O messenger, fear not. Good fortune will dawn on the kings. I will arrange for the destruction of Jarasandha, the king of Magadha. Being so informed, the messenger returned and conveyed the information to the kings, and the kings waited with expectation for the meeting Krishna, as they were aspirants of freedom, both in the physical and spiritual sense. Krishna's arrival and reception at Indraprastha. Krishna, the Supreme Being Hari, incarnate, now passing through the regions of Anartha, Sovira, Maru desert, and Kurukshetra, left behind many mountains, rivers, towns, villages, cowhead settlements, mines, etc. He then crossed the rivers Trihashtavati and Saraswati, and travelling through the lands of Panchala and Matsya, reached Indraprastha, the capital of the Pandavas. Hearing about the coming of Krishna, whose sight is very difficult for men to obtain, Yudhishthira came out of the city along with his relatives and spiritual preceptors to welcome him. Just as Indriya's sense powers would eagerly welcome prana, vital energy on which their existence depends, so did Yudhishthira welcome Hirikesha, the power behind the mind and all its faculties, with intense warmth and cordiality, and to the accompaniment of the sounds of songs and musical instruments, as well as of the loud chanting of the Vedas. With a heart melting in love at this long-delayed meeting with Krishna, the darling of his heart, Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, embraced him again and again. Hugging with both his hands the body of Mukunda, which is the holy residence of Shri, the king Yudhishthira, whose impurities were all thereby destroyed, attained supreme bliss in complete obliteration of world consciousness. His hair stood on end, and his eyes shed profuse tears of joy. Bhimasena embraced Krishna, his uncle's son, with a smile, and immediately the joyous thrill of love put his senses into abeyance. So also Arjuna and the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, embraced him with profuse tears of joy flowing down their eyes.
Arjuna then embraced him again. Nakula and Sahadeva prostrated at his feet. Krishna made obeisance to holy men and to elders according to the rules of propriety, and was in turn greeted by them. He showed due regard and consideration for the representatives of the clans of the Kurus, Srinjayas, and Kaikayas, bards, minstrels, songsters, panegyrists, jesters, and brahmanas greeted Krishna, the lotus-eyed, with songs and dances, and by playing on various musical instruments like mridanga, conchas, tabors, flutes, drums, and trumpets. Thus the worshipful Lord, the fame of whose holy deeds transcends everything considered holy, entered the decorated city, surrounded and extolled by friends and devotees. In the city, the roads were all well sprinkled with water, which emitted the smell of elephant's ichor. In all places there were decorations of banners, gilded arches, and jars filled with water. Everywhere could be seen men and women of beautiful appearance, dressed in new clothes, scented and bejeweled. He had a view of the capital of the king of the Kurus, full of houses well illuminated and decorated in front with floral designs. From their windows, the smoke of burning incense curled out. Flags were floating everywhere, and the golden domes and silver minarets of mansions greeted his eyes. Hearing of the arrival of him who is to the human eye like a cup that provides an inebriating drink, young women abandoned their household chores and their husbands on their beds and ran to the roadside to have a glimpse of him, unmindful even of their hair dishevelled and clothes loosened in their excitement. The women, standing on housetops, saw Krishna with his consorts moving along the road that was full of elephants, horses, chariots, and foot soldiers. They showered flowers on him, embraced him in their hearts, and bade him a hearty welcome with their smiling looks. Seeing the consorts of Krishna about him like stars around the moon, the women began to say, "What auspicious deeds have been done by these women, the consorts, to merit this festivity of bliss conferred on them by the Supreme Lord in human form, charming by his sportive looks and captivating smile." Groups of citizens and heads of guilds stood here and there on the way with auspicious substances on their hands and honored Krishna by making offerings of them. At the gate of the palace, Krishna and his consorts were welcomed and received by the royal ladies, standing with their eyes wide open because of love and excitement, and were taken into the palace. On seeing Krishna, the Lord of the three worlds, but now her nephew, Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, got up from the cot on which she was sitting with her daughter-in-law and embraced him. On account of his overwhelming joy, Yudhishthira could not decide in what ways he should worship Krishna after he, the Lord of all Devas, was welcomed and received at home. Krishna duly greeted his aunt and other elderly ladies of the palace, and was in turn saluted by Draupadi and his own sister Subhadra. Panchali, advised by her mother-in-law Kunti, offered various forms of worship to Krishna's consorts, Rukmini, Satyabhama, Bhadra, Jambavati, and others. Besides Kalindi, Mitravinda, Saibya, and Satya, and all the other consorts who had come were worshipped with offerings of cloth and flowers. Yudhishthira offered newer and newer forms of hospitality every day to Krishna, who was comfortably accommodated in the palace along with his wives, ministers, retinue, and army. This was the exquisitely designed palace built for the Pandavas by Maya, the Asura architect, in return for his life being saved by Arjuna, when he, Arjuna, along with Krishna, enabled Agni, the fire deity, to consume the forest of Pandava. In order to please Yudhishthira, he stayed at Indraprastha for some months, spending his time mostly in driving about with Arjuna. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Krishna Indraprastha Gamanam Namai Ka Saptatitamo Dhyaya Ata Dvisaptatitamo Dhyaya. The destruction of Jarasandha. Yudhishthira resolves to perform Rajasuya. Sri Shuka said, one day Yudhishthira, sitting in the assembly surrounded by Munis, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, his own brothers, teachers, elders of the clans, relatives, and others, said as follows, addressing Sri Krishna. Yudhishthira said, O Govinda, I wish to adore your own holy power manifestations, the Devas, with the noblest of sacrifices, the Rajasuya. O Lord, help me fulfill this desire, O thou who bearest the world lotus in thy navel. Only those who constantly serve thy feet, meditate on thee, or bring about thy glory, are able to overcome the evil that obstructs the spiritual vision and to attain eternal joy. Whatever other things they desire, those also will come to them. Lord of Lords, let the world witness the power and the glory that comes through the worship of thy lotus feet. Let the Kurus and the Srinjayas see the difference in the fortunes of those who are devoted to thee and those who are not. To thee who art Brahman, the soul of all, equal-sighted and ever established in thy inherent bliss, there is no distinction between what is your own and what is not. Still thy grace is bestowed on those who serve thee, just as in the case of the Kalpataru, the wish-yielding tree of heaven. Only those who resort to the tree will have their desires fulfilled. not those who keep away from it. According as men serve thee and take shelter in thee, so are the blessings they derive. There is no partiality involved in it. The Lord said, O King, destroyer of your foes, your resolve is correct. By this your auspicious fame will reach all the worlds. This great sacrifice, Rajasuya, the king of sacrifices, will be to the liking of all, the rishis, the pitris, devas, our friends, and of myself, subjugating all kings, gaining suzerainty over all countries, and collecting all the sacrificial requisites. This great yaga, sacrifice, is to be undertaken. O King, these brothers of yours are born of the cosmic divinities, Lokapalas. I have been conquered by you insofar as you have gained mastery over the senses, and thus conquered your lower self. For I am unconquerable by those who have not conquered their own senses. No one who has made self-dedication to me can be exceeded by anyone, celestials or men, in prowess, fame, wealth, or splendor. The three distinguished Brahmanas approached Jarasandha. Sri Shuka said, hearing these words of the worshipful Lord, the lotus face of Yudhishthira bloomed with joy. He directed his brothers, whose powers had been augmented by the divine energy of Krishna, to subdue the kingdoms in all the four quarters. He sent Sahadeva at the head of the Srinjayas to the south, Nakula at the head of the Matsyas to the west, Arjuna at the head of the Kaikayas to the north, and Bhima at the head of the Madrakas to the east. These powerful brothers, having conquered the kings in the different directions, collected large funds for Yudhishthira to conduct the great sacrifice. While Yudhishthira was worrying over the report that King Jarasandha had not been conquered, Hari proposed a way for achieving this objective, as originally suggested by Uddhava. O King, accordingly, disguised as Brahmanas, Bhima, Arjuna, and Krishna went to the Giri Vraja, where Jarasandha, the son of Brihadrata, resided. These disguised Brahmanas went to Jarasandha, who was devoted to Brahmanas, and begged for a favor at the time when he, in pursuance of the householder's dharma, was distributing presents among guests. They said, O King, know us to be guests come from afar to beg of you certain favors. Bestow on us what we desire. It will be for your good. What is there unbearable for those endowed with fortitude? What is there forbidden that evil men will not do? What is there that the generous would not give? And where is to be found an enemy by one who is same-sighted everywhere? He is the ignoble one. He is the pitiable one who fails while this perishable body is still in good condition to achieve ends that receive the imperishable praise of good men. The stories of Harishchandra, Rantideva, Madgala, who subsisted by gleaning fallen ears of paddy, Empress Sibi, Mahabali, the dove and the hunter, all these provide famous examples of how the imperishable can be gained by the sacrifice of the perishable body. Jarasandha agrees to duel with Bhima. Sri Shuka said, hearing their voice, deportment, and their palms with the scars made by the bowstring, Jarasandha could hazily understand that they were really Kshatriyas whom he had seen sometime somewhere. So he thought, these are certainly men of the royal class, in the disguise of Brahmanas. Still, I am going to give them whatever they want, be it life itself. Don't we see that though deprived of all his possessions by Vishnu in the guise of a Brahmana, Bali's unstained reputation only spread everywhere thereby? Though knowing very well that it was Vishnu that had come as a Brahmana in order to deprive him of world sovereignty in favor of Indra, and though warned of it and obstructed by his preceptor Shukra, that Asura king Bali offered the whole earth in gift to Vishnu.
Of what use is a Kshatriya's body which is perishable by nature, if he fails to earn the vast reputation of having used it in the services of holy men? Musing thus, the generous Jarasandha said to the group consisting of Krishna, Bhima, and Arjuna, O Brahmanas, tell me what you want. I shall give even my head to you. The Lord said, O great ruler, if you have decided so, grant us the favor of a duel. We are Kshatriyas, come here for battle and not for food. This is Bhimasena, the son of Prita, and the other is his brother Arjuna. And know me to be their uncle's son, Krishna, who is your traditional enemy. Jarasandha, the king of Magadha, on being so informed, laughed loudly and replied in an angry voice, Fool, I shall certainly give you fight. I shall not fight with you, Krishna, who is a weak-minded coward. You are the one who left your own city of Mathura and took shelter on an island in the sea out of fear of me. And this Arjuna, junior in age to me and of slender frame, will not be a match for me. Bhima, however, is an equal to me. Fight between Bhima and Jarasandha. Saying so, he gave a mighty mace to Bhimasena and himself, took another, and came out of the city. Then, selecting a level ground as the arena, the two proud warriors closed in combat and began to exchange blows with their diamond-hard maces. Their fight, with dexterous movements, wheeling to the left and to the right, was dramatic like the movements of an actor on the stage. O king, the mutually clashing maces of theirs produce a thunderous sound like the tusks of two tuskers in combat. When the fast striking maces of those inflamed warriors fell in quick succession on each other's bodies, on their shoulders, hips, legs, arms, thighs, collarbones, etc., those maces got shattered to pieces like the twigs of a sun plant. Arka Saka, when one struck on an elephant's body. When these maces were thus broken to pieces, those heroes' warriors, in great anger, began to strike at each other with their iron-hard fists, fighting like two elephants. Their fists produced sounds resembling thunderclaps as they rained punches on each other. O king, the light of those two combatants who proved to be equal in skill, strength and courage, and who showed no signs of fatigue, reached a state of stalemate. O great king, in this way 27 days passed, these heroes fighting during daytime and spending the nights like friends. So one day Bhima said to Krishna, his uncle's son, O Madhava, I find it difficult to overcome Jarasandha. Knowing as he did the peculiar circumstances attending enemy Jarasandha's birth, his immediate death on being born and revived by Jara, Krishna thought of ways of overcoming him after he had infused new spirit and hope into Bhima by his own spiritual power. Krishna, of unfailing, fruitful reflection, now hit on a way of destroying the enemy. He communicated the strategy to Bhima by the gesture of splitting the twig of a tree, thereby indicating that Jarasandha could be killed if his body was split into two. Mighty Bhima, the most noted among warriors, took the hint and, holding the enemy by his legs, pulled him to the ground. Pressing one of the enemy's legs with his and holding the other with his hands, Bhima split his whole trunk from the bottom up into two, as a great elephant splits the branches of a tree. People then saw the dead body of Jarasandha lying in two halves, each half have only one leg, one thigh, one testicle, one hip, one breast, one shoulder, one arm, one eye, one brow, and one ear. Loud was the wailing of the subjects of the king of Magadha in the death of their ruler. Arjuna and Achyuta embraced Bhima in his victory and did him all honor therefore. The worshipful Lord, the promoter of the fire of all beings, and the possessor of unimaginable powers, installed Sahadeva, the son of Jarasandha, as the king of Magadha. Then he set free all those kings whom the dead king of Magadha had locked up in his prison.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Uttarardi Jarasandha Vado Nama Dvisaptati Tamo Dhyaya Atha Trisaptati Tamo Dhyaya.
Skanda 10, chapter 73. Liberation of the imprisoned rulers. The hymn of the rulers. Sri Sukha said, there were 20,800 kings whom Jarasandha had effortlessly conquered as in play, and imprisoned in a valley surrounded by mountains. In the course of their prolonged imprisonment, they had been reduced to bones, enfeebled by hunger, bearing shrunken faces, wearing dirty clothes and unclean in body. They now came out and had the vision of Krishna, blue like a rain cloud and dressed in yellow cloth. Seeing him having the auspicious marks, Sri Vatsa, on the chest, forearmed, crimson-eyed, like the inside of a red lotus, possessed of a handsome and luminous face, wearing glittering fish-shaped ear ornaments, sporting in his hands a lotus, mace, conch, and discus, bedecked with diadem, necklaces, bracelets, waist girdle, and armlets, wearing on the neck the brilliant jewel Kaustuba, and having floral wreaths spreading over his chest. See him thus, these sin-free kings fell prostrate at his feet, in a mood and manner as if they were absorbing him with their eyes, licking him up with their tongues, smelling him with their nose, and embracing him with their arms. Being redeemed from the wretchedness of imprisonment by the joy of Krishna's vision, these rulers, with their palms held in worshipful salutation, addressed the following hymn to Krishna, who transcends the 10 of the senses. The rulers said, "Salutations to thee, O Krishna, thou the Lord of all divinities, thou the remover of the woes of devotees, thou the Lord of immortality, save us from this terrible samsara, us who have given up attachment to the world and surrendered ourselves to thee, O Madhusudana. We entertain no ill feeling towards this Jarasandha. For, O Lord, the loss of our kingdom through our subjugation by him has now become the occasion for our having thy blessings." A king who is infatuated by the possession of royal power and wealth never attains the ultimate good. Through the sense of false value generated by thy Maya, they take impermanent entities like wealth to be permanent. Just as children mistake a mirage to be a water pool, so do men without discrimination see permanence in the changeful products of Maya. Formerly bereft of true insight by pride of wealth, and always at feud with one another because of the desire for conquest, we, O Lord, cause the deaths of large number of our subjects mercilessly, overlooking thee standing before us as death on account of our inordinate pride. O Krishna, time, thine own manifestation, irresistible in speed and in power, deprived us of our position and wealth, and thereby of our pride too. The grace we have thus been enabled to contemplate on thy feet. We have therefore no desire for kingdom, an object of enjoyment for the body, which itself is an infernal as a mirage, which constantly decaying and which the source of innumerable ailments, nor do we desire for the fruits of action consisting in heavenly enjoyment, which are so delightful to hear about. Advise us how we could have unremitting remembrance of thy feet, even if we continue to be involved in the cycle of births and deaths in this world. Salutations to thee, Krishna. Salutations to the Supreme Being. Salutations again and again to thee, Govinda, who removes the difficulties of those who fall down in prostration before thee, seeking relief. Krishna's grace to the rulers. Sri Sukha said, O dear one, being thus extolled by the liberated kings, the worshipful Lord, the embodiment of mercy, the one being fit for taking refuge in, said to them in sweet words. The Lord said, O kings, from now onwards you will have, as desired by you, deep-rooted devotion to me, the Lord of all, and the Atman residing in all. O rulers, you are right in your conclusion that my worship alone is really fruitful. You have spoken the truth. I agree that wealth and prosperity make man intoxicated with pride. Kartavirya of the Hehaya dynasty, Nahusha, Vena, Ravana, and Naraka, as well as some devas, asuras, and kings among men, all had to meet with downfall because of infatuation caused by wealth. Knowing that the body and all things which have a beginning are sure to have an end. Be ye thoughtful and introspective, worshipping me with sacrifice, and protect your subjects according to the laws of Dharma. Beget worthy progeny, in joy and in sorrow, in prosperity and in adversity. Remain with firm faith in me, living without much attachment to body, wealth, etc., ever finding joy in the Atman, observing strict discipline in life, and fixing the mind in me, you will in the end attain to me, Brahman, without difficulty. Sri Sukha said, directing the kings as above, Sri Krishna, the worshipful one, and the Lord of all, arranged men and maids for helping them in cleansing and bathing themselves. O scion of Bharata's family, be directed, Sahadeva, to present them with dress, decorations, wreaths, and unguents suited to men of royal descent. Bathed well, decorated well, and fed well, they were presented with many luxuries worthy of kings.
Free from their sufferings and provided with all requisites by the grace of Krishna, those kings, with their bright earrings, shone like the luminaries in the sky when the clouds clear at the end of the rainy season. Put in chariots inlaid with gold and gems, and harnessed to excellent horses, they were sent off to their respective countries with words of cheer and encouragement. Thus, rescued by the most high-minded Krishna from an extremely irksome situation, they went back to their cities with their minds engrossed in the thought of the Lord of the universe and his activities. They instructed their subjects on the doings of the high-souled Krishna, and they led their lives in all earnestness according to the direction given to them by the worshipful Lord. After achieving the destruction of Jarasandha through Bhimasena, the duly honored by Sahadeva, Krishna departed along with the Pandava brothers. Reaching Indraprastha, they sounded their conches, proclaiming victory over the enemy, causing joy in the minds of all friends and well-wishers, and distress in the hearts of evil men. The inhabitants of Indraprastha were delighted to hear that proclamation of victory, while the news of Jarasandha's death gave full satisfaction to Yudhishthira. Bhima, Arjuna, and Krishna then saluted Yudhishthira and informed him of everything that had happened. On hearing all that, Yudhishthira, the Dharma Raja, righteous king, could only remain mute out of emotion, shedding tears of joy at the gracious condescension of the Lord Keshava towards him.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyan Sanhitayan Dashamaskande Uttararde Krishna Yagamane Trisaptati Tamodhyaya Atha Chatu Saptati Tamodhyaya.
The liberation of Sisupala, the Rajasuya sacrifice. Sri Shuka said, Yudhishthira, who was very much pleased on hearing about the grace of Krishna, the all-powerful Lord, and about the destruction of Jarasandha, said as follows, Thy rare directives are immediately accepted and carried out even by the world teachers like Sanaka, and by the protecting divinities of the 8 regions like Indra. O lotus-eyed Lord, O all-pervading one, that thou of such transcendent nature should carry out the directions of persons like us, who are subject to various sorrows but pretend to be lords, is only a feature of thy mysterious divine play. As the light and heat of the sun remain the same in spite of continuous burning, no action can enhance or dim the spiritual glory of thee, the one without a second, the Brahman, the Supreme Spirit. O unconquerable one, O Madhava, devotees do not entertain the sense of distinction like I and mine, or you and yours, a distinction pertaining to this body, which is an object of Prakriti and characterizing the animal man. Sri Shuka said, with these words, when the proper time for the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice arrived, Yudhishthira, the son of Pritha, with the concurrence of Krishna, selected the proper sacrificial priests having all the qualifications, including the knowledge of the Vedas. He invited as sacrificial priests Dvaipayana, Bharadwaja, Sumantu, Gautama, Asita, Vasishta, Charwana, Kanwa, Maitreya, Kawasha, Trita, Viswamitra, Vamadeva, Sumati, Jaimini, Kratu, Paila, Parasara, Garga, Vaisampayana, Atarva, Kasyapa, Dhamya, Bhargarama, Asuri, Vitihotra, Madhuchanda, Virasena, and Akritavrana, and many others like Drona, Bhishma, Kripa, Dhritarashtra, together with his sons, and the wise Vidura were also invited for the sacrifice. O king, all who were eager to witness the yajna, royalties from everywhere, their subjects Sudras, Vaisyas, Kshatriyas, and Brahmanas, flocked to the place where it was to be performed. Then the priests ploughed the sacrificial field with a golden plowshare, and there initiated King Yudhishthira in the vows and discipline of the sacrifice, following the Vedic injunctions. As in Varuna's Rajasuya of old, here also all utensils were made of gold. The invitees to the sacrificial festival, consisting of Indra with other protecting divinities of the quarters, Brahma along with Bhava and his retinue, Siddhas, Gardavas, and Vidyadharas, great sages, Yakshas and Rakshasas, celestial birds, Kanaras and Charanas, ruling kings and their wives, all these invitees from all regions began to trek towards the sacrificial campus of Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu and the devotee of Krishna. Though this was a difficult achievement, it was not so for a devotee of Krishna, so thought of all men of understanding. These sacrificial priests, possessed of heavenly luster, helped the great king in the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice, just as Day6 did in the case of Varuna. Performance of Agra Puja to Krishna. On the day when the libations with the juice of the Soma plant were made, King Yudhishthira attended very carefully to honor the sacrificial priests, the leading witnesses of the sacrifice, and other worthy men. When the question arose who should be honored with Agra Puja, or worship as the greatest man present, there were differences of opinion regarding the choice among the witnesses of the sacrifice, whereupon Sahadeva said, The worshipful Achyuta, the protector of devotees, is the one deserving that highest honor. All this world, including the Devas, is his manifestation. This whole world, as also the sacrificial rite, is ensouled by him. The sacrificial fire, offerings made in it, the mantras uttered, the yoga of knowledge, the yoga of action, all have him as their goal. He is the one without a second. This whole universe is his form. O ye of the sacrificial assembly, birthless, self-sufficient, he by himself creates, sustains, and dissolves the universe. By his condescending glance, the various forms of rituals become fruitful, and man attains to life's goal of dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Therefore, let Krishna be worshipped as the first among the honored guests. By so doing, we shall be worshipping all beings, including ourselves. Those who wish the fruits of the gifts to be endless should offer them to Krishna, the soul of all beings, the perfect, the supremely peaceful, in whose eyes nothing is different from himself. Having said so, Sahadeva, who knew Krishna's greatness very well, sat silent while all the assembly acclaimed his suggestion at the right one. Thus, receiving the approval of the Brahmanas and the assembled guests, Yudhishthira offered worship as the guest of honor to Krishna, the Lord of all sense faculties, with a mind overflowing with love. Washing the feet of Krishna, Yudhishthira, along with his wife, brothers, ministers, and other friends and relatives, poured that world-sanctifying water on their own heads. Making rich offerings of silk clothes and golden ornaments, he stood with his sight obstructed by tears welling up from the eyes. When people saw Krishna thus honored, they all saluted to him with joined palms, made prostrations to him, and with cries of victory showered flowers on him. Sisupala's challenge and death. Sisupala, the son of Dhammaghosha, being extremely irate on hearing this panegyric on Krishna's greatness, arose from his seat and with uplifted arms spoke in that assembly in angry tones, hurling abusive words to Krishna in his very hearing. He said, "The saying that none can overcome time, which controls everything, seems to be true indeed, for we find how the understanding of even wise men is shaken by the words of mere boys. O ye noble ones assembled here, you who are the most competent judges of the qualifications of the guest to be selected for honoring on such occasions, should not have been swayed by a boy's word recommending Krishna as worthy of that distinction. Here are these leading members of this assembly, these rishis who are noted for their austerity, learning, and observance of sacred disciplines, who with all the impurities destroyed are established in Brahman, who are adored even by the celestial guardians of the quarters. Disregarding them all, how can worship as the most honored one be done to this Krishna, a mere cowherd and a disgrace to his family? Won't it be like making sacrificial offerings to a crow? He has no proper affiliation to any varna, ashrama, or family. He is a libertine without any virtue. How can he deserve this honor? He is of a clan cursed by Yayati, shunned by good men, and always addicted to drinking. How can he deserve this honor? Abandoning the land of the Brahma Rishis, they are residing in a sea-girt island, devoid of spiritual traditions and holy men, and are oppressing their subjects from there. That accursed man Sisupala indulged in more of such abusive speech, but Lord Krishna took no notice of it, as a lion does not notice a jackal's howls. Many in that assembly, unable to stand this insult of the wonderful Lord, closed their ears and walked out, cursing the king of the Chedis angrily. For all the result of one's good deeds are nullified, and one is spiritually degraded, even if one remains in a place hearing such vilification of the Lord or his devotees. Meanwhile, provoked by Sisupala's blasphemy, the Pandava brothers and men from the lands of Matsya, Kekaya, and Srinjaya got ready with arms upraised to attack Sisupala, the scion of the Bharata race. That Sisupala, quite unconcerned, began to abuse also the partisans of Krishna in that assembly, and took up his sword and shield against those who came to attack him. Then the worshipful Lord, restraining his partisans, angrily faced the attacking enemy and cut off his head with his razor-sharp discus. Loud exclamations were heard at the death of Sisupala. The kings supporting him fled for their lives, while all the world looked on. A centre of brilliance coming out of the dead body of Sisupala was found to reach Krishna and get absorbed in him, like a meteor falling on the earth. Continuously communing in confrontation with the Lord as his enemy during 3 births, he attained to his being. For continuous contemplation turns one into the nature of the one contemplated upon. The undisputed overlord Yudhishthira distributed among the priests and the assembled guests gifts on a grand scale. After honoring everyone duly, he took the concluding sacred bath called Avabhritasnana.
After thus helping Yudhishthira to fulfill the yaga, Sri Krishna, the Lord of even the great yogis, prolonged his stay at Indraprastha for a few months at the request of relatives. Later, the omnipotent Lord took leave of the emperor, who was reluctant to part from him, and started for Dwaraka with his consorts and counselors. I have already told you in detail about how Jaya and Vijaya, the inmates of Vaikuntha, had to take repeated births on account of the curse of the Kumaras. After performing the Avabhrita path, Emperor Yudhishthira, shone in the assembly of holy men and kings, even like Indra, the Lord of the Celestials. All beings honored by King Yudhishthira, devas, men, denizens of the intermediary world, all praised Krishna and the sacrificial festival and went back to their respective homes. The only one who could not bear the sight of Yudhishthira's vast affluence was Duryodhana, a part of the evil spirit of Kali, a hater of all that is good, and the cause of the destruction of the Kurus. Whoever extols the glory of Vishnu reveled in the destruction of the kings of the Chedis, in the liberation of the imprisoned kings, and in the conduct of the Rajasuya sacrifice, will be cleansed of all sins.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Sisupala Vade Nama Chatur Saptati Tamo Dhyaya Atha Pancha Saptati Tamo Dhyaya.
Skanda 10, chapter 75. Duryodhana's humiliation. Rajasuya and the Avabritasnanu. Raja Parikshit said, O godly one, all men, devas, nobles and others who witnessed the Rajasuya sacrifice of Yudhishthira, the enemyless rejoiced very much. But, O worshipful one, we heard you saying that Duryodhana was an exception to this. Tell us why it is so. Sri Suka said, in the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice of your grandfather Yudhishthira, his relatives bound him by bonds of love, rendered him various services. Bhima controlled the kitchen and Duryodhana the treasury. Sahadeva was in charge of reception and Nakula was entrusted with the collection of all stores. Arjuna was engaged in serving the elders while Krishna washed the feet of guests on arrival. Draupadi attended to the serving of food and the liberal-minded Karna supervised the bestowal of gifts. Satyaki, Vikarna, Kritvarma, Vidura and others, Bhurishrava, the son of Bahilika with his brothers, Santadanu and his group, all these were allotted different duties in the great yajna. O great king, all of them worked for pleasing Yudhishthira. After the sacrificial priests, assembled guests, men of wisdom and dear friends, had all been properly honored with good words, decorations, presentations, etc. And after the king of the Cheris had attained salvation at the feet of Krishna, King Yudhishthira performed Ava Brihasnana, the bath marking the conclusion of the sacrifice in the Ganga. Various were the musical instruments that sounded at the bathing festival: ridangas, conchas, small drums, kettle drums, large drums, tabors, and trumpets. Dancing girls danced in great joy. Musicians sang in groups. The sound produced by their venas, flutes, and cymbals reached the sky. The visiting kings, adorned with golden necklaces, preceded the procession with a vanguard of troops consisting of elephants, horses, and infantry, men carrying many-colored banners. The Yadus, Srijayas, Kama-Bhojas, Kurus, Kekayas, and Hosalas, headed by Yudhishthira, the master of sacrifice, marched with the armies, making the very earth. The sacrificial priests and members of the sacrificial council marched, chanting the Vedas aloud, while celestials, rishis, pitris, and Gandharvas rained flowers and sang hymns of praise. Men and women, well dressed and well decorated with flowers and jewelries, regaled themselves, rubbing fragrant pastes and spraying colored water on one another. In high glee, the courtesans smeared over their bodies the water mixed with saffron, turmeric, sandal paste, oil, milk, curds, and butter, which men sprinkled at them. Just like celestial women in the aerial cars above, royal women with bodyguards had come out below to see the sacrificial bath. They too were sprinkled over with colored water by Krishna and other relatives and friends, which these ladies received with faces blooming with joy and bashfulness. They in return syringed his colored water at their kinsmen. Clad in wet clothes that revealed the contours of their breasts, hips and thighs, and with their hair disheveled and flower wreaths disarrayed due to excited movements, they presented a sight that stirred the minds of passionate men. Conclusion of the sacrifice. Yudhishthira, now consecrated emperor, seated along with his consorts in a chariot, decorated with golden chains and yoked to excellent horses, looked like an embodiment of Rajasuya. The king of sacrifices, with its subsidiary rites. This priest, after performing Patni Samyaja and other rites, connected with the concluding ceremonial path of the sacrificial festival, made Yudhishthira perform Achmana and take his bath in the Ganga with his consort Krishna, Draupadi. At that time, the kettle drums of the celestial mingled with those of men and sages. Pitris and men showered rains of flowers out of joy. People of all orders and communities also now took ceremonial bath in the Ganga, for by such bath even great sinners are freed from their sins. Next, Yudhishthira, wearing two fresh, unbleached clothes and duly decorated, honored the sacrificial priests and respected guests with presentation of clothes and ornaments. The king, who was devoted to Narayana, honored with presentations all relatives, friends, visitors, and functionaries in a fitting manner. Men with faces glowing like those of celestials moved about decorated with jewel-studded earrings, necklaces, turbans, coats, silk garments, costly pearl strings, etc., while the women shone with handsome faces, beautified with ear pendants and frontal curls and wearing golden girdles. Now all the visitors, the sacrificial priests of high status, the Vedic scholars, members who formed the sacrificial assembly, the members of the four orders of Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra, the ruler come on invitation, being like the celestials, rishis, pitris, and spirits with their followers. The celestials protecting the quarters all departed to their homes, having received the king's adoration and his leave to depart. Just as men never get satiated by drinking the immortal nectar, so did the people feel they had not done enough in bestowing praise on the sacrifice of Raja Rishi Yudhishthira, the servant of Hari. The king Yudhishthira, unwillingly to part with them, lovingly persuaded his friends, relatives, and Krishna to stay on with him for some time more. O noble one, the worshipful Lord, in order to please Yudhishthira, continued to stay with him, having sent back Samba and other Yadavas leaders to Dwaraka. Thus did King Yudhishthira easily span the ocean of his mind's aspirations, the performance of Rajasuya with the utmost ease owing to Krishna's grace, and his mind was now at peace, freed from all anxiety. Duryodhana's discomfiture. Seeing the splendor within the palace of Yudhishthira and the glory that the Rajasuya had brought him, Duryodhana felt sore at heart. That palace, built by the superhuman architect Maya, combined in itself all the splendor that formed the features of the palace of earthly emperors, of the king of Asuras and of Indra. The lord of Devas in that palace, Draupadi, was serving her husband. Seeing all this, Duryodhana, the head of the Kurus, who longed for all this glory and fame for himself and also desired Draupadi, burnt within out of jealousy. There within the palace were to be seen the 1,000 consorts of Krishna, each with a face like Sri Devi, moved about slowly on account of the weight of their hips, on feet that sent forth the tinkling sound of anklets. They were wearing on the chest precious pearl necklaces that had turned crimson from the contact of saffron powder applied to their breasts and were adorned with tremulous earrings and luxuriant locks. One day Yudhishthira was sitting in the assembly hall on a golden throne with all imperial majesty, looking like Indra, the celestial king himself. Extolled by Panigrass, he was surrounded by his relatives and brothers, and above all had besides him Krishna, who was like an eye to him. Now, O king, the proud Duryodhana, wearing a diadem and necklace, approached the hearth surrounded by his brothers. Holding sword in hand, he came in showering abuses at the guards at the entrance in order to show off his importance. On account of the device of visual illusions that Maya had incorporated, he saw water on dry land and held up the end of his clothes. Next he mistook a watery surface for dry land and fell into the water.
O noble one, seeing his plight, Bhima, the ladies and the other kings present, laughed, though restrained by Yudhishthira. But they received mischievous prompting from Krishna. Humiliated and crestfallen, Duryodhana was stunned into silence by burning anger, and he went away immediately to his capital Hastinapura. All good men in the assembly cried, "Alas, alas," and Yudhishthira felt unhappy at heart. The Lord, in whose presence all this took place, remained silent over what happened, for it was strangely engineered by him to cause the great Mahabharata war, whereby the earth's burdens were to be lightened. O king, I have now answered your question why Duryodhana showed displeasure at the great Rajasuya sacrifice.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Uttarartha Duryodhana Nama Mango Nama Panchasaptati Tamodhyaya Atha Shatsaptati Tamodhyaya.
Battle with Salva. Salva obtaining an aerial vehicle. Sri Shuka said, O king, hear of another wonderful deed of Krishna, who assumed a human body for his divine sport. It relates to the destruction of Salva, the king of Salva. At the time of Rukmini's marriage, Salva, a friend of Sisupala, was among the company of Jarasandha and other kings who were defeated by the Yadus. In the hearing of all the kings, Salva had vowed on that occasion, I shall rid the world of the whole race of Yadavas. You be the witness of my prowess. Having taken such a vow, that stupid man adored the all-powerful divinity Parameshwara, subsisting merely on a daily morsel of sand. The worshipful Lord Parameshwara, the consort of Parvati, on being propitiated, gladdened the heart of his devotee by granting him boons at the end of a year. Salva chose as boon a vehicle impervious to any attack by celestials, asuras, men, and Gandharvas, which could go anywhere as desired, and which would be a terror to the Rishnis. At the instance of Shiva, the Lord of Mountains, who bestowed the boon, Maya, the conqueror of his foes, built for Salva an aerial vehicle of steel named Salbha, which was as big as a palace. Salva's attack and Pradyumna's defense. Having obtained such a vehicle which could go anywhere, invisible and unapproachable because of an aura of darkness that hid it always, Salva, ever mindful of his enmity towards the Rishnis, flew towards Dwaraka. O thou hero among the Bharatas! With a huge army, Salva beleaguered Dwaraka and destroyed all the outer woodlands and gardens of the city. Attack was directed against the Gopuras with their gates and many storied mansions, their walls and recreation grounds, while weapons were showered from the aerial car above. Falling boulders, uprooted trees, flashes of lightning, rain of stones, serpents and cyclonic storms, clouds of dust, all released from Salva's aerial vehicle, converged on the place. Attacked in this way from Salva, Dwaraka, the city of Krishna, was very much afflicted as the earth by Tripurasura. The worshipful Pradyumna, of great name and courage, pacified the distressed subjects and got into his chariot to face the attackers. Following him, great car warriors and experts in archery like Satyaki, Charudeshna, Samba, Akrura, and his brother Kritavarma, Bahanuvinda, Gada, Sukha, and Sarana, all mailed and protected by guards, sallied forth, followed by regiments of elephants, horses, and infantry. Then began a battle between the Yadus and Salva, which was as fierce and thrilling as the battle between the Devas and the Asuras. In no time, Pradyumna, with the help of divine missiles, nullified the effects of the magical warfare of Salva as the sun dissipates the darkness of night. With 25 arrows, golden handled and with sharp metallic tips, Pradyumna struck the commander-in-chief of Salva's forces. He struck Salva himself with 100 arrows, each of his soldiers with an arrow, the commanders of the regiments with 10 arrows each, and the chariots with 3 arrows. Men of his own army and of the enemy expressed great admiration for valiant Pradyumna's wonderful feat of arms, sometimes seen in many forms, sometimes with a single form, and sometimes completely invisible. That aerial car, Salva, made by Maya, was a phenomenon beyond the conception of anyone. Without standing anywhere stationary, the vehicle now appeared on the earth, next in the sky, now on mountain top, next in water, and again as a far-circling ball of fire. The other warriors shot arrows wherever they sighted Salva and with the Salva and his army. These arrows, burning to the touch like fire and sun, and deadly like viper's poison, harassed Salva's vehicle and army, and Salva himself swooned. The other warriors were also harried very much like Salva's arrows, but eager to conquer the earth and the heaven, they managed to stand their ground firmly. Salva's powerful minister, Dyuman, who was previously hit by arrows, now approached Pradyumna and hit him with a metallic mace and gave out a wild yell of exultation. Pradyumna's withdrawal. Finding the great warrior Pradyumna injured on the chest by the stroke of the mace, his resourceful charioteer, the son of Dwaraka, withdrew his chariot from the field of battle. Krishna's son, Pradyumna, was restored to consciousness in a few minutes, whereupon he addressed his charioteer thus, O Suta, it is a pity that you took me away from the field of battle. It should not have been done. Except me, who has been forced to break the rules of Dharma owing to this cowardice of a charioteer, none in Yadu's line is known to have turned back in the field of battle. When I, who have withdrawn for safety from the field of battle, happen to meet my fathers Rama and Krishna, what reply can I give to their questionings? My brothers' wives will laugh at me as a coward. They will ask, O hero, say, how you come to exhibit the cowardice of a eunuch in the battle with the enemy? The charioteer said, O Lord, O long-lived one, I have done this only with the knowledge of the rules of warfare. The rule is, the charioteer must protect the master of the chariot when he is in danger, and the master of the chariot should protect the charioteer too when he is in danger. In the light of this rule, finding you overwhelmed by the enemy and thrown into a swoon by the stroke of the mace, I took you away from the thick of battle.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansan Sanhitayan Dashamaskande Uttararde Shalya Payutte Shat Saptati Tamo Dhyaya Atha Saptas Saptati Tamo Dhyaya.
The destruction of Salva. Krishna faces Salva. Sri Shuka said, doing achamana with water, Pradyumna put on his mail and took his bow, and asked his charioteer to drive him back to the proximity of the powerful Dyuman. Smiling, Pradyumna struck Dyuman, who was destroying the Yadava army, with 8 arrows. His 4 arrows killed the 4 horses and one the charioteer. 2 others cut off the enemy's bow and flagstaff, and the last one, his head. Gada, Satyaki, Samba, and other Yadava heroes destroyed the army of Salva. All the occupants of the aerial chariot had their heads severed, and their bodies fell into the sea. For 27 days, the din of this fierce battle of mutual slaughter between the Yadavas and Salva's armies raged. Meantime, Krishna, who was away at Indraprastha on Yudhishthira's invitation, had completed his mission connected with the Rajasuya sacrifice, and had granted liberation to Sisupala. Seeing many omens portending evil, he now took leave of the elders among the Kurus, the sages, Kunti Devi, Yudhishthira, and others, and hurried to his own city of Dwaraka. He thought within himself, I have come over here with my elder brother. Surely some kings, the allies of the dead Sisupala, the ruler of Chedi, must have attacked my capital, taking this opportunity. Seeing the danger threatening his people from the aerial vehicle Salva and King Salva, Kesava entrusted the protection of the city to his brother Rama, and then calling his charioteer Dwaraka, said, O charioteer, quickly drive my chariot to where Salva is. You need feel no fear or hesitation. Salva is an adept in the magical art. Much of what he has put up is illusory. Instructed in this way, Dwaraka drove the chariot. Soon the enemy forces and the Yadavas began to see Garuda, the emblem of Krishna's chariot, moving about in the ranks. Seeing Krishna, Salva, whose army had by this time been decimated, hurled a very fast-moving whistling lance at the charioteer of Krishna. With his arrows, the Lord cut into 100 pieces that lance which was approaching fast across the sky like a meteor, illumining the quarters. He attacked Salva with 16 arrows, and just as the sun pours his rays across the sky, he spread arrows at the aerial car Supahar, which was moving about in the sky. With his arrows, Salva hit the left arm of Krishna, in which he held his bow Saranga, and to the wonder of all, the bow Saranga fell down from his hand. There arose the tumultuous cry of "Ha ha" from those witnessing the battle. Salva, the master of Salva, cried out as follows to Janardana in a loud voice, "O fool, in the presence of us all, you abducted the wife of our friend Sisupala, who is your cousin, the son of your own father's sister. That friend, because of not being properly guarded, met with his death at your hands in the assembly hall. If you, who boast that you cannot be defeated, dare to stand before me for some time, I shall send you to a realm from which you shall never return." Salva's magical warfare. The Lord said, "O witless one, you are talking vain words. Don't you see death standing near you? Brave men show their courage in action, and not in vain words like you." Saying so, the worshipful Lord, roused in anger, struck Salva on his neck with his fast-moving mace. Salva thereupon trembled and vomited blood. When the mace had come back to the Lord, Salva disappeared from sight. A little while after, a man appeared and fell prostrate before Achyuta, and said, weeping, that he was sent there by Devaki Deva. He said, "O Krishna, thou of powerful arms, your dear father has been bound up by Salva and led away as an animal by a butcher." On hearing this, the merciful Lord, following the ways of men, was struck with grief out of love for his father, and said like an ordinary man, "How could it be that this insignificant Salva has led away my father, defeating Rama, who is ever unperturbed and who is unconquerable even by Devas and Asuras? This is my fate, firm and unalterable." While Govinda was thus reflecting, Salva, the master of Salva, appeared before him with a figure resembling Vasudeva, the father of Krishna, and said to him, "Here is your father for whose sake you are living. I am going to kill him in your very presence. Protect him if you can, O fool."
After this false speech, that expert in magical arts severed the head of Vasudeva with his sword, and entered with it into his aerial car, Salva, that was waiting in the sky. Even that great personage, Krishna, though ever established in his inherent knowledge, was for a moment overwhelmed by human feelings. But presently he understood that it was all the fabrication of the magical arts of Asuras, in which the Asura teacher, Maya, had instructed Salva. Roused from his dejection, Krishna looked around, but could find neither the messenger nor his father's body. He looked like one roused from the experience of a dream. Now, seeing Salva seated in his aerial car and moving about in the sky, Krishna decided to kill him. This is the self-contradictory version of some rishis. They do not realize that it goes against what they themselves have said earlier. Where is sorrow and infatuation, attachment and fear, the characteristics of ignorant persons? And where is Krishna, whose knowledge and experience of the spiritual verity is always undimmed and who is ever endowed with all powers and majesties of divinity? he by the service of whose feet saints attain to that intense knowledge of the Atman, which wipes away the beginningless ignorance causing the contrary notion of the body being the Atman, and by whose service they are established in that endless state of divine bliss. How can there be infatuation and other forms of weakness for that supreme one, the final goal of all wise men? The slaughter of Salva. The Lord, whose prowess nothing can dim, struck at the valiantly fighting Salva with his arrows, shattered his armor and bow, and sheared off the jewel on his crown. Besides smashing his aerial vehicle to pieces with his mace, struck by the mace released by Krishna, so by that aerial vehicle fell into the sea, shattered to pieces. Thereupon Salva, abandoning that vehicle, stood on the ground and rushed at Achyuta with a mace in hand. With a missile known as Bala, Krishna cut the arms of Salva. Then, with a view to destroy Salva, Krishna took up his discus, brilliant like the sun and the cosmic dissolution. With that in hand, he looked like the mountain of sunrise in the east, with the sun's disk on its crest. As Indra cut off the head of Vritra with his thunderbolt, so did Krishna sever Salva's head adorned with earrings and diadem. The cry of ha ha rose from the people all around. When the Salva was shattered by the stroke of mace and the sinful Salva killed, the celestials sounded their drums in the heavens. And Dantavakra, a close friend of Salva, now came forward to attack in order to avenge the death of his friend.
Mahapurane Paranhamsya Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Sauma Saubhava Do Nama Sapta Saptati Tamo Dhyaya. Athashta Saptati Tamo Dhyaya.
The salvation of Dantavakra. Confrontation with Dantavakra. Sri Sukha said, O great king, as an act of friendship to favor an absent friend, the evil-minded and powerful Dantavakra was anxious to avenge the death of his friends, Sisupala, Salva, and Paundraka. So alone and on foot, a huge-bodied person was found to approach Krishna in great anger, with a mace in hand, causing tremors on the earth by his tread. Seeing him in advance, Krishna got down from his chariot with a mace and stopped him, as the shore does an advancing wave. The perverse and haughty Dantavakra said to Krishna with his mace uplifted, It is by good luck that I have you before me today. Though you are the son of my uncle, yet seeing that you are hostile to your relatives and want to kill me also, I am now going to destroy you, low-witted one, with my mace as powerful as thunderbolt. O fool, killing you, who are an enemy in the form of a relative like a disease in one's body, I am going to repay the debt I owe my dead friends. Harassing Krishna with such sharp words, like an elephant with a goat, Dantavakra struck him on his head with his mace, and then raised a lion roar. Krishna, the ornament of the Yadava clan, was quite unmoved by the stroke of the mace. He in turn struck Dantavakra in his chest with his heavy mace Kaumodaki. With his heart ruptured by that blow, Dantavakra fell dead on the earth, vomiting blood and with hands thrown out and hair scattered. O king, just as at the death of Sisupala, a subtle and unique light passed from him also into Krishna, as all people watched. Dantavakra's brother, Vidurata, being aggrieved at the former's death, now rushed forward, breathing hard and handling a sword and a shield, with a view to kill Krishna. With his discus sharp as razor, Krishna cut off his head of the rushing adversary along with his diadem and earrings. For destroying the Salva, Dantavakra, and Vidurata, all torments to the people, the Lord was extolled by men and devas, praised by the Munis, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, Sarpas, Apsaras, Pitris, Yakshas, Kinnaras, and Charanas for his victories, covered with a rain of flowers by them, and surrounded by Yadava heroes. Krishna now entered the decorated city of Dwaraka.
In this way, the ignorant world thinks of the worshipful Lord, the master of yoga and the ruler of the worlds, as sometimes victorious and sometimes defeated. Balarama as Namisaranya, hearing of the preparations for war between the Kauravas and Pandavas, Rama, who was neutral in his sympathy for both parties, left the scene under the pretext of a pilgrimage. After taking bath at Prabhasa and doing the preparatory rites for devas, rishis, pitris, and man, he went along the upward course of the river Saraswati, accompanied by many holy men, Oskion of the Bharata family, passing through the holy spots of Pritudaka, Bindusaras, Tritakupa, Sudarshana, Visala, Brahmatirtha, Chakratirtha, and the east flowing Saraswati, as well as the holy spots on the banks of the Yamuna and Ganga. He finally reached Namisharanya, where Sonaka and other rishis were engaged in a satra, a sacrifice of very long duration. Recognizing the guest to be divine personage, the rishis who were engaged in the prolonged sacrifice received him in proper form and kept standing. After accepting the honors bestowed on him and his party, Balarama took his place on a seat. In the gathering day, he noticed the Sutta Romashashana, the disciple of Vyasa, sitting. He got angry at the sight of this Sutta Romashana sitting on a seat higher than those of the rishis and showing no sign of respect towards him by standing up or even by a salutation with his hands. He said, "This low-born man who sits on a very high seat without showing any respect to the rishis and to us, a protector of dharma, deserves death. It is not ignorance that makes him do so. He is a disciple of the worshipful Rishi Vyasa. He is instructed in many scriptural texts like Itihasas, Puranas, and Dharmasastras. All this has not benefited him in any way, just as the noble parts he plays do not in any way benefit an actor who has not learned to control his senses. So also the study of the Shastras is of no use to one who has no sense control and humility. He only gets conceited with his scholarship. His knowledge of the Shastras only goes to enhance his ego. The purpose of any incarnation is to punish all those who violate Dharma. Hypocrites who put on the facade of Dharma but violate in the spirit and action also deserve death. For they are double sinners insofar as they themselves violate Dharma and mislead others also to do the same. Saying so, the worshipful Lord, all-powerful, though now on pilgrimage and hence withdrawn from such acts as fighting and punishment, took a blade of kusa grass and struck down the Sutta with it. The propriety of this act may be questioned, and all that can be said is that it was destined to take place. Balarama's atonement. The sages all exclaimed, "Ha ha," in sorrow, and said to Balarama, "O Lord, you have done an unrighteous action. O gladdener of the Yadu clan, we have given him a seat due to Brahmana for expounding the sacred text during the course of the Sastra, and he is not to get up from his seat in honor of any coming in when he is engaged in expounding. We have assured him health and life until Satra is over. What you have done is the slaughter of a holy man without probably realizing it. On you, who are the Lord of all yogis, even Vedic injunctions may not be binding. But in the interests of the world, it is better that even such ones as you observe these rules to set an example. O thou, who sanctifiest the world, if out of thy own accord thou dost proper atonement for the sin of killing holy men, that would promote the world's welfare. Otherwise people will follow thy wrong example." Lord Balarama said, "I shall do the expiation of the slaughter. For the slaughter, please lay down the most stringent penance I should undergo. Besides, by my yoga maya, I shall receive the sutta. Grant him long life, powers of mind and senses, and whatever else you want." The rishi said, "O Rama, do what you like, but at the same time validate the reputation of thy weapon, prowess and the sutta's death on the one hand, and on our word to the sutta on the other." Lord Balarama said, The Veda says that it is the Father himself that is born as the Son. So his son, Ugrasaravas, will have a long life, a powerful mind and sense faculties, and he will recite the Puranas to you. O great sages, if you tell me what else you want, I shall do accordingly, as I do not know what penance I should perform in atonement. Please instruct me about that. The rishi said, there is a terrible Rakshasa named Balvala, the son of Ilvala. He defiles our satra on every full and new moon days by casting putrid blood, feces, urine, liquor, and flesh. By slaying the sinful Rakshasa who distresses us in this way, thou wilt be doing a great service to us. After that, by going round the whole Bharata Varsha for 12 months as a pilgrim and taking bath in all holy streams in the country, thou wilt become purified.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararte Baladeva Charitre Balva Lavadhopa Rumo Namashta Saptati To Dhyaya Ate Gona Shititamo Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Pilgrimage of Balarama, the destruction of Balvala. Sri Sukha said, O king, when it was the next full moon day, there arose a terrible storm with clouds of dust and a foul smell spreading everywhere. It was followed by a rain of feces in the sacrificial hall sent by Balvala. The Rakshasas himself appeared soon with his trident.
His body was huge in size and blue in color, like the inside surface of the split mountain of an Italy. The hair on his head and face were in color like heated copper, and his brow was curled and his molars fierce to look at seeing him. Balarama thought of his pestle, the weapon of shattering enemy forces, and of plough weapon, the destroyer of demonic beings, dragging down the sky-ringing Balabam by his plough weapon. The irate Balarama delivered a blow with his pestle on the head of that demon who had troubling the holy men. With his forehead shattered, with blood pouring and giving him a dreadful howl, he fell dead on the earth like a mountain cleft by a thunderclap. The Munis extolled Rama, pronounced their unfailing blessings on him, and gave that great one a bath of consecration, as Devas did to Indra at the time of the destruction of Vikra. They presented him with the wreath known as Vajanti, very brilliant, ever brilliant because of being made of unfading lotus flowers, and 2 cloths and ornaments worthy of the celestials. The all-Bharata pilgrimage of Balarama. Afterwards permitted by those Munis, Balarama proceeded to and bathed in the river Kaushiki, and from there went to the holy lake that forms the source of the river Saryu. Traveling along the course of that Saryu, he arrived at Prayaga, where he performed holy bath in Ganga, performed sacred rites for propitiating devas and all other beings, and proceeds to Pula, hermitage, known also as Hariksheta, bathing in Komti, Dandi, Vipasa. He reached Gaya, where he performed rites for the Pitris. At the confluence of the Ganga with the sea, he bathed and did purificatory rites. Then he proceeded to Mount Mahendra, where he met Purashama and made obeisance to him. Proceeding from that place, he took bathe in Subgodavari, where the Godavari divides into 7 streams, at the Veena, the lake Pama, and the Brahmati he next worshipped at the shrine of Shikanda and proceeds to Sri Shailam, the abode of Shiva, and from there to the holiest of holy place in Dwaraka country, Vankantri, Tripruchi, to Kamakoshi, Kanchipurma, and the most holy river, Kaveri, and to Srirangam, where there is a special manifestation of the Lord. He then went to Rishabha mountain, a place holy to Sri Hari, the southern Mudra, and reached the great sun-destroying Setu at the shore of the ocean. At Setu, he gave 10,000 cows as gift to holy men, and then went to the rivers Kritamala and Tamrakari, and from there to Malaya mountain. He worshipped Agastya, who was performing austerities there. Receiving his blessings, he reached to the shores of southern sea and worshipped the shrine of Durga, known as Kanyakumari. From there he went to Palguna, more commonly known as Anantapurama, that is modern Trivandrum, where Mahavishnu has manifested himself as Pradampa, and took his bathe in holy lake Panchasparasa, Padmatri, where he made a gift of 10,000 cows to the holy men. Then travelling through the countries of Kerala and Trigatha, he reached Gokarna, a holy place of pilgrimage, sacred to Sri Parameswara, where the Druji Shiva is always present. He then worshipped at the Durga of the island, Makambika, reached Supraraka, took a bath in the holy water of Tapi Payoshni and Nivandaya, and reached Dandaka. He next went to the river Riva, on which banks of the city Mahahishmati stood. Then bathing in Manutrita, he reached Prabhasha once again. Conclusion of Bala's pilgrimage and the Kuru Pandava war. At Prabhasmara, Balarama heard from the conversation of the Brahmanas that the earth had been rid of most of its burdens by the death of vast numbers of Kshatriya rulers in the war between the Kurus and the Pandavas. He then directed his course to Kurukshetra in order to interview and stop the mace combat between Duryodhana and Bhimasena that was then going on. Yudhishthira, Nakula, Sahasdeva, besides Krishna and Arjuna, saluted him and stood silent, much concerned to know what was in his mind. Seeing Bhima and Duryodhana fighting fiercely for victory, exhibiting various wheeling movements of mace warfare, Balarama said, "O Raja Duryodhana, O Bhima, I consider both of you as heroes equal and well matched. One, Bhima, is superior in point of strength, the other, Duryodhana, in training. Therefore, in the fight between you two of equal prowess, there is no sign of victory or defeat for either. Therefore, let this vain fight be stopped. But, O King, with bitter remembrance of the insulting words spoken and the treacherous offences perpetrated, the mutual antagonism between the two cousins was such that they refused to give ear to this wise counsel. Concluding that this attitude theirs was dictated by their past karma, Rama went back to Dwaraka to the great joy of Yugesena and other relatives. Balarama, who was himself an embodiment of Yajna, now went again to Namisaranya, and having now withdrawn himself from all warfare, was engaged by the rishis in the performance of many sacrifices.
the all-powerful and worshipful Lord Balarama imparted to them the purest and highest form of spiritual illumination, by virtue of which they realized the whole universe and as grounded in the Atman, and the Atman as pervading everything. Having performed the terminal sacrificial bath, adorned with fresh silk cloth and decorations and surrounded by relatives, Balarama, along with his wife, looked like a moon surrounded by its effulgence. Innumerable are such marvelous deeds performed by Balarama of great strength, limitless glory, and immeasurable prowess under the guise of men. Whoever in the morning and evening ponders over the works of Rama of wonderful deeds, the incarnations of Adishya, that meritorious man will be ever dear to Mahavishnu, the Supreme Lord.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Baladeva Tirtha Yatra Nirupanam Namekona Shititamo Dhyaya Atha Shititamo Dhyaya Rajo Vacha.
The story of Sridhama, the bliss of divine communion. The Raja Pratikshit said, O Master, O wonderful one, I desire to hear whatever more you could say about the expressions of the divine prowess of the Lord Mukunda, the Supreme Being, the seat of infinite glories. O great Rishi, who is this man of sound discrimination being depressed by the pursuit of desires that would withdrawn from listening repeatedly to the account of the Lord's excellences when he has once been initiated into them? That indeed is real speech which expounds the glories of the Lord. That indeed a true hand which performs his service. That indeed a worthy mind that remembers the Lord as dwelling in everything. That indeed an ear functioning truly which listens to accounts of him. One is said to have a head really if that head bows itself down to living and non-living beings, devotees and images, as symbols of the divine. One is said to have eyes if one has the insight to see the divine presence in them both. And one is said to have bodily parts if they get drenched with the water with which his feet and the feet of the devotees are washed. The poverty-stricken condition of Sudama. Sutta said, being thus questioned by Parikshit, a protege of Vishnu, the worshipful Shuka, the son of Badarayana, spoke with his mind fully absorbed in the Lord Vasudeva. Sri Sukha said, there was a certain Brahmana, a dear friend of Krishna, who was highly versed in the Vedas, full of renunciation for sense objects, peaceful and endowed with mastery over the senses. He was a householder sustaining on that chance brought him. He was called Kuchela because he was the only one with dirty clothes to wear, his real name being Sridhama. His wife too was like him in all respects, looking famished for want of food. She was known as Shutsama, the good lady, a chaste and devoted wife. One day said to her husband with great trepidation and with a face faded because of extreme poverty, O Holy One, the worshipful Lord Krishna of the Satyava clan, the veritable coast of Shri, the goodness of prosperity, is a friend of your holiness. He is a lover of pious men and a haven of refuge to all, for all. O venerable sir, approach him who is one support of all good men. He will give plenty of wealth to you, an indigent householder. He, the lord of the Bhojas, Ahankas, and the Vrishnis, is now residing in Dwaraka, the supreme guide and master of the world that he is. It is said that he gives himself up to those that adore him. It is then needless to say that he will grant wealth and fulfillment of desires to such devotees, though these may not be desirable in the last resort. Being thus entreated several times by his wife in all humility, Kuchela finally decided to go to Dwaraka with the thought that the most precious gain from the undertaking would be the opportunity to meet Krishna, the Lord of abounding fame. He therefore asked his wife, "O good lady, give me whatever there is in the house to be offered as a present." She gave as a material for presentation 4 handfuls of flattened rice got by begging from the neighboring houses of Brahmanas, and bundled it in a piece of cloth.
Walked to Dwaraka, thinking all along the way how he could meet Krishna. Passing through 3 military checkposts and 3 gates, the Brahmana, along with some other holy men, entered the rather inaccessible residential quarters of the Andakas and the Vrishnis, who were devoted to Krishna. Then he neared the 16,000 houses of Krishna's consorts and entered into one which appeared most splendid among them. Thereupon he felt as if he was enjoying the bliss of Brahmana. Krishna's reception of Sudama. Seeing him from a distance, Achyuta, who was then sitting with his consort on a court, got up in haste and rushed out to greet the Brahmana and grasped him by his arms. The contact of his dear friend filled the mind of Krishna with bliss and brought tears to his lotus eyes. He seated his friend on his own court, honored him with gifts and washed his feet, and then, "O king, he who is the worshipful Lord, the Holy One who sanctifies the whole world, took that water and sprinkled it on his own head. Next he smeared his friend's body with fragrant unguents, adored him with lights and the fumes of sweet-smelling incense, offered him betel leaves, and presented him a cow. He then spoke to him words of welcome. Rukmini Devi, who was none but Sri Devi, found that Brahmana dressed in rags, unclean and unkempt, and having all the veins standing out in his famished body. Everyone in the palace was astonished to see Krishna of faultless fame worshipping that Brahmana of very dirty appearance with such great delight. What great meritorious deeds must have been done by this Brahmana to deserve all this attention. He is unclean and unkempt like a beggar, and penniless, liable to be shunned and considered degraded by people in the world generally. Lo, he has been embraced like an elder brother by Krishna, the Lord of the 3 spheres and abode of Shri, getting up from the court where he was seated with his consort. Reminiscence of the Gurukula days. O king, Krishna and the Brahmana sat hand in hand and began to talk about the memorable experiences they had during their residence in the Guru's abode. The worshipful Lord said, "O learned one, in the Vedas and Dharmashastras, after leaving the Guru's abode, giving the Guru Dakshina, parting present to the Guru, have you wedded a well-matched wife or not? Your mind has not been corrupted by attachment to life of the world. O learned one, I understand that you do not care for wealth at all. There are some who, though devoid of desires, work as I do, for the welfare of the world, abandoning all self-centered motivation implanted by nature. O learned one, do you remember our life at the teacher's abode, a period of life during which the Vedic student is expected to gather that knowledge by knowing which he can transcend the darkness of ignorance? He through whom one is born in this world is one's first Guru. For the twice born ones, he who invests them with the sacred thread and gives them eligibility for all Vedic rites is the second Guru. who should be venerated like Ishvara, even more than his first guru, and he who gives spiritual illumination to members of all ashramas, orders of life, is the greatest of all gurus, and that is myself. Those who, through instruction of myself, the guru, are able to cross the ocean of samsara, easily they among the fellow followers of the four varnas and orders of life, are the knowers of the true meaning of life. Though I am residing in all beings, I am not as pleased by various forms of service like yajna, brahmacharan's duties, austerity, or renunciation, as I am by the service of me through the Guru. O learned one, do you remember what happened to us when we once went to the forest to collect fuel at the instance of our Guru's wife? O twice born one, when we were in the densely wooded forest, we were overtaken by heavy unseasonal rain accompanied by powerful winds and fierce thunder and lightning. Soon the sun set and everything was overcast with darkness. The place being flooded with water, it was impossible to distinguish high and low levels on the ground. Hand in hand, we roamed about in that flooded forest without knowing even the directions, and in utter distress from the fierce wind and rain. Coming to know our condition in the morning, our teacher Sandipani came in search for us into the forest and saw us in that pitiable situation. He then said, Alas, O children, you have suffered very much for us. Life is the dearest thing for all creatures. Setting no value on it even, you have devoted yourselves to my service. The real Guru Dakshina, present to the Guru, giving by the highest type of disciples, is the offering out of devotion of even this body, which is the means for achieving everything in life. O noblest of the twice-born ones, I am mightily pleased with you. May the Vedas, which you learned from me, unfadingly fruitful to you in this world and the next. Many were such incidents that took place during our stay in the Guru's house. Do you remember them? It is only by the grace of the Guru that man attains to the fulfillment of his aspirations in life and to the peace of the spirit within. The Brahmana said, O supreme divinity, O teacher of the worlds, what other fulfillment is there for us to attain, who had the good fortune to stay in the Guru's abode with you, whose thoughts always become true? O all-pervading being, for him whose body is constituted of the Veda, the source of all round welfare, residence in the Guru's abode is merely for conformity with human ways.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Shridama Charite Shatitati Tamodhyaya Athai Atha Eka Shatitamo Dhyaya.
Grace abounding, the handful of flattened rice. Sri Sukha said, Sri Hari, who has insight into the minds of all beings, said smilingly to that great Brahmana in the course of conversation, the worshipful Lord Krishna, the goal of all spiritual men and promoter of spiritual living, looked longingly at his friend and said, smiling, the worshipful Lord said, O Venerable One, what present have you brought for me from home? Even a trifle offered to me by a devotee with love, I consider as great. What is given by people without devotion, even if be of great value, does not give me any satisfaction. Whatever is offered to me with devotion, be it a leaf, or flower, or fruit, or even water, I accept with delight such offerings born of man's deep faith in love. Though addressed in this way, the Brahmana, bashful and looking down, did not present that handful of flattened rice to the Lord, who is the consort of Shri, the goddess of prosperity. Lord Krishna, who is really the witness of the innermost thoughts of all, understood the cause of his coming and thought, he never worshipped me for wealth. My friend is now coming to me at the instance of his loyal wife. I shall grant him wealth beyond the dreams of man. Thinking so, he himself took hold of the small quantity of flattened rice tied in a rag, which that Brahmana was carrying attached to his wearing cloth. He took hold of it, exclaiming, Oh, what does it contain? O friend, I am very fond of flattened rice which you have brought for me. It will give immense satisfaction to me, the soul of all the world. With these words, he took one fistful of that flattened rice and ate it, and then took another in hand. At this, Rukmini Devi, who was none but Sri Devi ever devoted to the Lord, caught hold of his hand, preventing the Supreme Lord from eating more of it. The Devi said, O soul of the universe, by what you have already eaten, you have conferred on him prosperity year and year after, to your satisfaction. Sridharma's reverie on the way back. The Brahmana spent a happy night at Achyuta's residence, taking food and rest, and feeling himself transported to the heavenly region. Next morning, he started home, adored and for some distance accompanied by the Lord who confers prosperity on the world and who is himself ever established in his inherent bliss. Sudama had neither prayed to Krishna for wealth, nor had Krishna given any, as far as he knew then. He felt ashamed that he had gone for such a paltry thing as wealth, but experienced great joy in feeling that the visit gave him occasion to see the great ones. He thought within himself, today I have witnessed the Lord's love of holy men, how he regards them as adorable beings. Me, the poorest of the poor, he was pleased to hug his chest, which is the residence of the Sri. Where am I, the poorest of the poor, and a sinner to boot? And where is Krishna, the abode of Sri? Though a degenerate man, because I bear the signs of holiness, he embraced me. Like a brother, he made me sit with himself on a court on which he usually sits with his queen. My tired body was fanned with chowri by his consort. By every form of service, including shampooing of feet and application of sandal paste, I was honored by him, who is the God of all gods and a lover of holy men. The service of the Lord's feet is a source of man's welfare in all respects, whether it be for attainment of heaven or moksha, for the acquisition of wealth in Rasatala or on earth. The merciful Lord did not give me any wealth, only because a poor man on getting wealth is likely to become extremely vain and proud and cease to think of the Lord. Krishna blessing Sridharma with prosperity. Thinking thus within himself, he reached where his house stood and saw there the towers of mansions luminous like sun, moon, and fire. He found there numerous parks and gardens full of chirping birds and lakes abounding in flowers like blooming blue lotuses, red lotuses, kalhara, and water lilies. At the house were several well-dressed male guards and female attendants of beautiful appearance. As he stood confused, thinking, what is all this? What place is this? How has it been converted into this condition? And so on. That high-souled one was received with tumultuous sounds of musical and percussion instruments by a batch of men and women, radiant like celestials. Hearing that her husband had arrived, his wife, full of joy and excitement, came out of the house like Shri from her abode of lotuses. As she saw her husband before her, tears of joy flowed down the eyes of that devoted wife out of the excitement of love. With eyes closed, she mentally prostrated before him and embraced him. He was amazed to see his wife like a luminous celestial sitting in an aerial car surrounded by bejeweled female attendants. Delighted he with his wife entered into the house, which, like Indra's abode, was supported on numerous columns studded with gems. Beds soft like the froth of milk, cots made of ivory, articles of daily use made of gold, chowry fans with golden handles, golden thrones with soft pillows, canopies of brilliant hues with pearl strings dangling, walls of crystal and emeralds on which were handsome figurines of females holding brilliant lamps of precious stones. Lavish luxuries of such description greeted the Brahmana's eyes at his house. But unperturbed by all that, he began to cogitate in his mind how all the wealth had come to him quite undeserved. He reflected, the reason for the attainment of this kind of heavenly prosperity by me, a hapless man, perpetually poverty-stricken, must certainly be the meeting I had with the Lord Krishna, who is the embodiment of all divine majesties. My friend, the leader of the Dasaras, is an enjoyer of unlimited abundance, and his gifts to suppliants are always abundant. However big, he showers his blessings on them, as clouds do rain, without any announcement, in such plenty, as if they were a trifle. Even a matchless blessing he gives, he considers as nothing. And even a trifling thing that the devotee offers him is great in his eyes. That is why the Great One Krishna ate with much satisfaction the insignificant handful of flattened rice carried by me. May I, who have had this intimate association with the Great One Krishna, the abode of all auspicious qualities, be blessed with love, comradeship, and servitude in respect of him in life after life. And may I also have association with his devotees. On devotees who have no understanding of their own long-time interest, the Lord, who has perception of it, does not give too much wealth, royal power, big following, or high skills, lest the resulting pride from their possessions should lead to their spiritual fall. That I have been blessed with wealth is a great ordeal for me. Concluding in this way, by reflection, the Brahmana, who had intense devotion to Krishna, desired to renounce the objects of worldly life completely. Nonetheless, to please his wife, he lived in the world, enjoying the unprohibited objects without getting involved or cultivating attachment for them. The holy men are the special object of honor for Sri Hari, the God of gods, the presiding deity of all yajanas, and the Lord of all. There is nothing else for him to adore. In this way, that Brahmana, Krishna's friend, discovered that the Lord, who is unconquerable by others, can be conquered by the devotees by virtue of their devotion. He therefore spent his time in continuous meditation on him until the knot of his heart's bondage was cut, and he attained to Mahavishnu's realm, the goal of all pious men. By listening to the story of Kuchela, Brahmana, and particularly about the Lord's devotion to holy men, aspirants will attain love of God and get liberation from the shackles of karma.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Pritikopa Khyanan Namaika Shititamo Dhyaya Atha Dhyashititamo Dhyaya.
The festival at Syamantaka Panchaka, camp at Satyamka Panchaka. Sri Shuta said, while Rama and Krishna were thus residing in Dwaraka, there took place a full and prolonged eclipse of the sun as the end of the Kalpa. Knowing beforehand about the occurrence of eclipse, large numbers of people went in advance to Syamantaka Panchaka to perform holy baths and rituals conducive to their welfare. There it was that, in days of old, Parashurama, the most noted among warriors, created large pools with blood of kings he slaughtered in his campaign to erase the race of Kshatriyas from the world. Though the worship Parashurama, being of divine origin, was unaffected by karma, yet for setting an example to the world at large, he performed worship at the place for the extradition of his sins like an ordinary man. Large numbers of people from all parts of Bharata assembled on pilgrimage, and among them were Yadavas like Akurara, Vasudeva, and Yugesena. Leaving Aniruddha, the commander, Kritavarma, Suchandara, Sukha, and Sarana were the protection for the city of Dwaraka, and other Yadavas like Gada, Pradyumna, and Samba went on that pilgrimage desirous of cleaning themselves of all their sins. The way to Syamantaka Panchaka was embellished by the movements of the Yadavas of impressive appearances, bedecked with golden necklaces, wreaths, garments, and armor, and seated in chariots resembling the vehicles of the Devas, and accompanied by cavalry moving like waves, the elephants trumpeting their rumbling chords, by troops of foot soldiers, brilliant like Vijayadeshas. Assembled there were their wives, who were superbly dressed and decorated. Men took bath in holy water and performed worship with great concentration, observing fast. Then they gave gifts of cows decorated with cloth, wreaths, and golden chains to the holy men. After this, they took bath in the water sanctified by Parasurama, with prayer in their heart to be blessed with firm devotion to Krishna. They then fled holy men with dainty dishes, permitted by these holy men, the Yadavas, who took upon Krishna to their deity, took food themselves, and rested under the cool shades of the trees. They also met old friends, relatives, and royalties that had gathered at the spot. Meeting of friends and relatives. While they came across rulers of many countries, allies, and also hostile rulers of Matsya, Urisnara, Kosala, Vidyabha, Kausara, Srijava, Kambuja, Kikaya, Madra, Anarta, Kerala, etc. They also met friends like Nanda and his Gopas, and above all the Gopis, who had long been pinning for the sight of the Lord. Owing to the excitement of the surprise meeting, the lotus of their hearts and faces bloomed fully, and they embraced one another in blissful abandon, shedding tears of joy, experiencing horripilations all over the body, and having their voices choked with emotion. The women, too, on meeting together, viewed one another with frank and friendly looks, accompanied by smiles conveying cordial love, and they held each other in tight embrace, their saffron-painted breasts pressing against breasts, and their eyes shedding tears of joy. These ladies, after saluting the elders, and after receiving the obeisance and welcome from those younger to them, began to exchange notes about Krishna's sportive actions. Prita, Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, seeing there her brothers, sisters, their children, parents, sisters-in-law, and Krishna all together, began to converse, forgetting all her sorrows. Kunti Devi said, addressing Vasudeva, "O respected elder brother, I consider myself an extremely unfortunate person. For men of great nobility that you are, you do not bestow any thought on me when I am in danger. Those to whom providence is not favorable are not, in spite of close relationships, remembered by friends, relatives, sons, brothers, and even parents." Vasudeva said, "O good lady, don't accuse us who are human toys in the hands of God. The whole world functions subservient to the Supreme Lord and according to His will. Persecuted by Kamsa, we, the Yadavas, have had to run away from our land and wander about in other parts of the country. O sister, it is only now that Providence has restored us again to the state we have lost." All the assembled kings, received and welcomed by Yadava's leaders like Vasudeva, met Sri Krishna and felt highly elated with bliss. Bhishma, Drona, Dhritarashtra, Gadhari, and all her sons, the Pandavas, with their wives, Kunti Devi, Sri Jaya, Vidura, Kripa, Kunti Bhoja, Virata, Bhishmaka, Naranjit, Purujit, Drupada, Salva, Drishtaketu, Kiaja, Damagosha, Janaka, Makara, Kiyaka, Yudimanyu, Surasma, Balika. They and their sons and other kings who are partisans of Yudhishthira had arrived there and were all wonderstruck to see Krishna, the paragon of beauty, in the company of his consorts. All these were very much pleased to be welcomed and received by Rama and Krishna, and they were unanimously congratulated by Vrishis on having Krishna as their support, and said, "O King of the Bhojas, you and your men are the most fortunate persons on earth, for you are able to see Krishna always, whom it is difficult to even yogis to perceive. He whose fame extolled in the Vedas purifies the whole universe, the water flowing from whose feet, namely the Ganga, and the words flowing from whose mouth, the Sastras, purifying the world. He, by the contact of those of whose feet the earth, though doomed by the destructive threat of time, yields none the less all our needs in plenty. That Mahavishnu, who has the power to grant even to sinful people heaven or liberation, or that desireless state which does not care even for those two, dwell in your house as the divine incarnate. He you see every day, touch, travel with, talk with, sleep with, and sit with. With him do you maintain marriage relationship and the obligation of performing funeral obsequies. You indeed are the blessed people who have realized the highest purpose of life." Krishna's meeting Nanda and Yashoda. Sri Krishna said, knowing that the Yadavas headed by Krishna had come here, Nanda, where we went to meet them, surrounded by Gopas carrying the materials that they had brought in their carts. When they saw Nanda, the Yadavas, who had long been intensely longing to meet him, sprang up their seats in great joy, as swooning bodies do when the prana returns to them, and held him in warm embrace. Vasudeva embraced him in great joy, and recalled much emotion the ordeals to which Kamsa had put him, and his abandoning his son in Gokula for their safety. O noblest of the Kurus, Rama and Krishna, after being obeisant to their foster parents, embraced them and remained mute. Their voice choked by tears of joy they were shedding out of intensity of love, placing Rama on their own seats and embracing them in their hands. The blessed Yashoda and Nanda overcame their sorrows of separation. Rohini and Devaka, the real mothers of Rama and Krishna, embraced Yashoda, the queen of Raja, and shedding tears out of memories of the great service she had rendered, then spoke thus to her. O queen of Raja, the goodwill and friendship you have extended to us in all situations cannot be compensated even by the gift of all the abundant wealth of Indra. Who can forget it? O respected lady, these two children, who had never seen their parents, were deposited with you. As the ears are protected by the eyelids, so were they protected by you, and enabled to live and grow without any fear or danger, receiving from you, their foster parents, all endearment, nourishment, and protection. Pious persons like you make no difference between mine and thine. Sri Shuka said, the gopis, finding their dear Krishna near after such a long interval, gazed at him steadily, cursing the Creator who had given them eyelids, which by winking obstructed their sight in him occasionally. They drew him through the eyes into the heart, where they embraced him and attained to that Krishna consciousness which is difficult to attain even the yogis merged in samadhi. Krishna meeting the gopis. The Lord privately met the gopis who were communing with him, as described above in their hearts, made enquiries about their welfare, embraced them, and said as follows: Do you remember us who have been compelled to be away from you for such a long time, engaged in the destruction of enemies for promoting the interests of our clan? Do you, for this reason, mistake us to be ungrateful? There is no ground for this, as it is providence that unites and separates people in this world. Just as the wind brings together and scatters such diverse objects as clouds, cotton, grass, and dust, so does the Creator unite creatures for a time and then separate them. Devotion to me is what bestows the immortal bliss of liberation to beings. Fortunately, you are endowed with that love of me which helps one to attain to me. O woman, just as material objects of this world have the 5 elements, earth, water, fire, air, and sky, as their source and place of dissolution, as also what is within and without them, so I am in regard to all beings, material and non-material. But it is to be noted that all material objects reside only in their material cause, the elements, and not in their enjoyer, the Jiva. And the Jiva lives in the material environment, which is a combination of elements, as it is enjoyer only. It's not as its cause, but both these, the enjoyer, Jiva, and the objects enjoyed, subsists in me, the cause of all cause, and the expression of me, the supreme being. I am thus both the enjoyer through the Jivas and enjoyed through the objects. Sri Shuka said, instructed in this way by Krishna in the spiritual science of the gopis, through constant and deep contemplation on it, were able to cut the knot of I sense and attain to him. O thou with the world lotus in thy navel, thy feet are the object of contemplation for great yogis of deep understanding and meditative power. They are also the only support for lifting up those who are lying at the bottom of the dilapidated well of life in this transmigratory existence. May these feet ever shine in the hearts of us leading of the housewife's life. Thus did the gopis pray.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Vrishni Gopa Sangamo Nama Dvashatitamo Atha Triya Shatitamo Dhyaya.
The consorts and them on the marriage with Krishna. Krishna meeting devotees. Sri Sukha said, the worshipful Lord, the sole refuge and spiritual guide of the gopis, having blessed them in this way, made inquiries of Yudhishthira and friends and relatives about their welfare. They, for their part, felt themselves purified of all their sins by the contact of the blessed feet of the Lord, and replied to the inquiries of Krishna, the Lord of all the worlds. They said, no evil can befall even those who drink through the cup of their ears once at least. A little of that nectar of thy lotus feet, the description of thy divine excellences coming out of the mouths of holy men, and who have drunk deep at that fountain, a drink that can efface the spiritual ignorance of men, the cause of their bondage. By thy spiritual radiance thou hast sublated the intellect-born states of waking, dream, and sleep, and art ever established in the infinite and pure bliss consciousness that knows neither ebb nor flow. Thou hast now assumed a human form by the power of thy Yoga Maya for the protection and resuscitation of the spiritual message of the Veda that has decayed by the passage of time. Salutations to thee, the refuge of the Paramhamsas. Draupadi's question to Krishna's wives. Sri Sukha said, while the men were thus extolling the Lord, the most noted one among those with holy fame, the women folk of the Yadavas and Kauravas gathered together and began to discuss among themselves about the holy accounts of the Lord's deeds and life that had by now spread in all the three worlds. Draupadi said, O princess of Vidarbha, O Bhadra, O Jambavati, O princess of Kosala, O Satyabhama, O Kalindi, O Saibya, O Rohini, O Lakshmana, and other consorts of Krishna, tell us how Achyuta, the imperishable one, incarnated as man, and following the ways of the world by the power of his Maya, happened to marry each one of you. The answers of the consort. Rukmini said, when everything was made ready to give me in marriage to Sisupala, the king of Chedi, and kings like Jarasandha were standing with their bows ready for enforcing this decision, the Lord, defeating them in the most humiliating fashion, took me away as a lion its shares from a herd of goats. May his feet be forever my object of adoration. Satyabhama said, my father grieved by the death of his younger brother in connection with this Syamantaka episode, spread a scandal connecting Krishna with his death. In order to free himself from this ill fame, Krishna recovered that Syamantaka from Jambavan, the chief of bears, and restored it to my father. To compensate for this offense he had done by spreading these false aspersions, my father gave me to the Lord, though I had been promised to another earlier. Jambavati said, my father, without knowing Lord Krishna to be the same as Rama, the Lord of Sita, whom he looked upon as his master and the Lord of the universe, fought with him for 27 days in connection with the recovery of the jewel Syamantaka. Finally, discovering from experience the real identity of Krishna, my father surrendered at his feet, offering to him both the jewel and myself. Here am I, his handmaid. Kalindi said, I was performing austerities with the desire that I might get a place at his feet as his servitor. He was pleased to come to my place with his friend and hold my hand in wedlock. I am content to be even a sweepress in the household. Mitravinda said, he came to my Swayamvara, marriage by choice, and overcoming the assembled kings and my oppressive brother, took me away to Dwaraka, the seat of prosperity, as a lion would its prey from the midst of a pack of dogs claiming it. May I have the opportunity of serving his feet in life after life. Satya said, in order to test the strength of the king seeking to marry me, my father was maintaining 7 oxen of extraordinary strength and very sharp horns. These animals, which had easily destroyed the false pretension of many a person of great strength and combative spirit, were overcome by my lord in a trice and tied up his kids by the children in play. Thus, paying the bridal money of heroism, he took me with all my attending maids, defeating all opposing kings on the way, to the city of Dwaraka with its armies of 4 types of regiments. May I be ever blessed with the opportunity of serving him. Bhadra said, O Lady Draupadi, my father sent for Krishna, who is my uncle's son, and gave me to him, in whom my mind was already fixed, along with many female friends and troops. Whatever embodiment I may get due to my karma, it is my prayer that I may get the contact of his feet in every birth. Lakshmana account. Lakshmana said, hearing repeatedly from Sri Narada about the incarnation and exploits of the Lord, and thinking over and over again that Sri Devi, the goddess with the lotus in hand, chose to wed him in preference to all protecting deities of the world, my mind got fixed in Krishna, the bestower of salvation. O good lady, my loving father, Brihatsena, coming to know my mind, devised a scheme for the fulfillment of my desire. Just as at the time of your marriage, in order to get Arjuna as the bridegroom, a target in the shape of a fish was made. In the same way, a target of that kind was made for my marriage also. But this target was completely hidden to the view from outside and had to be hid by looking at its reflection in water. Hearing of this, large numbers of kings from various quarters, all highly versed in the theoretical and practical sides of the science of arms, assembled at my father's palace along with their instructors. They were received and welcomed by my father in keeping with their dignity and age, and they, with their minds set on me, took up the bow and arrow to shoot at the target. Some took up the bow, but finding it too much for them to string it, gave up the attempt. Some others pulled the bow, string up to the other end of the bow, but were knocked down, as they were not strong enough to hook it. Other heroes like Jarasandha, Ambashta, Sisupala, Bhima, Karna, and Duryodhana could string the bow, but could not identify the target. Arjuna, seeing the reflection of the target, could locate it and shoot at it, but his arrow only touched it and glanced off. It could not pierce it. When all these proud kings had withdrawn with their pride, humbled, the worshipful Lord took up the bow, stringed it in play, and aiming the arrow at the target, with eyes fixed on its reflection in water, shot it down at the auspicious time when the sun is in conjunction with Abhijit. With cries of victory, kettle drums were sounded in the sky, and the Devas rained flowers on earth in a joyous mood. Then I bashfully entered that assembly hall, producing a sweet tinkling sound from my anklets as I walked in. Dressed in a pair of pure white silks and my braids profusely decorated with flower wreaths, I held in my hand a glittering golden necklace to put on the chosen bridegroom. Then I lifted my face, adorned with luxuriant locks and gleaming earrings, and glanced the assembled kings with a cordial smile. I slowly approached Krishna with a heart full of love for him and put the marriage garland over his shoulders. Immediately, mrindangas, tabors, conchas, drums, and kettle drums sounded. Dancers danced and musicians sang. O daughter of Yajnasena, when I thus chose the worshipful Lord, the supreme master of the universe, the assembled kings, motivated by strong amorous sentiments, felt antagonized and would not acknowledge the validity of the choice. Meanwhile, the Lord seated me in his chariot yoked to 4 excellent horses, and manifesting his 4 hands, stood there ready for a fight with his bows, saranga, uplifted. O queen, as these kings looked on, paralyzed as it were, Dwaraka drove away the gold inlaid chariot in which the Lord had taken me, even as lion nonchalantly carries off its prey in front of the other stunned animals. Those kings pursued him, some of them overtaking him, stood in front of obstructing his passage, and with bows uplifted, stood in readiness to oppose him, like a pack of dogs before a lion. Many of them fell dead in the field with hands, legs, and necks severed by the arrows shot from the Lord's bow saranga, while the others took to their heels. Then, just as the sun steps into his home in the west, the Lord entered his city of Dwaraka, which was full of huge colorful banners hiding the light of the sun, and which was decorated with arches and buntings. Dwaraka, whose fame had spread all over the earth and heaven. My father honored the Lord's friends, relatives, and other associates with liberal presents, fine clothes, decorative materials, beds, seats, and other articles of daily use. To the Lord, whoever self-fulfilled and needs nothing, my father presented, out of devotion, a large number of female servitors, wealth, troops with their 4 types of regiments, weapons, etc. By abandoning every other attachment in preference to the Lord, and by practicing austerity, we have been privileged to become the housemaids of him, who is ever immersed in his inherent bliss. The other consort said, after the destruction of Narakasura, the son of the earth deity, along with his armies in battle, the Lord released us. The daughters of the kings from Naraka had defeated in his conquest of the 4 quarters. Although he is without any desires and is the grantor of liberation, he was nonetheless pleased to wed us who had been meditating on his saving feat. O noble lady, we have no desire for empire, the state of Indra, the enjoyments available in both the worlds, the 8 psychic powers, the state of Brahma or even Vaikuntha, which confers liberation. Our own desire is that we may always be able to carry on our heads the holy dust of the feet of the Gadara, the holder of the mace, which emerges the fragrance of the holy saffron dust from the breast of Shri. Our longing is for the contact of the holy feet of him who tends cows, the feet which form the one object of desire of the Gopas and the Gopis, as also the women of the forest tribes of Vrindavana and of the trees and creepers there.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Triya Shititamo Dhyaya. Atha Chatura Shititamo Dhyaya.
Vasudeva's sacrifice at Syamantaka, the visit of the rishis. Sri Sukha said, all the ladies, Prita Gandhari, the daughter of Subala, Panchali, the daughter of Yajnasena, Madhavi, Subhadra, the wives of the assembled kings, as also the Lord's own gopis, all were wonderstruck and shed tears of joy on hearing the description of the intensity of love with these consorts of Krishna were bound to him. While men with men and women with women were talking among themselves in this wise, these arrived a large number of rishis meet Rama and Krishna, the names of some of them being Vyasa, Narada, Chavana, Devala, Asita, Vishwamitra, Satananda, Rama, with his disciples Vashishta, Kalava, Prigu, Pulastya, Kashyapa, Atri, Markandiya, Brihaspati, Dvita, Trita, Ekata, Sanaka, and the other Kumaras, Angiras, Agastya, Yajnavalkya, and Vamadeva.
Seeing all these sages, whom the whole world respected, Rama and Krishna and all the kings assembled there got up from their seats and made prostrations to them. All of them, including Rama and Krishna, honored them with a cordial welcome and with the offerings of seats, ahigya with water, garlands, incense, and sandal paste. The worshipful Lord, who had assumed a human form for the protection of Dharma, now spoke to them while the vast assembly listened in rapt attention and deep silence. Krishna's reception of the sages. The Lord said, our life has now proved fruitful, for we have now the blessing of a meeting with you all, the greatest among yogis, a privilege which even the celestials cannot easily have. It is a rare good fortune indeed that human beings like us, possessed as we are of so little of merit, accruing from austerity practices and given to worship of God only through images and pilgrimages to holy rivers, could meet, touch, converse, and worship such holy ones like you. It is not that holy waters, Tritas, are not altogether holy. It is not also that divine images of clay and stone are not divine, but these take a very long time to purify the mind of men, while holy men help to accomplish this by their very darshana, meeting, fire, sun, moon, stars, earth, water, sky, air, speech, mind, and all such entities worshipped by men cannot efface such sinful tendencies which obstruct the growth of devotion. For all such worship is prompted by self-centered motives generated by the consciousness of difference of oneself from others. But even a brief contact with enlightened ones destroyed the ignorance that is the source of these sinful tendencies. He who considers this corpse-like body composed of the three humours of the Atma, he who thinks of his wife and other close relatives as his own, he who looks upon the clay and stone as objects of worship and water pools as holy waters, but never sees any divinity in the wise and holy men, he is to be termed a veritable ass conveying grass for cattle. Sri Shuka said, hearing these words of Krishna of unhindered wisdom, the drift and connection of which were difficult to understand, the sages sat silent, perplexed in mind. Reflecting for long, the sages understood that this attitude of a servant and suppliant found in him, who is the ruler of all, was only assumed for settling an example to the world. Then they spoke smilingly to him, the master and teacher of the worlds. The sages in praise of Krishna. The sages said, we who are the most noted among the knowers of truth and are restored to even Prajapatis, become bewildered by the delude influence of thy Maya when we see thee, the Supreme Being and the Master of Maya, assuming a human form, hiding his divinity and behaving like one subject to ignorance like ordinary men. Wonderful it is, sport of thine. Like the earth, out of which objects of various forms and nature comes, so thou, the one desireless and changeless being, producest, sustainest, and dissolvest the whole universe by thyself and in thyself. But thy entity is not in the least affected by it. This behavior of the Infinite One as a human being is only an assumption for divine sport. At particular times, for the protection of the good and the destruction of the evil ones, thou assumest a form of sattva as the divine incarnate, and by thy sportive activity sustainest the eternal Vedic path. Thou, the Supreme Being, art the soul of Varnashrama Dharma. The Veda constitutes thy immaculate heart. By study and meditation on the accompanied by austerity and self-control, one could know by the Supreme Being in his his relation aspect of the universe and its cause, and also by the transcendental being beyond all relations. So thou, infinite being, whom art the source of the Veda, and to whom the Veda is the gateway, specifically adores the society of holy men in whom the Vedic revelation shines and who therefore constitute thy abode. Today, by meeting thee, the goal of all pious men, we have attained the fulfillment of our life. Our pursuit of knowledge, our austerity, and our spiritual insight have become fruitful. For thou art the highest excellence that man could attain. Salutations to thee, Krishna, who hast by thy Yoga Maya hidden thy divine nature, who art really the Supreme Being and Lord of all, and whose power of spiritual understanding remains unfaded in the embodiment state. These kings and these Yadavas, who live constantly with thee, know not thee who hast hidden thyself by the masks of thy Yoga Maya, and hast thus made invisible thy real nature as pure spirit, as the Lord of all, and as time the consumer of all. A sleeping person feels the dream objects perceived as real objects. He also thinks that the dream ego, which perceives all objects to be the real ego and is not aware of his real identity, which is distinct from the dream ego. So also men, whose memory has been impaired by Maya because of the wandering of the sense among sense objects, is not able to recognize thee, who art the real entity projecting all these names and forms constituting the universe. Today we have been blessed by the actual sight of thy feet, which are the source of the sin-destroying Ganga, and which even advanced yogis can only visualize in their hearts in meditation, and not seen actually with open eyes as we have done. Therefore, bless us to be thy devotees, for only by intense devotions to thee, aspirants have been able to shatter the shell of jivahood and attain thy state, not by any other means. Vasudeva's request to them for spiritual aid. Sri Shuka said, having said all this and taking their leave of the worshipful Lord, Dhritarashtra, Yudhishthira, and others, they made themselves ready to depart. Seeing them departing, the high-souled Vasudeva approached them, made prostrations to them, holding their feet, and said with great devotion, Vasudeva said, salutations to you, who are the repositories of all the Vedas and the Devatas. O great rishis, please tell me, how can we overcome karma through the performance of karma works? Narada said, it is not very astonishing that, considering Krishna to be merely his son, he is questioning us about the means of his spiritual upliftment. Familiarity generates a kind of disregard in the minds of men. See how persons living on the banks of the most sacred and sanctifying Ganga go for a bath and purification to other waters. The Lord's awareness of himself as the perfect spirit is not impaired in the least by time or the cosmic processes of creation and dissolution, or by the inherent transitoriness, as it is the case of lightning, or by any extraneous agency, or by causes springing from the gunas of Prakriti. The Lord of all, and the one without a second, he, Krishna, is untouched by imperfections, by karma, with its results of enjoyment and sacrificing, and by the movements of Prakriti. But ordinary people do not understand this when he puts on the sheath of prana and other coverings of a human body, which are parts of his own Shakti, just as the sun is not recognized at the time when it is hidden by the clouds, mists, or Rahu. Vasudeva advised to perform yajna. When the sages said, addressing Vasudeva in the hearing of all assembled kings, as also of Rama and Krishna, it has been ascertained that the best way to efface all effects of the past action is to adore Vishnu, the bestower of fruits of action, by the performance of yajnas with deep faith and sincerity. Great men have declared with the insight born of knowledge that this dharma of performance of yajna, that is, the discharge of all ritualistic works and works that form one's duties in the world as offerings to Vishnu, is productive of peace of mind and easily leads to the liberation of the jiva. The path to moksha for the twice-born among householders consists in the faith-laden adoration of Mahavishnu through yajna, utilizing their properly acquired wealth for this performance. Dear Sir, man has to overcome the desire of wealth through yajna and charity, the sexual desire and longing for progeny through home life, and the hopes for the facilities of heavens in the thereafter, Through proper discrimination of these even senses of such attainments, great men renounced these three forms of desire during their life in the world, and then only took to the life of a forest recluse. A twice born comes into this world with a threefold debt: debt to the Devas, to the Rishis, and to the ancestors. These debts are repaid by performance of yajna, through study of the Vedas, and by begetting a son to continue the line. If one abandons the life of action without discharging these debts, he is liable to spiritual degradation. You are already free from the debts to the rishis and ancestors. Now, through the performance of yajna, get release from the debt to devas. Thus, freed from all debts, abandon your home. O Vasudeva, you have surely worshipped the Lord of all the worlds, Sri Hari, with great devotion, for he has been born as your son. Vasudeva's Yajna. Sri Shuka said, hearing these words, the high-souled Vasudeva prostrated himself before these rishis and chose them as sacrificial priests for the proposed yajna. O king, these rishis, who were chosen according to scriptural injunctions by Vasudeva as the sacrificial priests, helped him to perform several yajnas in that sacred spot of Syamantaka Panchaka. After the vows for the performance of sacrifice was taken, all the Yadavas and the other assembled kings bathed, put on lotus gowns, worn silken clothes, and adorned themselves in every way. Their wives too, wearing gold necklaces, dressed in silk, and putting on saffron marks, went to the sacrificial hall with many auspicious offerings in their hands.
Tabas, conches, big drums and kettle drums sounded. Male and female dancers danced. Bards and minstrel gave recitals of panegyrics, and Gandharva women with sweet voice sang along with their husbands. The priests, by way of initiation into the sacrificial rite, poured consecrated water over Vasudeva, who, having applied collyrium to his eyes and smeared the body all over with butter, stood surrounded by his 18 queens, like the moon amidst the stars. Thus initiated and wearing a deerskin as dressed, he shone in the company of these 18 ladies, dressed in silk and wearing ornaments like bracelets, pearl strings, earrings, and anklets. O great king, the sacrificial priests and members of his sacrificial assembly, dressed in silk and wearing jewelries, appeared in splendor equal to those in Indra's sacrificial hall. Krishna and Rama, who constitute the one Lord who regulates the destinies of all the jivas, were prominent there in the company of the consorts, sons and relatives who were all the expressions of his divine glory. Performing the prescribed yajnas like Darsha, Purnamasa, and Jyotishoma, which form the Prakrita, and also the Vaikrita yajnas, which are unprescribed elaborations by ritualists, he adored, according to injunctions, the Supreme Lord manifest there as Krishna, who is himself the master of the ingredients of sacrifice, the rules and procedures of sacrifice, and the sacrifice itself. Afterwards, he gave the presents and gifts prescribed by the scriptures to the well-decorated sacrificial priests, besides very valuable cows, lands, and maids. After performing the Patni Samyaja and the rites connected with the Avabritha, both marking the end of the sacrifice, the rishis who officiated as priests and the other brahmanas followed Vasudeva to the lake of Parasurama to take the final bath. After bath, Vasudeva gave away all his decorations and clothes to the minstrels. So did all his wives. Vasudeva then put on new dress and decoration and gave a sumptuous feast to all men and even to animals up to dogs. Along with his wives and sons, he adored with presents all who had attended the sacrifice, like Vidarbhas, the Kosalas, the Kauravas, the residents of Kasi, the Kekayas, the Srinjayas, the members of the sacrificial assembly, the sacrificial priests, celestials, men, demigods, Pitris and Charanas. They all took leave of the Lord and went away praising the yajnas. Other relatives, friends and close associates, Dhritarashtra, Vidura, the sons of Kunti, Bhishma, Drona, Kunti Devi, Nakula, Sahadeva, Narada, the worshipful sage Vyasa, and all other friends and relations, all embraced the Yadava friends and departed to their respective places with their hearts melting in love, but also sad at the thought of separation. Nanda stayed with the Yadavas. Nanda, who was highly devoted to relatives and friends, together with his Gopas, decided to stay on there for some time, and was received and entertained very cordially and respectfully by the Lord, Balarama and Ugrasena. Having easily fulfilled his desire to perform the yajna, Vasudeva one day said to Nanda, joyously amidst his relatives, holding him by his hand, Vasudeva said, "O brother, I believe that the bond of affection with which the Lord has tied his creatures cannot be broken by brave men with the help of their strength, or by yogins with the help of knowledge. For the unparalleled love and friendship you bestow on us, though unrequited by us ungrateful people, is still found to persist in you. In the past, we could not, O brother, extend adequate hospitality to you because of our incapacity. And now the pride of wealth makes us oblivious of the good man standing just before us. O you, whose nature is to honor all, it is better that power and prosperity of state do not accrue to a man whose pursuit is the ultimate spiritual summum bonum. For, blinded by power and prosperity, man ceases to recognize even his kith and king." Sri Shuka said, "Thus Vasudeva, with a heart melting in love, wept, shedding copious tears, remembering Nanda's friendliness towards him. Nanda, due to his affection for Rama and Krishna, and out of his desire to oblige Vasudeva, stayed on for about 3 months, each day postponing the date fixed for his departure. Sent off with military honors by the Yadavas, he finally departed for his Vraja with his cows and followers, carrying with him large quantities of valuable like ornaments, silk clothes, and various kinds of outfits and utensils presented by Vasudeva, Ugrasena, Uddhava, and Krishna and Rama. Nanda, the Gopas and Gopis departed for Mathura, but they were not able to take away their minds, which they had offered at the feet of Govinda. After all their relatives and friends had departed, the Vrishnis, with Krishna as their soul and support, also started for Dwaraka, seeing that the rainy season was imminent. They gave to the inhabitants of Dwaraka detailed reports of Vasudeva's sacrifice and about meeting with friends during their pilgrimage. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Tritiyatra Nu Varanam Nama Chatura Shiti Tamo Dhyaya Atha Panchashiti Tamo Dhyaya. Krishna's service to his parents. Vasudeva's prayer to Krishna. One day, when his sons Rama and Krishna saluted him in the morning and presented themselves before him, Vasudeva, after making loving enquiries, said to them with a joyous heart, hearing the words of the rishis about the superior power of his sons, supplemented by what he had seen about the same in daily life, Vasudeva gained full conviction about their divinity and said, addressing them, O Krishna, Thou art Yogan, O Sankarashana, thou eternal being. I understand you both to be the Purusha and the Pradhana, which form the cause of this universe, and also the transcendental spirit. He in whom the creation rests, he by whom, for whom, and from whom it has come into existence, he who forms its agent and its activity, he who constitutes the time factor in which it subsists. All that I know to be thyself, the controller of the Pradhana and the Purusha and the Lord of all. O Spirit transcending the senses, having projected this multifarious universe, thou, the birthless one, hast penetrated into it, and thou sustainest it as prana, the source of energy, and as jiva, the source of intelligence. Prana and other energies which cause the world to evolve are not self-energetic, but are merely the powers of the Supreme Being. We understand this from the dependence of prana and other powers on him to be effective, as a sharp sword depends on its wielder to strike an enemy. We understand it also from the total differences in their nature and function, the spirit being intelligent and prana, the other entities, being non-intelligent. For non-intelligent beings are moved purposefully only by intelligent beings. They have the potentiality to move, but they require a prime mover to initiate the movement and direct it purposefully. Thou art, in truth, the shine of the moon, the heat of fire, the brilliance of the sun, the twinkling gleam of the stars, and the flash of the lightning. Thou art the motionless stance of mountains, and the earth's power of bearing its fragrance too. O Lord, thou art the power of water to quench thirst and enable life to thrive. Thou art its quality of taste too. The vital airs derive from thee alone the capacity to invigorate the senses, mind and body, and to enable entities to move and walk about. Thou art the roominess of space, the cortex and the sky. Thou art the root sound that is sprung from that element called spota, also known as para. Thou art the articulate sound called pasyanti. Thou art the omkara called the madhyama. And thou art the distinctive word called vaikhare. Thou art the power of the senses, the deities presiding over them, and the power to control them. Thou art the intellect's power to grasp and understand. Thou art the jiva's superior power to remember and recollect. Thou art that tamasa ahankara, that is the cause of the elements. The rajasa ahankara, that is the cause of the senses. And the sattvika ahankara, that is the cause of the devatas presiding over them and also the mind. Thou art pradhana, root matter, that helps the evolution of transmigrating jivas. Just as amidst the changing forms of objects made by various substances like gold and mud, the substance alone remains ultimately, so among the perishing objects of the world, thou alone art the eternal, imperishable being. The three gunas of sattva, rajas and tamas, which constitute prakriti, and all the effects like pleasure and pain, are projected on thee by thy own yoga maya. Being projections on thee, they do not exist in thee in a way that transforms thy being. So long as yoga maya projects it on thee, the world is seen there, and thou art implicit in it as its cause. When it is not so projected, thou art relationless. Those who are not aware of the subtle presence of thee, the universal spirit, behind the changing world scene and transcending it, transmigrate as a result of the karmas. O Lord of all, human birth, with all the faculties of the mind fully developed, is very difficult to get. Having got it, I have, because of thy maya, wasted it without bestowing attention on its real purpose, namely to seek thee. I am this body, and those connected with this body are mine. With this cord of self-centered affection, thou hast bound this whole world. You, that is Rama and Krishna, are not my sons, but he, the Supreme Lord of both Purusha and Prakriti. For ridding the earth of the burden of evil kings, thou art incarnated here. Thou thyself have declared this. O friend of the afflicted, I have now taken refuge at those feet of thine, which erase men's worldly woes. I, who look upon this perishable body as the self, have been thinking of thee, the Supreme Lord, as merely my son. Thus bodily infatuation and the consequent tendency for sense enjoyments are the cause of this erroneous view. So, enough of this addiction to sense enjoyments. Thou the birthless and eternal being, yet I have taken many births for the protection of the Dharma that I have myself set up. So didst thou declare to us at thy birth in the labor room itself. Though thou art bodiless existence like the sky, yet like the sky thou dost assume many forms through limitations and even insight. O thou of abounding holy fame.
Krishna's reply. Sri Sukha said, the worshipful Lord, the ornament of the Yadava clan, hearing these words of his father, bowed down in humility and said to him with a smile. The Lord said, O Father, I consider that the words you have spoken, conveying the truth about us, your children, are of supreme import. O the noblest of the Yadus, all beings this brother of mine, these inhabitants of Dwaraka, in fact, everything moving and unmoving should be looked upon through investigation as the manifestations of the divine, as you have done in our case. Just as the 5 elements present themselves and disappear, assume smallness and bigness of size, appear as single and as many in their effects like pot and other things, so the Atman, who in his essential nature is self-effulgent and self-conscious, unconnected with the body and free from the bondage of the gunas, appears in this modified state, created by himself as the many, as an object, as impermanent, as non-separate from the body, and as subject to the bondage of nature. Devaki's desire to see her dead sons. Sri Sukha said, O king, instructed in this way, the worshipful Lord Vasudeva gave up the outlook that sees multiplicity and stood joyfully silent. O noblest of Kurus, Devaki, the embodiment of all Devis, hearing with wonder how her children had brought back the dead son of the Guru, thought through with deep sorrow about her own sons killed by Kamsa, and said to Rama and Krishna, with tears flowing down her eyes out of the intensity of feeling, O Rama, thou immeasurable one, O Krishna, thou awarder of fruits of yoga to all the master yogis, I know thee to be overlord of even creator Brahma and the original being. Thou hast taken birth in me as the divine incarnate in order to rid the earth of the burden of evil kings who have degenerated from the ideals in the course of long ages, and who have thrown to the winds all the disciplines and dictates of the scriptures. I seek refuge in thee by a fragment of a fraction of whose being the creation, sustenance, and dissolution of the universe are carried on. Thou didst bring from the Lord of Death the long-dead son of thy Guru at his request, and gave him to the Guru as departing present, Guru Dakshina. In the same way, it behoves thee, the master of all yogic powers, to fulfill my desire to see my sons killed by the king of the Bhojas. Mission to Sutala and Mahabali's prayer. Sri Sukha said, O Bharata, commissioned in this way by their mother, Rama and Krishna repaired to Sutala, one of the netherworlds, by the power of their Yoga Maya. When they entered Sutala, Mahabali, the king of Daityas, recognized in them the soul and master of the whole universe, as also the deity of his adoration. Intensely delighted with this meeting, he and all his retinue got up from their seats and made prostrations before them. Bali gave them seats of honor and washed their feet and sprinkled on the head of himself and others that water that is sacred enough to sanctify everything in the universe up to Brahma. He honored them with all his affluent resources, offering splendid clothes, ornaments, unguents, betel, light, delicious food, his family members, his wealth, and himself. O King, Mahabali, holding the Lord's feet again and again to his head, and with his heart melting in love, and eyes shedding tears, and hair standing on end, spoke in a flattering voice. Mahabali said, Salutations to the infinite being, who is as Adisesha, holds the whole universe on one of his heads. Salutations to thee, the resting place of the worlds. Salutations to thee, Krishna, the promulgator of the Samyaka and Yoga disciplines, all the pervading beings and the Supreme Spirit. Thy vision is very difficult for beings to attain, yet sometimes it is also obtained easily through thy grace. For example, see how thou hast vouchsafed thy sight to us coming here, though we are creatures characterized by Rajas and Tamas, Daityas, Danavas, Gandharvas, Siddhas, Vidyadharas, Charanas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, Pisachas, Bhutas, Paramarthas, etc. And we Asuras and others like us are naturally antagonistic to thee, who art pure Sattvika form and revealed through Sastra, consisting thy body. Among these, some who commune with thee with the intense antagonism of confrontation, and others with the persisting concentration of sexual passion, attain to thee with the speed impossible for devas who are constituted of the quality of sattva. O thou who bestowest the fruits of spiritual striving to all yogis, even the greatest of yogis have not been able to understand thy yoga maya, that it is how it functions. Then what to speak of us asuras? Without caring for the shelter of thy hallowed feet, which is the quest of those who have no desires, we have consigned ourselves into the unused empty well of worldly life. May thou be pleased to lift us up from it and help us to live as ascetics underneath trees, the shelter of all men resorting to them, subsisting on the fruits they give, or travel with a tranquil mind alone or in the company of men with universal love. O Lord, thou supreme controller, discipline and direct us, render us sinless. A person who remains firm in his faith in thy commandment, Bhagavata Dharma, gets free from compulsion of Vedic ritualism. restoration of Devaki's children. The Lord said, in the Swayambhuva Manvantara, Marichi had 6 sons by his wife Urna. These celestials laughed at Brahma, who attempted to have intercourse with his own daughter. For this offense, they had to be born as asuras immediately. Born as the issue of Hiranyakasipu, they were afterwards transferred to the womb of Devaki by Yoga Maya. Born of Devaki's womb, they were killed by Kamsa. Devaki Devi, thinking of them as her sons, is mourning over their loss. These 6 sons are now with you, O King of Asuras. In order to assuage the grief of our mother, we shall now take them with us. Being now free from the curse, they will afterwards go to their own sphere. These 6, Smara, Elias, Kirtiman, Udkita, Parishvanga, Patanga, Shutrabrit, and Grini will, by my grace, attain salvation afterwards. So saying, and adored by Mahabali, he came back to Dwaraka with these 6 and presented them to his mother. Mother Devaki, overwhelmed with affection for her children, shed milk from her breast, seated them on her lap, and embraced them, and smelt the crown of their head again and again. Deluded by Maya of Vishnu, the power that keeps the world going, she felt herself immersed in joy by the contact of her dear ones, and fed them at her breast. Taking this immortal drink of Devaki's breast milk, the remnant of what Krishna, the wielder of the mace, sucked, and having the contact of Narayana's body, they gained back the consciousness of their past. They then prostrated themselves before Govinda, their parents, and Balarama, and while all were looking on, attained to the divine sphere. O King, Mother Devaki felt astonished at these events, at the return of her dead children, and their departure afterwards, and concluded that all this was due to the mysterious spiritual power of Sri Krishna. O Prince of Bharata's line, numerous are the sportive exploits of Krishna, the Supreme Being, the possessor of infinite puissance. The Sutta said, this sacred narrative about Murari, described by Sukha, the son of Vyasa, is a delight to the ears of devotees, more valuable than a precious ornament and a panacea for the sins of men. He who listens to it with one-pointed attentions and make others do so will attain to his state, which is beyond the ravages of time. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyayam Sanghitayam Dashamoskande Uttararde Mitagrajanayanam Nama Pancha Shititamodhyaya Ata Shata Shititamodhyaya. Skanda 10, chapter 86. Marriage of Subhadra and the story of Srutadeva. Arjuna weds Subhadra. Raja Parikshit said, O holy sir, I would like to know what were the circumstances leading to the marriage of Arjuna with my grandmother Subhadra, who was a sister of Rama and Krishna. Sri Sukha said, Arjuna, of noble birth, was moving about the various parts of the country on pilgrimage. When he was at Prabhasa, he heard of his uncle's daughter, Subhadra. He heard also that Rama desired to give her in marriage to Duryodhana, while others in the family were not agreeable to this. Now desiring to get her for himself, Arjuna went to Dwaraka in the guise of a triple-staffed sannyasin. He stayed there for several months during the rainy season for the attainment of his object, receiving the adoration of the citizens as well as of Rama, none of whom could see through his disguise. One day, Balarama invited him to his house and fed him with great attention. There, Arjuna beheld that maiden whose superb beauty could capture the mind of any hero. Instantly, he fell desperately in love with her, and his heart got agitated and his eyes wide open. She too fell in love on seeing him, whose form would charm the mind of any woman. She stood there, smiling with a bashful look, her heart and her gaze fixed on him. Arjuna had no peace of mind from now, his heart being agitated by his strong passion for her. His thoughts were always fixed on her, and his brain was engaged in devising plans for taking her away with him. One day, when the girl came out of the citadel in a chariot to attend a religious festival, Arjuna, the great car warrior, carried her away with the permission of Devaki, Vasudeva, and the Lord himself. Ascending his chariot, he held up his bow and drove away all the valiant guards that came and surrounded him, and amidst the hue and cry of people there, carried her away as a lion carries away his prey.
Hearing about this, Rama got furiously agitated like the sea on the full moon day, but he calmed down when Krishna and other relatives pleaded with him, holding his feet. Rama, now reconciled, sent as presents to the couple costly articles for personal use, an army with the 4 types of regiments and servitors, both male and female. Krishna's visit to the pious Sutradeva and Bahulasva. Sisupala said, there was a Brahmana devoted to Krishna named Sutradeva, who found his life's fulfillment in devotion to Krishna, who was wise, full of peace, and free from sensual indulgence. He was a householder living in the city of Mithila, in the country of the Videhas, meeting the limited wants of life with what chance brought him, without much effort on his part. Daily he got sufficient income for his upkeep, not more. Satisfied with it, he discharged all his ritualistic duties properly. Our respected one, the then ruler of the place, Bahulasva, of the royal line of Mithila, was a person free from pride and conceit. Both the king Bahulasva and the Brahmana Sutradeva were dear to Achyuta. The worshipful Lord, the master of all, being highly pleased with both, once went with many sages to Videha in his chariot got ready by Dwaraka. He went to Mithila, and Narada, Vamadeva, Atri, Vedas Vyasa, Parasurama, Asita, Aruni, myself, Sukha, Brihaspati, Kanva, Maitreya, Chyavana, and others. O king, as he arrived at different stations, men in the cities and villages received him with ingredients of worship in hand, as they do the rising sun. Here in the present instance were the planets constituted of the accompanying rishis. He passed through the countries of Anarta, Dhanva, Kuru, Jangala, Kanka, Matsya, Panchala, Kunti, Madhu, Kekeya, Kosala, and Rina. And as he passed through, the men and women of those countries absorbed through their eyes the lotus face of the Lord, with its loving looks and charming smile. By the sight of Krishna, the supreme spiritual teacher of all the worlds, the darkness of blinding ignorance, hiding the people's eye of knowledge, cleared, and they attained to spiritual wisdom and liberation. And further, hearing all along the way the glorification of his own sin-destroying holy fame, sung by celestials and men everywhere, Krishna gradually reached his destination of Videha. Hearing of the arrival of Achyuta in the country, the citizens and the villagers went to receive him in great joy with materials for worship in their hands. When they saw him of holy and transcendent fame, their faces and hearts bloomed with the joy of his vision, and they fell down prostrate with joined palms before him in full salutation, as also before the well-known sages. Guessing that Krishna, the teacher of the whole world, had come to bless them, Sutradeva and the king of Mithila both fell at the feet of Krishna, the Lord of all. Both the king of Mithila and the Brahmana, Sutradeva, invited Krishna, along with the rishis accompanying him, to be their guests at the same time. The worshipful Lord accepted the invitation of both, desirous as he was to bless them both at the same time. Assuming two forms, he went to the houses of both simultaneously, without the one knowing his presence in the other's house. Krishna at the palace of King Mithila. On their arrival at his house, the king of Mithila seated these venerable guests on excellent chair seats, venerable personages whose names even were difficult to be heard by evil men. The emotion of divine love surging in his heart expressed itself through his eyes as a torrent of tears. Prostrating himself before the Lord, he washed his feet, and that world-sanctifying water he poured on the heads of himself and all the other members of his household. Then he worshipped him with ingredients of worship like sandal paste, flower garlands, clothes, ornaments, incense, light, etc., and with gifts of cows and oxen, feeding the party to satiety and pleasing them with sweet conversation. He placed the feet of Sri Krishna in his lap, and while joyously stroking them, prayed. The Raja of Mithila said, O all-pervading one, thou art the Atman in all beings, the witness of all, and the self-revealing light of consciousness, the ultimate subject. Though unseeable as the ultimate subject, thou hast come before us, assuming a form. Thou hast declared, neither Ananta, Balarama, my brother, nor Sri, my consort, nor Brahma, my offspring, is as dear to me as one who is exclusively devoted to me. To vindicate this declaration of thine, thou hast appeared before us, before our eyes. Which man will abandon thy lotus feet, knowing that thou dost make a gift of thyself to sages who have no wealth other than thyself, and who are at peace because they have no possession except thee? Born in the line of Yadu, thou hast by thy sportive activities spread thy holy and world-sanctifying fame everywhere, hearing about which man caught in the cycle of samsara might get release from it and attain salvation. Salutation to thee, Krishna, worshipful Lord, whose consciousness is never obscured by ignorance. Salutations to thee, who, as Narayana, art absorbed ever in undisturbed samadhi. O all-pervading one, deign to live here for some days, along with the sages, and sanctifying this line of Nimi with the dust of thy holy feet. Being thus implored by the king, the worshipful Lord, who ever promotes the world's welfare, spent some days in Mithila, bringing infinite good to the man and woman of that country. Krishna at the house of Sutradeva. When Achyuta reached his house, Sutradeva too prostrated himself before him, and the Munis as the king of Mithila did. Then he danced about in great joy, his clothes whirling about in his vigorous dance, offering them straw seats and mattresses to sit on. He welcomed them and washed their feet along with his wife. That pious Brahmana sprinkled his holy water everywhere in his house, over its inmates and himself, and filled with joy thereby, he had the satisfaction of fulfilling the most cherished object of his life. He worshipped the Lord with fruits, incense, herbal tea, water, fragrant substances, tulasi, kusa, lotus petals, and other such easily got ingredients, and fed him with a simple, pure, and wholesome meal. He cogitated in his mind how he, one consigned to the discarded well of the householder's life, could get this association with Krishna and the holy sages in whom he resides, and whose feet are sacred enough to sanctify even holy places. After doing hospitality in the proper way, he seated them comfortably, and along with his wife and other members of his family, began to stroke their feet. In the cause of it, he said, Sutradeva said, "It is not just now only that thou hast revealed thy presence to us. At the very outset, thou didst enter into the categories of creation which thy Shakti had brought forth. The sleeping man's mind, which is a part of thy power, Maya, projects in the dream egos and the objects experienced, and also interpenetrates them and shines through them. So dost thou shine in this universe, projected by Maya as the centers of consciousness, who are the experiences, and as the objects which are the experienced. Thou shinest specially in the pure hearts of these men who always hear about thee, speak about thee, offer worship to thee, salute thee, and converse about thee. Though thou art in the hearts of all, thou art far off for those whose minds are distracted by the impressions of various actions. Thou canst not be grasped by the unaided power of the individual mind. Only a mind saturated with devotion can grasp thee. Salutations to thee, who revealest thyself as a supreme spirit to those who have the true knowledge of the Atman. Salutations to thee, who comest as death to those who fail to recognize themselves as the Atman and look upon themselves as separate individual bodies. Salutations to thee, who art embodied as Prakriti and its evolutes, the causal and manifested conditions of the universe. Salutations to thee, whose visions cannot be hidden by thy own Maya, but which causes ignorance in others. May thou of such greatness deign to instruct us, thy servants. Lord, how are we to serve thee? Man's troubles cease when he realizes thee. Krishna on the true import of devotion. Sri Shuka said, to him who said like this, the worshipful Lord, who alleviates the sufferings of self-surrendered devotees, replied smiling, holding his hand in his own. The Lord said, O learned one, know that these holy men, the rishis accompanying me, have come here to bless you. They travel all over the world with me in their heart, sanctifying the region they travel with the dust of their feet. Only very slowly, in the course of a long time, to holy images, places of pilgrimage, and sacred rivers purify those who see, touch, and worship them. And even this power they derive from the sanctifying looks of holy men. A holy man excels others by birth because of the many auspicious and virtuous tendencies he brings with him. He becomes all the more so by austerity, learning, and contentment, and above all by installing me in the heart through devotion. This four-handed form of mine is not dearer to me than the holy man. For the holy man is the embodiment of all the Vedas, while I am only the embodiment of all the Devas, whose greatness is underwritten by the Vedas. People of carping and evil mentality, without understanding this truth, become confirmed in the worship of images, while slighting holy men who are the teachers of men, who are my own self, and who constitutes the Atman of all. The holy man remembers always that this whole universe in its gross and causal condition constitutes my form, because of the enlightenment received through my intuition. Therefore, O learned one, adore these divine sages with the same strength of faith that you have in me. That indeed is my true worship, not the worship with costly offerings in the images. Sri Shuka said, thus instructed by the Lord, the Brahmana and the king of Mithila adores the sages and Krishna with the conviction that they are one and attain to liberation. O king, in this way the worshipful Lord, demonstrating himself to be a devotee of his own devotees, taught these two aspirants the path of spiritual evolution revealed in the Vedas. He stayed with them for a few days and then returned to Dwaraka. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Shruta Devanu Praho Nama Shadashi Titamo Dhyaya.
Atha Sapta Shitati Tamodhyaya. Skanda 10, chapter 87. The hymn of the Vedas. Then the Vedas revealed Brahman. Raja Pariksit said, O enlightened one, the Vedas, being constituted of words, can only describe entities coming within the scope of the three gunas of Prakriti. How can they then really reveal Brahman, the absolute being, who is not included in the gunas of Prakriti, who cannot be defined or described as an object before us, and who is beyond the relation of cause and effects? Sri Sukha said, the all-powerful Lord created faculties like intellect, mind, senses, and prana in the jivas in order that they may enjoy sense context in the world, may perform works, gain facilities and heaven and hereafter, and attain to liberation from samsara. It is not proper to doubt the efficacy of the Vedas, for it is the ignorance-shattering science ending in the knowledge of Brahman, accepted as such by the most ancient of ancient wise men from the endless time. A man accepting it with deep faith and sincerity and living a life of renunciation attains to the blessedness and abidance in the Supreme Spirit. In order to make this clear, I shall narrate to you an episode relating to the sage Narayana. It is a conversation that took place between Narada and a rishi, Narayana. Once, in the course of his peregrinations all over the universe, Narada, the beloved of the Lord, went over to Bhadraya Ashrama to see the rishi Narayana, who is engaged during the whole kalpa in austerity constituting of dharma, righteousness, jnana, knowledge, and sama, practice of samadhi, for the material and spiritual good of men inhabiting Bharatavarsha. Narada put this very question to sage Narayana, who is sitting there surrounded by rishis living in the village of Kalapagrama. The worshipful Narayana narrated to Narada what took place during a seminar on Brahman at a sacrificial assembly held in Jnana Loka by the ancients. The worshipful Narayana said, O son of self-born Brahma, it was in Jnana Loka under the auspice of the mind-born son of Brahma, who are lifelong celibates, and amidst the residents of that region, that this Brahmastra, the prolonged discussion of Brahman, participated in a large number of servants and self-controlled sages, took place. You had gone to Sweta Dvipa at that time to pay obeisance to its lord Aniruddha, when this assembly of discussions on Brahman took place in Janaloka. The question investigated then was the very question you have now raised. Though all these sages were equal in learning, austerity, character, and even-sightedness towards friends, foes, and neutrals, they made one amongst themselves, Sanandana, to speak, while the others heard him with deep attention. Sandananda, the speaker, said, "In order to awaken a sleeping emperor in the morning, the minstrels attached to his court come and proclaim his glorious deeds in praise of him. In the same way, in order to awaken the Lord at the end of Pralaya from the cosmic slumber into which he has entered, when the previous kalpa has ended, withdrawing into himself the whole universe and the powers connected with it, the Shrutis, the Vedas, recited a hymn recalling all his distinctive majesties. Maya functions as ignorance in Jiva and as power in the Lord. The Shruti said, "Hail, hail unto the Supreme Master, unconquerable, withdraw thy Maya, constituted of the three gunas, from covering the knowledge of all jivas, moving and unmoving, with the pall of ignorance. But in thee, the controller of Maya, Maya is not the veil of ignorance as it is in the jiva, but thy inherent puissance and divine majesty. The Vedas reveal thee as sometimes manifesting thy inherent powers of Maya, and at others as subsisting in thyself with all powers quiescent. The universe, none different from thee. The whole universe of experience is ultimately thyself alone, for it is known to the Vedas and to the Rishis that thou alone remainest when everything is dissolved into the subtlest state, just as the appearance and disappearance of all effects, like pots, take place in their material substance, clay, so do the origin and vanishing of the universe take place in thee, the material cause. But there is this difference, that, unlike clay, thy substance is not in the least affected by the creation and dissolution of the universe out of thee, as everything that is conceived by thought and touched by the senses only. By manifestations, and therefore thyself, the various deities and forms of worship described in the Vedas really relate to thee only, though indirectly. The steps we place on the objects on the ground, though they may appear to be placed on the object, are in the final sense placed on the earth only, as the earth supports all objects. So too do all worlds and teachings of the Vedas point towards thee, though they may appear to deal with deities. Identity of the goal of devotion and knowledge. O Master of Prakriti, knowing this, that all the divine manifestations and incarnations are really thyself, great sages, dived into the ocean of the world-sanctifying accounts of thy sportive actions as such divine incarnations and manifestations, and through that assuaged the heat of all their sufferings. O thou, the Supreme One, it is then needless to say that those who overcome the limitations of space, time, and mental modifications, and intuit thy being, will overcome all sufferings and be established in thy state of unbroken bliss. The Lord is transcendent and as immanent. Man can be said to be a man, truly alive only if he adores thee. Otherwise, he is merely a pair of bellows, a breathing machine. For thou art the power that activates the insentient cosmic categories and enables them to take the shape of the universe, including man. In the human personality so formed, thou as Purusha permeates the 5 sheets of bodies, koshas, the Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Anandamaya, interpenetrating all these and taking their shape. Thou art described also as transcending them as their support by the statement Brahma Pucham Pratishta. Brahma is the tail, the support, the one remaining as the unsublated and ultimate residue when all the distinctions of cause and effect are eliminated. Spiritual ascent. Among the followers of the path of rishis, those who are most gross-minded, called Sarkarayanas, meditate on thee in the stomach region, that is, the center in the navel called Manipura, probably including also Muladhara. Others, more subtle-minded, called Arunis, meditate on thee in the spiritual dimension in the heart region called Dahara. From the heart, Shumna, the spiritual conduit, leads to the head, the highest region where thou art intuited in the Sahasrara, or the 1,000-petaled lotus. There is no more birth or death for those attaining this divine immanence. Though thou art already present in these diverse creations of thine as their material causes, still it looks as if thou hast entered into them again after the creation of bodies, manifesting identification with their shape and character, just as fire takes the shape and nature of the fuel it is burning. Therefore, men who are endowed with a dispassionate mind and who have renounced all self-centered values recognize thee as the enduring spirit in these transient bodies. Jiva and his destiny. The Purusha, the Jiva, abides in the bodies created by karmas performed by himself, without his spiritual nature being effaced by anything within or without, in the midst of the cause and effect relationship. He is described as a part, amsa, of thee, and thou as the whole endowed with infinite puissance and excellences. Arriving through discrimination at this spiritual origin and destiny of man, wise men adore thee with deep faith and devotion, having accepted the Vedic teaching that thou art the center for dedicating and depositing all one's actions, and that devotion to thee can secure one's release from samsara. Bhakti as the fifth Purushartha. O Lord of all, in order to reveal the spiritual nature of man, which is difficult to comprehend, thou dost body thyself forth as divine incarnations. There are some who enter into the vast nectarine ocean of thy deeds and excellences, revealed through the sportive actions of these thy incarnations, and exclude all other forms of spiritual striving. They have their homes and all worldly attachments, and join that community of all renouncing men who constitute the swans, Paramahamsas, ever sporting with delight at the lotus of thy feet. They reject even Apavarga, moksha, or liberation, which is generally considered the fourth and the highest Purushartha, or value of life, and prefer the fifth Purushartha, consisting in the absorbing divine service of Prema Bhakti. Human embodiment, a great opportunity. This human body, so well suited for thy service, is now readily available for one like a bosom friend or a dear relative to be used for devotional purposes. So also thou, who art the soul of one soul, and benevolent, art eager to bless the devotee. But alas, heedless man shows no interest in thee because of his indulgence in sense objects of degrading nature. By this neglect of devotional life, he becomes a killer of the soul. By the force of tendencies developed through a life of attachment to his body, he roams about in inferior bodies in this terrible maze of samsara.
Devotion through confrontation and sexual love. Through remembrance, thy antagonists attain to the same spiritual goal as the sages who had established complete control over the vital forces, mind and senses, and meditated on thee in the heart. To thee, we, the Shruti Devatas, who look upon thee as equally present everywhere and ever commune with thy lotus feet, and the woman, the Gopikas of Vrindavana, who longed for the embrace of thy arms, powerful and handsome like Aditya, of equal worth. Whatever the nature of the passion that moves the devotee, if it makes him intensely think of thee, thy grace falls on him. None can know thee except by thy grace. Thou art the primeval being, prior to whom or by whose side there was none else existing. Lo, how can any of the others who come from thee and after thee, and who are bound to dissolve into thee, know thee? From thee the creator Brahma arose, and from him the two types of divinities. And when thou enterest into thy cosmic slumber, drawing everything to thyself, there is nothing left to be known as gross or subtle, or as a combination of both. No movement of time, no scripture. How can anyone therefore know the subtle truth about thee, unless instructed by thee? So to practice devotion to thee and win thy grace is the easier way of salvation for men. The conflicting views of philosophers. Different philosophers have different theories of reality. The Vaishikas say that real entities arise from a previous state of non-existence. Nayayikas have the theory that existent entities perish. Sankhyas contend that the spirit is many and therefore different in each body. The Mimamsaka ritualists find the truth in the fruits of ritualistic works. All these theories are guesswork based on misconception. So also the materialists' theory that man is a product of the three gunas of Prakriti, and that every being is therefore a separate and perishable individual. is a theory based on ignorance of thy nature. For thou, pure consciousness, in whom ignorance has no place, is the ultimate truth. The world derives its reality from the Lord. This universe of three gunas, a mental projection, and the individual self or the jiva are asat. Something non-exist in them, but becomes sat or derive existential value because of the who are the substance behind them. The knowers of the self therefore recognize all this as sat or existing, because all form an expression of their self. A product of gold is not rejected as illusory because it exists in identification with its substance, gold. Having manifested this universe, thou dost indwell it as its substance, as gold abides in all products of it. Devotion versus Vedic ritualism. Those who adore thee as the soul and substance of everything overcome death, planting their feet on his head, as it were, with utmost contempt. The others, who are averse to this truth, are bound by thee to the life of samsara, like animals with the rope of Vedic ritualism, even though they be great scholars. Those who love thee purify the worlds, not the others, who put on a garb of spirituality without love of thee at heart. The supremacy of the Lord. Though thou, the self-luminous and self-conscious one, be without limbs and sense organs, thou art the power that supports the sense faculties of all the creatures. Dominated by thy Maya, all the devas and creators, like Prajapatis, offer tribute to thee as subordinate kings to their suzerains, and they in turn subsist on what men offer them as sacrificial offerings. Out of fear of thee, all the devas perform their appointed tasks. Karma determines differences. O unfettered one, when thou, the transcendent being, desirest to sport with thy yoga maya and castest thy glance at her, then the powers and tendencies of jivas that had become latent in thee at the close of the cosmic cycle are roused up, and as a consequence, jivas, with bodies moving and unmoving, come into being. These differences, noticed in the nature and the power of the jivas, are due to their own karmas and not of thy making. For to thee, who art the highest of all beings, who art the same towards all, like Akasha, beyond mind and words, and extremely subtle, there is no such difference as the favored one and the disfavored one. All beings are alike to thee, and the differences noticed in them are only due to their own karma. Jiva is non-different from Brahman. O eternal being, if embodied beings, jivas, are countless in numbers and are also eternal and all-pervading, they cannot come under thy control, as each would be its own absolute authority and could go for in his own way. They can be under thy control only if it is otherwise. If the jiva is a manifestation of thyself through an adjunct, then thou, as their causal substance, would be permeating them in all the transformations through the adjuncts and would be their controller without losing thy own original nature as a supreme being. But the all-pervading and ultimate seer that thou art, thou canst not be an object of knowledge like other knowable things. To say that the ultimate seer can be seen will be an absurd doctrine. Unity of all beings in Brahman. A living being, Jiva, cannot be a product of Prakriti, matter, alone, or of Purusha, consciousness alone. For both these are eternal, whereas living beings come and go. They are therefore the product of the mutual superimposition of both into a complex unit in which their separateness cannot be understood or experienced. They may be compared to bubbles in which air and water particles combine. when all those jivas dissolve in thee, the existence knowledge plus, either in deep sleep or in liberation, then all their separateness disappears, for this difference that in sleep the emergence is still in combination with the adjuncts in a subtle form, as of flower nectars of various kinds in honey, while in liberation it is absolute emergence as of river water in the ocean. Devotion as a panacea for samsara. Knowing that it is due to the delusion caused by thy maya that the jivas are subject to birth after birth in the transmigratory cycle, samsara, wise men adore thee, the granter of release from samsara, with intense devotion. How can there be samsara for one who serves thee? For thy wheel of time, with its rum of three paths, past, present, and future, on which the life of transmigration is mounted, causes fear only to those who do not take refuge in thee. Surrender to the Lord is a safeguard in spiritual life. O birthless one, even though a person might have gained control over his senses and the pranas, if he has not surrendered himself at the feet of the Guru, all his effort to discipline the extremely fickle mind, which is like an uncontrolled horse, will result only in the pain and trouble of striving, and he will be overwhelmed with deep sorrow because of failure. His condition will be like that of a party of merchants in the mid-ocean without a helmsman to direct the boat. Renunciation is essential for spiritual life. When thou, the essence of all bliss, art available as his very self to one who has resigned himself to thee, what further use will be he have for such objects as relatives, sons, body, wife, wealth, house, lands, life and properties like chariots, etc.? And what joy can a man derive who, without knowing thee, the bedrock of reality, goes after the joy of sex life and other enjoyments of the world that are ephemeral and doomed to destruction by the very nature? Even realized souls renounce. Though these devotees, who are free from the pride of narrow egotism, hold thy lotus feet in their heart, and have within themselves that all-sanctifying stream of devotion flowing from those feet of thine, still they resort to holy centers of spiritual living and thinking during their life, in the world abandoning hearth and home. For even those who have but once seriously bestowed their mind on the ever-blessed Atman, which is thyself, can never feel happy in the self-centered life of the home, which has a baneful effect on the spiritual essence in man. Not only that, by their visit to such holy spots, they sanctify them and enhance their holiness. God and the world as cause and effect. It is contended that all this world has arisen out of Sat, a really existent cause, and therefore it must also be real. This, however, is not acceptable to reason. First, it is not universally applicable to all cases of cause and effect, as in the case of father and son. The son has a different identity from that of the father and cannot be reduced into the latter's form, as a pot can be reduced into a mud. Next, sometimes an effect may be a mere appearance on a real cause, as a snake on a rope in an illusory perception. In both such types of instances, the rule that the effect is as real as a cause is not found to fit. At the most, from the point of view of practical efficiency, it may have some relevancy, even as a wrong idea, blindly accepted on the ground of a transmitted tradition, is found to work in practice, or as a false coin passes for a genuine one undetected. The permanency for the fruits of Vedic rituals based on thy words, the Vedas, is only the wishful thinking of dull-witted persons who are not able to comprehend the Vedas with their continuity, implications, suggestions, and many-sidedness. Vedic rituals may bear fruits which may last long, but are not really eternal. The phenomenality of the effect. This universe was not existing before creation and will not exist after the cosmic dissolution also. So its existence in thee, the Sat Chit Ananda, during the interval can only be in a phenomenal sense, without any substantiality. It is therefore compared to ornaments and pots, which are the modifications of gold and mud, respectively. Ignorant people mistake these temporary formations of the mind to be permanent. The contrast between Jiva and Ishvara. Prompted by Maya, thy creative power, the Jiva embraced the ignorance aspect of that power and got established in the feeling that he is a body-mind complex. Consequently, he lost his blissful nature and became subject to birth and death in the transmigratory cycle. But thou, who art established in thy spiritual glory, hast shed ignorance like a snake is slough, and shinest in thy unlimited majesty, exhibiting the sixfold powers. Desire for enjoyments, the bane of the ascetic's life. O Lord, if renouncers, yatis and sannyasins do not root out the desire for enjoyments from their hearts, then thou, though present in the hearts, dost not reveal thy presence to those hypocrites, just as a jewel does not reveal itself to its wearer who has forgotten its presence on. After sense enjoyments have to stay in misery from two sources, from death, who is sure to visit them, and from thee, who dost not reveal thyself to them.
Enlightenment and scriptural injunctions. O thou of law of countless glories, in one who is illuminated with thy knowledge, the bond of self-centered life, egoity, is broken, and therefore he is oblivious of and becomes free from thy laws regarding merit and demerit, enjoyments and sufferings. The scriptural injunctions pertaining to men who are body-centered become meaningless for him, for he is then established in the bliss of spiritual freedom, which is thyself, who hast entered into the hearts of men through the glorious devotional traditions transmitted in every age by great men through a succession of teachers and disciples. Veda can describe Brahman only negatively. Even leading divinities like Brahma do not find the limits of thee, for thou art the unlimited, and the unlimited by its nature cannot be fully comprehended. For the same reason, even thou dost not know thy limits. Within that infinite and incomprehensible being of thine, countless Brahmandas, universes, each with its 7 expensive external coverings, whirl about together under the propulsion of thy time, like clusters of dust in the air. So the words of the Vedas, unable to describe thee positively, arrive at thee only the final residue left after negating all conceivable entities. The hymn and its significance. The worshipful Narayana said, the great sages, born of the mind of Brahma, heard this exposition of the truth of Brahman by Sanandana with great attention, and then saluted that rishi with their hearts illumined by the knowledge of the Atman. Thus was the quintessence of the Vedas, Puranas, and the Upanishads expounded by the ancient sage Sanandana and others who move about from sphere to sphere in the universe. O thou inheritor of Brahmic bliss, thinking with deep faith over this message productive of renunciation in the minds of men, you may freely move about in the worlds. Gist of the hymns. Sri Sukha said, O king, the sage Narada, who had perfect control over his mind and who observed strict celibacy in life, heard the teachings of Sri Narayana with deep faith and receptivity and became filled with joy, thinking over it again and again. Sri Narada said, Salutations to thee, the divine incarnate, manifestation of the Supreme Lord Krishna, of holy fame, who comes down as glorious incarnations for the welfare of all creatures. Paying homage to Rishi Narayana, the first and foremost of sages, and to his worthy disciples, Narada went to the ashrama where his father Vyasa dwelt. Received respectfully by Vyasa, Narada took a seat and narrated to him what he had heard from the mouth of Sri Narayana, and I learned it from my father. Thus I have answered, through the account of the above conversations, your question about Brahman, who is beyond the gunas and not within the scope and description of words, can be grasped by the mind. Meditate always on Hari, who, as the creator, designed this universe for the benefit of the jivas, who, as its material cause, remains unaffected as its substratum during its creation, sustentation, and dissolution, who is the Lord and director of matter and the jivas, who after creating the categories enter into his creation along with the jiva as the indwelling spirit and directs its evolution into various world systems and bodies, living beings who govern the jivas, providing them with food and other conditions of higher evolution, who, through instruction as the Guru, enables the jivas who take refuge in him to abandon identification with the body, even in the waking state, as in the state of sleep, and who, being ever established in bliss consciousness, without the slightest trace of ignorance, is capable of giving complete freedom from fear to all beings. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Narada Narayanam Samvade Vedastu Tinarma Sapta Shatita Modhyaya Athashta Sitati Modhyaya. Skanda 10, chapter 88. The story of Vrikasura and Rudra. Mahavishnu is difficult to propitiate. Why? Raja Parikshit said, it is generally found that among celestials, men and asuras, those who worship Parmeshwara, who is an ascetic living in unclean places like the cremation ground, became wealthy and are given to worldly enjoyments, whereas it is not so with regard to worship or worshippers of Hari, even though he is the consort of Lakshmi, the goddess of prosperity herself. Here we have grave doubt. We want to know why there is this paradox, that the followers of these two types of masters with opposite features obtain results that are contrary to the characteristics of the masters. Sri Sukha said, Shiva is always associated with Shakti, has three aspects in each of which His eye sense is covered by the adjuncts of sattva, rajas, and tamas respectively. From these three types of eye senses arose the mind, the 10 senses, and the 5 elements respectively. He who worships Shiva associated with any of these 3 adjuncts derives powers and enjoyments pertaining to all the aspects. But Hari is nirguna, not associated with any of the gunas of Prakriti. He is pure spirit, transcending Prakriti. He is only the pure witness of all transformations of Prakriti, with no eye sense associated with them. One who adores him transcends all the 3 gunas. His reward is pure bliss and not any of the powers and enjoyments derived from Prakriti. After your grandfather, Yudhishthira, had finished his Ashwamedha sacrifice, he was hearing from the worshipful Lord an exposition of Dharma. In the course of it, he put to the Lord the same question you have now raised. The worshipful Lord Krishna, who was none but the Supreme Being incarnated in that form in Yadu's line for the good of all beings, was very much pleased with the question and answered him as follows. The worshipful Lord said, He on whom I am going to bestow my grace, I slowly deprive him of all his wealth. When his wealth is gone, his friends and kith and kin desert him, making him sink into utmost sorrow and despair. When his further efforts to gain wealth also fail, thanks to my will, he becomes filled with dispassion and gets associated with my devotees. On such a one I bestow my grace. For this reason, people do not adore me, the Supreme Brahman, who is extremely subtle, being of the nature of pure existence, consciousness, bliss, unlimited and impossible to be conceived with an impure heart. Men therefore adopt usually the worship of other deities. As a consequence, they obtain soon from these easily propitiated deities kingdom, wealth, and such worldly blessings, and become so filled with arrogance and infatuation thereby that they forget themselves to the extent of disregarding and becoming oblivious even of the deity who favored them. Vrikasura granted boon by Shiva. Sri Sukha said, Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara are competent to bless and to curse. Of these, Brahma and Shiva may become quickly gracious and curse too with equal quickness. As an illustration, great men narrate an ancient legend showing how Shiva fell into trouble by giving boons to Vrikasura. A wicked asura named Vrika, the son of Sakuni, once met the sage Narada on the way and asked him who among the 3 deities, Trimurti, is most quickly propitiated. Narada replied, You adore Rudra, then you will get the fruits of your worship very quickly. He, Rudra, is quickly propitiated, and he is also offended with equal quickness. On the 10-headed Ravana and Banasura, who praised him as minstrels do, he bestowed untold wealth, and thereby he brought suffering on himself. Thus advised by Narada, the Asura performed a sacrifice at Kadera, offering the flesh taken from his own body in fire, conceived as the face of Rudra. Disappointed at not getting the deity's favor, even after 7 days of worship, he was about to cut off his own head, drenched in holy waters, and offer it in the sacrificial fire. The merciful Lord Shiva thereupon emerged from the sacrificial fire, assuming a body brilliant like fire itself, and, as men do, held the hands of the Asura to prevent him from cutting off his head. The touch of Rudra healed all the wounds on the Asura's body and made him whole once again. Rudra said, O noble one, enough of austerity. Seek whatever boon you want from me. I shall grant it. I am pleased even with the offerings of water made by devotees adoring me. It is not proper that you torture your body like this. Thereupon the Asura said, Let any being on whose head I place my hand perish. Such a boon of terrible consequence to living beings was sought of the deity by the wicked Asura. O scoin of Bharata's line, hearing this, Rudra felt uneasy at heart and laughed, but none the less granted him that boon, which was like giving milk to a serpent. Vrika's attack on Rudra and after, being thus blessed, that Asura immediately decided to abduct Gauri, the consort of Rudra. So he thought of testing the boon on Shiva himself and was about to place his hand on the head of Rudra, causing him terrible fear about the consequence of his own action. Not that Shiva was afraid of his life. His concern was about the other lives the Asuras might endanger.
He therefore began to run, followed by the Asura. As he frightened and shivering, he ran everywhere to the ends of the earth, the sky and the quarters, and then proceeded northward. This was only to ensure that the Asura did not go after anyone else. Brahma and other leading celestials kept mum, not knowing how to save Rudra. Rudra now ran towards Vaikunta, which is beyond all darkness. In that Vaikunta is manifest the supreme Narayana. It is the highest goal of all renouncing sannyasins established in peace. Attaining to that, none returns to the inferior realms. Seeing from a distance the predicament in which Lord Shiva was placed, the worshipful Narayana, the redresser of the woes of all, assumed the form of Brahmacharyan by employing his yoga maya and approached that Asura. Equipped with the girdle of grass, deerskin, staff and rosary, and shining like fire itself, he went holding some kusa grass in hand and greeted the Asura in all humility. The worshipful Lord said, Lord, as Brahmacharyan said, O son of Sakuni, you seem to be very tired, having travelled such a long distance. Please rest a while. After all, the body is the means for obtaining all desirable ends. It should not therefore be strained in this way. Sir, kindly tell me what you are at, if you think it could be told to me. People generally attain their objectives with the help of well-wishers. Sri Sukha said, the words of the Lord acted like a shower of nectar on Vrikasura. His exhaustion abated. He narrated all that happened in the reminiscent mood. The worshipful Lord rejoined, if it be so, I warn you that the words of Rudra are not to be taken seriously. By the curse of Daksha Prajapati, Sri Rudra has been reduced to the state of a Pisacha, a demigod of evil propensities, with ghosts and goblins as his followers. O the greatest of Asuras, O dear one, if still you have faith in the bona fides of Sri Rudra, the so-called master of the world, you better test the truth of his words by placing your hand on your own head, rather than exhausting yourself like this by running. O mighty Asura, if you find Sambhu's words untrue, then is the time to kill him, so that he may not play hoaxes like this any more. That evil-minded fellow, deprived of his common senses by these clever and persuasive words of the worshipful Lord, placed his hand unwittingly on his own head. Immediately he fell down dead, with his head split as if struck with a thunderbolt. Voices from high heavens cried, "Hail!" offered salutations, and exclaimed, "Well done, well done." When the sinful Rajasuya perished, Devas, Rishis, Pritris, and Gandharvas showered flowers, and Lord Shiva was saved from a sore predicament. The Supreme Being Mahavishnu now said, addressing the liberated Lord of the mountains, "O Lord Mahadeva, he has been killed by the weight of his own sins. Who can hope to remain happy? Doing injury to holy personages, much less can it be so in the case of those who do sacrilegious offenses to a divinity, and teacher of the worlds. He who narrates and hears this account of the rescuing of Sri Rudra by Hari, the Supreme One, the soul of all souls, the reservoir of all powers and glories, the one beyond mind and word, he will gain freedom from the cycle of births and deaths, as also from all enemies. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyam Samhitayam Dasamaskande Uttarade Rudra Mokshanam Nama Ashta Shiti Toma Dhyaya Ata Eko Nana Vati Tamo Dhyaya. Recovery of the Brahmana's children. Bhrigu testing the Trimurti. Sri Sukha said, "O king, on the banks of the river Saraswati, some rishis had started a sastra, a sacrifice of very long duration. Among them a dispute arose as to who among the Trimurti trinity of Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara is the greatest. O king, to investigate and find out the answer, they deputed Bhrigu, the son of Brahma. Bhrigu went to the celestial assembly of Brahma. In order to test the innate situation of his mind, Bhrigu did not prostrate himself before Brahma, now recite any hymn in praise of him. At this, the worshipful Brahma was all angry and blazed in his natural brilliance, enhanced by his irate mood. He, however, restrained his anger at his son's conduct by means of his discriminative power, just as the flames of fire are extinguished by water, which is itself an evolute of fire. Next, Bhrigu went to Kailasa, the abode of Maheshwara. On seeing Bhrigu, Maheshwara got up from his seat and in great joy advanced to embrace him like a brother. Bhrigu, however, did not allow himself to be embraced, declaring that he, Rudra, was a traducer of social conventions and Vedic injunctions. Sri Rudra was extremely angry at this, and with eyes burning anger, was about to strike Bhrigu with his trident. But Parvati, the consort of Parmeshwara, fell at his feet and pleaded with him not to strike at Bhrigu. The sage then left for Vaikuntha, where Janardana Mahavishnu resides. Bhrigu gave a kick at the chest of Vishnu, who was then lying with his head resting on the lap of Sri Devi. The worshipful Lord Vishnu immediately got up and coming down from the bed with Sri, prostrated before the sage and said, "O great sage, welcome to you. Please take rest in this seat for a while. It behooves you to pardon us from not being immediately aware of your arrival. O beloved sage, your feet are very tender and my chest very hard and likely to injure your feet." Saying so, he began to stroke the feet of the sage with his hands. The Lord further said, "Deign to purify me, the worlds residing in me, and their guardian deities, by the washing of your feet that sanctify even holy places by their contact. O worshipful Sir, I am from this day the permanent residence of Sri Devi, for on my chest sanctified by the contact of your feet, the goddess Shri will always dwell. This is Shri Vatsa mark of Mahavishnu's chest." Shri Sukha said, "When the Lord spoke like this, the sage Bhrigu was steeped in bliss and felt perfectly fulfilled to hear his highly dignified and meaningful words. He stood there silent, overpowered by devotion and shedding profuse tears. Bhrigu then returned to where the Munis versed in the Vedas were performing the satra and informed them all of what he had experienced. Wonderstruck of what they heard, the Munis became free from all doubts and concluded that Mahavishnu is the highest deity, the fountainhead of all tranquility and fearlessness. From him has originated pure dharma, wisdom, renunciation based on proper understanding, the eightfold powers and the fame of holy deeds which purify the minds of men. Great men say that he is the supreme goal of sages who do not exploit others, who are at peace with all, who have unruffled equanimity of mind, who own no possession and who are endowed with universal benevolence. He loves to reveal himself in a form of pure sattva. Holy men are his dearest object of worship. People who are without worldly desires, who are established in peace, and who are endowed with discrimination, adore him. Maya, with his three gunas, has evolved for his manifestation in three types of form: the Rakshasas form, the Asura forms, and the Deva forms. Of these, only the forms of pure sattva are the means for the attainment of holiness and purity. Shri Sukha continued, "For the removal of men's doubt, the rishis assembled on the bank of the Saraswati thus investigated and arrived at this conclusion. Through the adoration of him, they attained him as they go." The sutta said, "The traveler on the roads of samsara will get complete relief from exhaustion if he imbibes through the cup of his ears his holy and fear-destroying nectar, the narrative of the Lord's sportive activities flowing from the lotus-like mouth of Sri Shuka, the son of Vyasa, the bereaved Brahmana and Arjuna." Shri Sukha said, "O king of Bharatas, in those days of Dwaraka, an infant born of a Brahmana's wife died immediately after birth, the very moment it conducted the earth. The grief-stricken Brahmana took the dead infant to the door of the assembly hall at Dwaraka and laying the dead body, they began to lament as follows: "My child has died because of misdeeds of Kshatriyas who persecute holy men and who are evil-minded, covetous and given to licentiousness. Poverty and irremediable misery are the fate of the subjects of the king, who is oppressive, wicked and devoid of sense control." The Brahmana's second and third infants, also born dead, were taken and laid at the assembly hall with lamentations as before. On the occasion of the death of the ninth infant of Brahmana, when he went for his routine lamentation to the assembly hall, Arjuna, who was then on a visit to Krishna, happened to hear his reproach. Arjuna thereupon said, "O learned one, of what use is your wailing like this? There seems to be not even a single Kshatriya, even of an inferior class, who bears a bow in hand in this land of yours. Ah, all the so-called Kshatriyas, Here seemed to be Brahmanas gathered in a sacrificial assembly hall. The ruling kings of those countries were good men suffer because of the danger of their wives, children, or wealth. These cannot be considered real Kshatriyas, but only as missionaries acting to the role of kings for earning their livelihood. I shall give protection to the next child of you, both afflicted as you are by the loss of your children. If I fail to fulfill this vow of mine, I shall enter into fire expiation for the sin of not helping a holy person like you. The Brahmana said, neither Balarama nor Krishna, neither the great archer Pradyumna nor the irresistible Aniruddha has been able to give us relief. How are you going to accomplish what this divine personage could not do? It is mere immaturity that makes you think you could do it. So we do not take you seriously. Arjuna said, true, I am neither a Balarama, nor a Krishna, nor a Pradyumna, nor an Aniruddha, but I am Arjuna, the wielder of the famous weapon, the bow Gandiva. O learned one, do not belittle my prowess, which evoked wonder and admiration even in Sri Rudra. Even conquering the Lord of Death, I shall restore your issue to you. O hero, thus assured by Arjuna, that Brahmana put trust in what he heard from him about his own powers and went hope satisfied. Arjuna's discomfiture. When the time for the next delivery of his wife came, the Brahmana, apprehensive of danger, approached Arjuna for protection. Arjuna thereupon did the initial purificatory rite with water, made prostrations to Parmeshwara and salutations to the divine weapons, and stood in readiness with his bow strung. Arjuna converted the lying-in room into an arrow chamber, fencing it with divinized arrows and around, above, and below.
An infant was born to the Brahmana's wife in due time, but after crying a few times, it disappeared bodily into the sky. Thereupon the Brahmana spoke insultingly to Arjuna in the presence of Krishna. How stupid I was to have believed the boastful words of this eunuch of fellow. What neither Aniruddha, nor Pradyumna, nor Balarama, nor even Krishna could protect. Where is another capable of protecting? Fie on Arjuna, given to breach of promise. Fie on the boastful man's bow. It is only his perversity that has made him offer to bring back that destiny has destroyed. Abused in this way by the Brahmana, Arjuna, utilizing his mastery of occultism, went to Samyamini, where the worshipful Yama, the ruler of the dead spirits, dwells. Not finding the Brahmana's child there, Arjuna, bow in hand, went to the realms of Indra, Agni, Niriti, Soma, Vayu, and Varuna, and to Rasatala, Swarga, and many other regions. He could not find the Brahmana's child in any of these places, and was now guilty of breach of faith. To fulfill his vow, he now made ready to throw himself into the fire, but was prevented by Krishna, who said to him as follows, I shall show you all the children of the Brahmana. Do not condemn yourself. Those who now condemn us will perpetuate our good name afterwards. Trip to Vaikuntha. Saying so, the all-powerful Lord Krishna ascended his divine chariot along with Arjuna and started in a westerly direction, passing through the 7 continents with their 7 boundary mountains, crossing the 7 seas, separating them, and climbing past the Loka mountain. They entered into the intense darkness that extends beyond it. O leader of Bharatas, there in that darkness the 4 horses yoked to the chariot, Saibya, Sugriva, Megha Pushpa, and Balaka, lost their tread. When he saw this, the worshipful Lord Krishna, the rewarder of all yogis with the fruits of their practices, sent his divine discus, having the brilliance of 1,000 suns, to lead the way. Like the arrows of Rama shot into the midst of the army of the Rakshasas, the discus Sudarsana, equal to the mind of speed, cleared that dense and awesome darkness, shattering it with all its brilliant rays. Through that passage of light, made by the forward movement of the discus, Arjuna had a glimpse of the limitless and expansive light of the spirit beyond all darkness, struck by which his external senses, like the eye, became indrawn. Going further, the chariot passed through an expanse of water crowned by huge waves raised by powerful winds. On the surface of that water was an imposing and attractive edifice supported by innumerable bejeweled columns. There he saw Adishesha, a huge and awe-inspiring serpent, luminous with the countless gems on his 1,000 hoods, set with 2,000 gleaming eyes, in size equal to a mountain of sparkling crystal and gleaming with the blue neck and tongues. On the body of that Adishesha he saw seated the Supreme Lord, the transcendent Mahavishnu, blue like a thundercloud, dressed in yellow cloth and having a serene face and attractive long eyes. He saw him, with numerous curls, illumined by the luster of his diamond-studded crown and ear ornaments, with 8 long and well-formed arms, with the Srivatsa mark on his chest, with the jewel Kaustuba on his neck, and with the floral wreath surrounding his frame. He was being served by his attendants headed by Sunanda, by his weapons like the discus that had assumed forms, and by his majesties like strength, prosperity, fame, Maya, and the 8-fold powers. At Vaikunta, the supreme realm of Vishnu, Achyuta made obeisance to himself in a different form as part of his divine play. Arjuna prostrated himself before him with great excitement born in of his vision. The Supreme One, the Lord of all divine manifestations, said as follows smilingly in his majestic voice to the 2 standing before him with folded hands. I brought the sons of the Brahmana to my realm in order that I may meet you both. You are both parts of me, born on earth to relieve her of the burden of evil men. Having accomplished that mission, come back quickly to my realm. You leaders of men are the incarnations of the rishis Nara and Narayana. Though you have no desire of your own to achieve, perform your duties in the world for the good of the society and the maintenance of Dharma. Commanded thus by the worshipful Lord, they both agreed to abide by his instruction. Then they saluted him and gladly returned with the children to the Brahmana. Arriving at home in as perfect a condition as they left, they gave all the children to the Brahmana, checking their correctness of form and age. By this experience of the supreme abode of Vishnu, Arjuna learned wisdom from the wonder it is produced and came to the settled conclusion that all the success that man appear to achieve through self-effort is only by the operation of the Lord's grace. Displaying his divine prowess in many such ways, the Lord lived as man, enjoying the things of the Lord of the world and performing many yajnas for the good of the world. Just as Indra brings rain in the proper time, the Lord provided all the wants of his people in plenty and became great in their eyes. He destroyed many of the unrighteous kings himself, and many he got destroyed through Arjuna and others. And through Yudhishthira and the like, he brought the laws of Dharma to operate smoothly.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyam Samhitayam Dasamaskande Uttararte Dvija Kumaranayanam Nama Ekonana Vatitamodhyaya Athanavatitamodhyaya.
Skanda 10, chapter 90. The Krishna, the Immaculate One, the city of Dwaraka. The Lord, the consort of Lakshmi, lived happily in his city of Dwaraka, which was inhabited by the leaders of the Vrishni clan and was noted as a center of plenty and prosperity. There one could see women with the grace of blooming youth, immaculately dressed as a complexion, brilliant like lightning, and playing ball games on the terraces of their homes. Its streets were marked by the frequent movements of brilliantly dressed royal guards, of caparisoned horsemen, of imposing elephants, and of chariots with golden embellishments. The city had numerous parks and gardens, besides lines of flowering trees from which the hum of honeybees and the warblings of birds could be heard on all sides. There the Lord resided, Krishna amidst his wives. In the garden city, the Lord sported in the splendorous homes of his 16,108 consorts, the single husband of all these ladies, living with them at the same time in their different mansions, assuming as many forms as they were in numbers. In these palaces there were tanks and lakes, whose waters were fragrant with the pollen of blooming aquatic flowers like Kalhara, Utpala, Kumuda, Kamala, and wherein various types of birds fluttered, chirping. Krishna of imposing majesty, with his body smeared over with the saffron powder from the breasts of the women, entered into these lakes for water sports along with the womenfolk. The sound of musical instruments like mridanga, clay drums, kettle drums, and veena was sounded by musicians, bards, minstrels, and heralds as they recited panegyrics on Krishna. Achyuta, sporting with those smiling women, syringing water mutually, looked like the lord of the Yakshas, sporting with so many Yakshis. These women, with their thighs and breasts visible through their drenched clothes, and with their long tresses loosened, and flowers dropping therefrom, approached Krishna and struggled with him in a tight embrace under the guise of pulling off the syringe from his hands, and in the process shone with their faces lustrous by excitement caused by Cupid's festivity. Wearing round his neck a floral wreath smeared with saffron from the breasts of the ladies, and having his enmassed locks loosened by the movements of the game, Krishna sported like an elephant king amidst his cows, syringing water profusely at his consorts, and they in turn doing the same towards him. Krishna and his consorts gave away as present the ornaments and clothes they wore for the sport to all the songsters, dancers, instrumentalists, and other artists. In the course of these sports, the minds of these women were entirely captivated by Krishna, by his various amorous dalliances, by speech, laughter, jokes, jests, embraces. For a while they remained silent, their minds absorbed in him who grants liberation to all jivas. Then, with thoughts about him revived, they indulged in senseless, love-born prattle like inebriated people. Hear from me a sample of what they said. The madness of spiritual love. The consort said, O osprey, the Lord, withdrawing his senses and mind, is in deep sleep, but you are crying all through the night, disturbing his sleep. Is it right for you to do so? Perhaps you too are in the same predicament as ourselves, your heart rent asunder by the lotus-eyed one's playful, wide, long glances, rendered all the more charming by his smiles. Why, O Chakravaki, are you crying piteously with your eyes closed at night? Is it because you are missing your husband, or is it because you too long to be a handmaid of a Achyuta like us, and wear on your braids the flowers that have been offered at his feet? O ocean, why are you crying day and night without a wink of sleep? Is it because, just as we, in the course of his amorous dalliances with us, have been deprived by Mukunda of all our cherished bodily decorations, the collyridium from our eyes, saffron from our breasts, and flowers from our hair, you too have been reduced to the same critical situation by his taking possession of your precious assets like your awful majesty, and your wealth like the jewel Kastuba and the conch Panchajanya. O you moon, you seem to be a victim of consumption, for so weak you look, your rays being hardly able to remove the surrounding darkness. It seems to us that you too are standing stunned and speechless like us, trying to recall what Mukunda had confidently spoken to us both.
O Malaya breeze, what harm have we done to you? Why are you aggravating the love torture of your hearts, already pierced by the sidelong glances of Govinda? O rain cloud of attractive hue, to you the Lord of the Yadavas must surely be very dear, and you too, like us, must be constantly thinking of that one with a mark of Srivatsa on his chest. For unless you are bound to him by bonds of love and feel great anxiety and sorrow on account of constant thought of him like ourselves, why should you be shedding such profuse tears in the shape of rain? His very thought produces poignant grief. Why then his continuing attachment for him? O sweet-throated Kokila, your charming and melodious sound, capable of reviving even dying people like us, make us feel that we are hearing the very voice of that one of most entrancing speech. Tell what compensation we can give you for this. O mountain, you do not move or speak. You must therefore be engaged in some deep thought, but beware. If you are longing to have Vasudeva's son to place his feet on your peaks, your fate will be the same as ours, who have been longing to bear them on our breast. O rivers, consorts of the ocean, just as we feel our hearts are vacant and our bodies emaciated for what of the loving looks of Madhu's Lord, are you to become lean by drought and deprived of the lotus blossoms that used to enhance your beauty, for lack of view of your husband? The ocean, as rain, liaison officer between you two, has failed to do his duty. Welcome, O swan, drink little milk. Tell us about Sauri Krishna. We understand that you are his messenger, he, the unconquered and unconquerable one. Is he in good health? Does he of fickle love remember all the confidential talks we had with us once? If so, messenger of that unworthy one, why should we wait on him at all? If he wants us, you may ask him, the fulfiller of all your longings, to come here, But note, without Sri Devi among women, is she the only one solely dedicated to him? No, we all are. By virtue of this kind of love bestowed on Krishna, the greatest of all, endowed with yogic powers, the consorts of Krishna attain the highest spiritual state. He, the Lord Krishna, attracts the minds of women who have heard of him even once. Then what to speak of those who have been constantly seeing him, the object of great hymns and song? How holy were those ladies who, looking upon him, the Lord and teacher of the whole universe, as their husband, stroked his feet and performed intimate services for him. The glory of his form of austerity consisting in divine service cannot be adequately described. The Lord, who is the goal of all spiritual aspirants, observed the duties of the follower of the Vedas and demonstrated in his life the state of householder, in which the three ends of life, Dharma, Artha, and Kama, are realized. The family of Krishna. Krishna, who observed the Dharma of the householder, had 1,108 consorts. Of these ladies of his household, the name of the first 8 wives began with Rukmini, and their sons have been already stated. The Lord begot 10 offspring in which of his wives. This is no matter for wonder in the Almighty Lord, whose world is low. Among these sons of Krishna, 18 were famous personages and car warriors of high prowess. Hear from me their names: Pradyumna, Aniruddha, Timan, Shrutadeva, Banu, Shamba, Madhu, Brihad, Banu, Vrika, Aruna, Pushkara, Veda Bahu, Sanandana, Chitra Bahu, Virupa, Kavi, and Nyagroda. All these were recognized as experts in chariot war. Of these, Pradyumna, the son of Rukmini, was the foremost, and he was equal to his father in all respect. That great car warrior, Pradyumna, married the daughter of Rukmini and had a son named Aniruddha, who had the strength of 10,000 elephants. Aniruddha, the son of Rukmini's daughter, married a granddaughter of Rukmini and had a son named Vajra, who alone survived and fratricidal slaughter among the Yadavas in connection with the iron pestle incident. Of Vajra, Pratibahu was born, of him Shabu, of him Shantasena, and of him Satasena. None born in this line of the Yadus was poverty-stricken or issueless or short-lived or devoid of devotion of holy men. O King, even in 10,000 years, it is not possible to describe the number of the famous and heroic princes born in the line of the Yadus. We have heard that for the education of the numerous children of the Yadavas, 3,08,800 teachers were engaged. No one can calculate the number of the crores and crores of Yadavas who resided in Dwaraka, over which King Yugresena ruled. The large number of fierce asuras who were born on earth as men became menace to the people. In order to destroy these evil persons, the Devas were ordered by Hari to be born in the line of the Yadus. There were 101 sub-clans among them. The all-powerful Hari was born as the leader and set the standard for them, and all the Yadavas who abided by his example prospered. These Yadavas had their minds so absorbed in the Lord that they had very little body consciousness and engaged in such physical activities as lying, sitting, walking, talking, playing, and bathing. The glory of Krishna. O King Krishna, that center of holiness and spiritual excellences has eclipsed and sanctifying efficacy of the Ganga, the holy water flowing from his feet, through his sportive actions as the divine incarnate, the accounts of which are easily available for one to hear and are very efficacious in purifying the mind. He absorbed into himself all who came to him with intensity of feeling, whether it was through love or antagonism. His invisible majesty received the humble attention and service of Sri Devi, whose favor all devas seek. His name effaces the sins of all who chant it or hear it chanted. He promulgated the multifarious Vedic Dharma through the clans, Gotras, various rishis. All these achievements are not to be wondered at in Krishna, who wields the mighty wheel of time as his weapon. It is just trifle for him. Obeisance to Lord Krishna, who is both the abode and the indweller of all beings. Though reputed as born of Devaki, he is really the eternal and ancient one. Surrounded by attendants of the Yadu clan, he destroyed the forces of unrighteousness by the prowess of his arms. He redeemed all beings, inanimate and inanimate, from their sins. By his being the smiling countenance, he inspired divine life into the hearts of the womenfolk of Vraja and Mathurapuri. A person who desires to serve Krishna, the Supreme Being, and attain to his feet should listen to the narratives of the Lord's action in all his sportive manifestations, especially in the incarnation as the leader of the Yadava clan. Actions appropriate to his mission and destructive of karmic bondage of devotees and undertaken by him for the preservation of the Bhagavata Dharma, the path of spiritual redemption established by him. By constant and continuous practice of hearing, singing about, and remembering the glorious deeds of the Lord's, man's devotion to him grows day by day, and by virtue of it he attains to the state of Lord, overcoming the otherwise irreversible and inevitable approach of death, which engulfs all beings. It is seeking that state that kings go to the forest, abandoning their kingdoms. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Vaya Sakyama Ashtadasha Shradyam Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Uttarade Shri Krishna Charitanu Varnanam Nama Navati Tamodhyaya Iti Dashamaskande Samapta Hari Om Tat Sat. Shrimad Bhagavatam Ekadasho Skanda Ata Prathamadhyaya Shri Badara Yani Ruvacha Skanda 11 Chapter 1 The Curse of the Holy Men on the Yadavas, Destruction of Yadavas. Shri Sukha said, Krishna and Rama, utilizing their large following of Yadavas, effected the destruction of Asuras masqueraded as kings. Then they created a bitter internecine feud among the Yadavas themselves, resulting in their destruction. Thus they relieved the earth of this burden. The Lord, making instruments of the sons of Pandu, who were provoked to great anger and vengeance because of repeated outrage on them by the enemies. The Kauravas, like the deceitful game of dice, insulting behavior, humiliation, and Panchali, poisoning and incendiarism, created a war between the two parties, which resulted in the destruction of all the kings and their followers who had joined on either side. Thus the Lord lessened the earth's burden. Besides, he relieved the earth of its burden of wicked kings, also with the help of the Yadava enemies, under his own lead and protection. The inscrutable Lord now thought, the earth's burden has no doubt been very much reduced in a way, but not to desirable extent, for there yet remains the power of the Yadava clan, whose might is irresistible by anyone. These Yadavas who depend upon me and who have untold military resources that can be easily misused can never be defeated by any other power. So, just as bamboo groves are destroyed by fire ignited by internal friction, I shall instigate and intercede quarrel among the Yadus, leading to their destruction, and then I shall withdraw from the scene of action to my abode of peace. The Lord, whose will always called true, resolved thus and brought about the destruction of his own Yadava clan through the curse pronounced by some holy men. By the charming beauty of his form that excelled everything called beautiful in the world, he attracted the looks of all towards himself. His sweet words he attracted the minds of all who remembered them. By the imprints he left on life, he inspired noble actions dedicated to him. In all who noticed them, for the good of the posterity, he spread all over the world the fame of his holy deeds. Considering these to be sufficient to help people overcome the darkness of ignorance, he concluded his sport as the incarnate and went back to his eternal realm.
How the curse took place. The Raja said, how could there be any occasion for the incurring of a holy man's curse by the Yadavas, whose minds ever rested on Krishna, and who were noted for their devotion to holy men and elders, for their liberality and for their readiness to serve? O Great One, what occasioned that curse? What exactly was the nature of the curse? How did quarrel arise among the Yadavas, who were noted for their unity? Please tell me all about these matters. Sri Shuka said. Endowed as he was with a form that was the concentrated essence of everything beautiful, performing various works contributive to world welfare, though himself self-fulfilled and free from all desires, the Lord of holy fame, who resided at Dwaraka, demonstrating the ideals of a householder's life, felt nonetheless that there was a part of his mission that still remained unfulfilled, the destruction of his own clan. In the course of his life at Dwaraka, engaged in works that were holy, joy-giving and purifying, the Lord, who was now in a destructive role, once invited some sages for the performance of certain rites. After the ceremonies were over, he sent the sages to a place of pilgrimage called Paundraka. Among them were Vishwamitra, Asita, Kashyapa, Vamadeva, Atri, Vashishta, Narada, and several others. Some playful youths, dear members of respectable Yadava families, approached those sages with a show of respect and asked them a question. they had dressed Samba, the son of Jambavati, like an expectant woman, and showing him, asked the sages, O sages of unerring insight, here is this young woman, beautiful and expecting. She is too bashful to ask you directly, so she is asking you through us. What will be the sex of the child to be born to her? She is keen to have a boy. O king, the sages felt extremely angry at this insulting behavior of the young men and said, O fools, she will deliver a pestle, and that will be the ruin of your clan. Frightened by the curse, the young men immediately dismantled the made-up abdomen of Samba, only to find within it an iron pestle. What have we unfortunate fellows done? What will our people say on coming to know of this? Lamenting thus, and confused and agitated, they went back to their homes, carrying the pestle with them. With faded faces, they made a clean breast of everything to King Ugrasena in the assembly of the Yadavas. The matter was not, however, brought before Krishna. Krishna welcomes the events. O king, hearing about the unfailing curse of the holy men and seeing the iron pestle, the residents of Dwaraka were both immensely astounded and terrified. Ugrasena, the Yadava king, had the pestle powdered, and along with the residuary bit of iron, had the whole thing thrown into the sea. Now, a fish in the sea happened to swallow that bit of iron, while the filings were all washed ashore by the waves, where they all miraculously grew into a kind of grass called Dwaraka. The particular fish that swallowed the iron piece was caught among others in the net cast by a fisherman into the sea. He took the iron piece from the stomach of the fish and forged it into an arrowhead. Though the Lord knew all these details and was capable of counteracting the evil effects, he did not care to do so. Being himself the time spirit, all these events had indeed his approval. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skande Pratamo Dhyaya Atha Dvitiyo Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha Skanda 11, Chapter 2, Sermon of the Nava Yogis. Vasudeva's question to Narada. Shri Shuka said, O great king, the sage Narada, in his eagerness to serve Krishna, would often sojourn long at Dwaraka, which was under Shri Krishna's protection. Ever threatened with death, as men are, who among them with even a modicum of understanding will not adore the feet of Mukunda, the giver of moksha and the object of worship for the immortals even? Once the sage Narada went to Vasudeva's house. After welcoming the honored visitor with offerings and seating him comfortably, Vasudeva asked him as follows with due respect. Vasudeva said, O worshipful sir, the arrival of parents is for the welfare of the children. The arrival of devoted holy men at a place is for the relief of men suffering from the travails of samsara. In the same way, your peregrinations are undertaken for the good of the whole world. The ways of the celestials are sometimes the cause of good and sometimes of suffering. But the ways of sages like you, whose minds ever rest in the Lord, are always for the good of men. Devas, who are under the regulation of karma, favor their devotees exactly as and to the extent the devotees have made offerings to them. just as a shadow moves exactly as the shadow-giving object moves. But holy men sympathize with all sufferers, irrespective of any such consideration. O Holy One, be that as it may, I wish to know from you those devotional disciplines, Bhagavata Dharma, by following which the Lord became gracious to you. I believe by hearing it with faith, man is freed from the fear of the cycle of life and death. Long ago, being under the infatuation of divine Maya, I adored the infinite Lord, the granter of liberation, for getting an issue, but not for freedom from samsara. Instruct me how, by my association with you, I can quickly attain liberation from the samsara which is full of sorrows and fears. Narada's answer, Sri Shuka said, O king, questioned thus by the wise Vasudeva, the Devarshi Narada, whose mind was roused to devotional heights by the thought of the Lord's excellences, spoke as follows with great joy. Sri Narada said, O noble Yadava, your eagerness in putting a question of this kind is highly commendable, for it relates to Bhagavata Dharma, devotional doctrine, which sanctifies the world. By hearing this holy doctrine, by extolling it, by meditating on it, by respecting it, and by propagating it, even great sinners stand purified. By your question you have intensified my remembrance of the worshipful Narayana, the Lord of all, the most auspicious one, the sanctifier of all who take his name and excellences. There is the tradition of a conversation that took place ages ago between the sons of Rishabha, known as the Nava Yogis, the group of 9 yogis, and Janaka, wherein the doctrines of the Bhagavata Dharma are well expounded and illustrated. Swayambhuva Manu's son was Priyavrata, his son Agnidra, and his son Nabi, and his son Rishabha. Rishabha was said to be a part of Vasudeva, the Supreme Lord, incarnated to spread the devotional doctrine among mankind. He had 100 sons, all well versed in the Vedas. Among them, Bharata, the eldest, was wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord Narayana. It is noteworthy that this country, known originally as Ajnabhavarsha, came to be reputed under the name Bharatavarsha after that great king Bharata. Having enjoyed this world for some time, he abandoned hearth and home, resorted to the seclusion of the forest, devoted himself entirely to meditation on Hari, and after 3 births attained to him. Of his brothers, 81 became Brahmanas devoted to Vedic ritualism, while 9 of the remaining became rulers of 9 provinces of Bharatavarsha. The still remaining 9 became contemplatives and philosophers ever engaged in the quest of the Atman. Established in the sense of being the Atman, they went about unclad. Kavi, Hari, Antariksha, Prabudha, Pipalayana, Avirhotra, Drumila, Chamasa, Kara Bhajana. These were the well-known 9 yogis, Nava Yogis, who roamed over the world, established in the experience of the whole universe in its subtle and gross aspects as the form of the Lord, non-different from Him, the universal self. Free from the limitations of the body and moving about everywhere they liked, with no obstacle restricting them, they had their peregrinations through the realms of all species of beings, devas, siddhas, sadhyas, gandharvas, yakshas, Manushas, Kinnaras, Nagas, Munis, Charanas, Bhutanathas, Vidyadharas, birds and beasts. Once they happened to arrive by chance at the Brahma Satra, a prolonged sacrificial festival of scriptural discussions that was being conducted by a large number of rishis on behalf of King Nimi in Ajanabhavarsha. Seeing those great ones, luminous like the sun himself, all of them there, the sacrificer, the sacrificial fire deities, and the priests got up from their seats. Recognizing them to be the Nava Yogis, the great devotees of the Lord, King Nimi honored them with comfortable seats and due worship. Overjoyed with the great humility, the king spoke to those Nava Yogis, whose self-luminous forms made them look like Sanaka and the other Kumaras. King Videha, Nimi, said, I look upon you as the attendants of the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu himself. It is well known that Vishnu's emissaries track all the worlds in order to purify them. Human birth is very rare, and even when attained, man's life is of short duration. Meeting exalted devotees of the Lord is still rarer. O holy men, I would therefore like to ask you what it is that constitutes the ultimate good of man. In this life of transmigratory existence, even a moment in holy company is like obtaining a great treasure. Please tell us about the Bhagavata Dharma, the path of devotion. It is said that the Lord is extremely pleased with one following it, and that he bestows his very self on him. Kavi on Bhagavata Dharma. Sri Narada said, O Vasudeva, questioned in this way by King Nimi, those great men, the Nava Yogis, congratulated him and addressed him, the sacrificial priest and the members of the sacrificial assembly, and said as follows. Kavi said, for man suffering from the agonies of the life of samsara, springing from the identification of the Atman with the body, the worship of the feet of Achyuta, the immortal being, is the only way to attain the state that is free from fear and suffering. For one attaining him, the fears of samsara end forever. For the easy attainment of the truth of the Atman by persons who are uninstructed, the Lord has himself directly revealed the way. Know that to be the Bhagavata Dharma. O King, no obstacles can stand in the way of one adopting this Dharma. He will not slip or fall down while running on the highways of samsara, even if his two eyes are blindfolded, that is, even if he is without the knowledge derived from the two types of scriptures, Shruti and Smriti.
Whatever actions there are that person does with his body, word, mind, and all other senses, organs, by prompting of tendencies generated by one's past karma, all that should be dedicated to Narayana in respect of their fruits and agency. This is the essence of Bhagavata Dharma. For one whose mind is turned away from the Lord, there will be no awareness of his own true self. As a consequence, he will feel identified with the body. From such identification for the bodily objects, and from it fear of the loss of the dead. All this arises from the functioning of his Maya, which none can overcome except his grace. So let a wise man serve the Lord through wholehearted devotion, recognizing his presence in the Guru, in the deities, in all beings. The objective world, a second existence distinct and different from the subject, seem to exist, but it has no such separate existence in reality. Such existence as it has is like that of the contents of dream or of reverie, which are entirely based on the dreamer's mind and do not exist apart from that mind. So let a wise man control the movements of the mind, which is projecting itself through images and cogitating them over the prompting of desires. In order to gain such control, let a person move about in the world without attachment for anything, constantly hearing about the sanctifying incarnations and sportive actions of the Lord, and chanting without any bashfulness his holy names, indicative of his attributes and sportive actions. In an aspirant devoted to this discipline of chanting the beloved Lord's name constantly, there develops intense love that melts his heart. As a consequence, he laughs and cries in ecstasy, chants the name of the Lord aloud and sings about his deeds and excellences, and sometimes dances like one inebriated, entirely oblivious to the external world. The sky, air, fire, water, earth, celestial luminaries, living beings, quarters, trees, rivers, oceans. In fact, all such features of nature should be recognized as the body of the Lord and greeted with prostrations in a mood of intense devotion to him. The efficacy of the practice of the Bhagavata Dharma is wonderful. Just as to one eating every bowl of rice gives pleasure, strength and body, and freedom from hunger, at the same time, so does a devotee who has surrendered himself to the Lord obtain simultaneously three things: intense devotion to the Lord, experience of him, and detachment from all objects of the world. Thus, O King, an aspirant who is engaged in the constant service of Achyuta come to have devotion, detachment, and realization of him at the same time, after he attains to the supreme peace of moksha. Hari on Bhagavatama, the Raja said, "Now be gracious to tell me all about Bhagavata, one devoted to the Lord. What way of life does he follow? What distinguishes him among men? How does he behave? What are characteristics that make him dear to the Lord?" Hari said, "He who sees the Atman in all creatures as a glory of worshipful Supreme Lord, and sees all creatures as grounded in the Lord, the soul of all, he is Bhagavatottama, the best among the devotees. He who has love for the Lord, friendship to his devotees, kindness to ignorant people, and indifferences to his antagonists, he is devotee of the second grade. He who worships the Lord with devotion in images alone, but shows no consideration to his devotees and other fellow beings, he is the third grade bhakta, the lowest. A person who, while contacting the objects of the senses with their respective senses, does not react with revulsion or joy, but remains absolutely unperturbed, seeing the whole sensate world as Vishnu's Maya, power. He is indeed Bhagavatottama, the best of devotees. He, due to the continuous experience of Sri Hari, is never overpowered and confounded by birth, death, hunger, fear, greed, weakness, and other failing natural to soul in his transmigratory existence, arising as they do from the functioning of the body, senses, vital forces, mind, intellect, etc. He is indeed a Bhagavatottama, the best of devotees. He in whose mind there is no place for desire, their resultant actions, and that residuary tendency who has Vasudeva alone in his support. He is indeed Bhagavatottama, he who entertains no egotistic sense in his body, accruing from his high birth or great deeds, or from one's social status or spiritual elevation. He is the one dearest to Sri Hari. He who has feelings of I and you, or mine and his, with regard to his body, wealth, who feels the presence of the Lord everywhere, and who is ever peaceful, he is indeed Bhagavatottama. That person of confirmed faith and experience is the greatest among the devotees of Vishnu, whom all the wealth and resources of 3 worlds will not detract even for a trice from his firm grasp of holy feet of the Lord, which is yet only distant aspiration even for celestial seeking in it. How can passions prevail again in the heart of a devotee, which has once been cooled by the moonlight of peace radiating from the toenails of the all-powerful being meditated upon by him in the heart? How can there be heat of the sun when the moon has once arisen? Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhimtayam One more verse at the next page. Sorry, Appa. Hari destroys all accumulated sins of those who take name even once in a distressed state. No wonder then that devotee who ties himself to his lotus feet with cords of love never misses him. From the heart, such a devotee is the greatest among the Bhagavatas we have been speaking about. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhimtaya Skande Tritiyoadhyaya Atha Tritiyoadhyaya Rajovacha. The sermon of Nava Yogis. Antariksha or Maya. The king Nimi said, "We desire to know more about Maya, the divine power of the Supreme Lord, Mahavishnu, which can delude the minds of others. Speak to us this theme, O wonderful masters. I do not feel satisfied in the least of the nectar of Sri Hari's excellences flowing from your lips. To one like me, who is afflicted by the grueling heat of samsara and ever threatened with death, your nectarine words on Sri Hari from the best antidote to misery." Antariksha said, "O heroic king, the supreme being, the soul of all, and the first cause, formed out of the primordial categories which he himself had projected the bodies of being high and low, so that with these bodies they might have enjoyments and suffering due to them by virtue of their karma, and also that those who are devoted to him might attain release from samsara. That power valley is the Lord's Maya. Having formed the bodies of which the 5 elements, he enters into them by virtue of his power, and diversifying himself as the mind and the 10 senses, provided the jiva with objects of enjoyment with the senses. This verily is the Lord's Maya. The jiva, who is really the Prabhu, the master of the body, or the Lord of all, enjoys the same sense object with the sense manifested by the inner ruler, the Lord as the pervader, and in the course of it comes to think of the body as itself and gets irrevocably attached to it and suffers and travails of samsara. This is verily the Lord's Maya. The embodied being performs work with the organs of action, generating new tendencies and wonders in the transmigratory existence, assuming the body after body to enjoy the pleasant and unpleasant fruits of action performed earlier. This is verily the Lord's Maya, performing fruit-producing works with his organs of action and enjoying the pleasurable and painful result accruing from them. The jiva is subjected to repeated births and deaths in the transmigratory cycle until pralaya, the dissolution of the created worlds. When the dissolution of the fundamental categories is due, time and limitless withdraws the whole universe, both in gross and subtle aspects, from the manifested to the unmanifested state. This is verily the Lord's Maya. Then there will be 100 years of terrifying drought without a drop of rain, and the sun of the epoch of dissolution will burn the world with his intense heat. This is verily the Lord's Maya. From the base of the Patala, the nether worlds will spread the rising flames of emitted from the mouth of Adeshan, augmented by burning winds with his verily Lord's Maya.
Then will the clouds of the deluge rain, spouts of rain from the girth of an elephant's trunk, for a full 100 years, dissolving the whole universe. This is verily the Lord's Maya. At that time, O King, Brahma, who has been identifying himself with the manifested universe, will abandon that identification and enter into the unmanifested like the flames of the fire that have consumed all the fuel. This is verily the Lord's Maya. When the element earth is deprived of its specific property of smell by the action of the wind of the epoch of deluge, is resolved into its causal condition of water. And water, when rid of its specific quality of taste by the wind, is in turn reduced into its causal state of fire. This is verily the Lord's Maya. Fire, when it is deprived of its specific quality of luminosity by the darkness of the epoch of dissolution, gets dissolved into air. When air is deprived of its specific quality of touch by Akasha, it dissolves into Akasha, and Akasha, deprived of its specific quality of sound by time, dissolves into its cause, the tamasa aspect of Ahankara. This is verily the Lord's Maya, O King. The senses and the intellect on the one hand, and the mind with the presiding deities on the other, dissolve in the Rajasika and Sattvika aspects of eye sense, Ahankara respectively. And this three-pronged eye sense of Sattvika, Rajasika and Tamasika nature and their object dissolve in Mahatattva, the fundamental category. That Mahatattva dissolves in the Prakriti. This verily is the Lord's Maya. Such is the Lord's Maya, the cause of creation, preservation and dissolution, having its three aspects of Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. I have finished describing it. What else do you want to know? Prabuddha on Bhagavata Dharma. The Raja said, O great sage, tell me the way by which even men of gross intellect may quickly get over this Maya of the Lord, Maya which is ordinarily difficult to cross for persons who have not conquered these senses. Prabuddha said, men who have entered into the married state and who therefore engage themselves in actions calculated to give them happiness and to prevent unhappiness, are generally found to reap on contrary results. Wealth brings sufferings to men in the beginning, middle, and end. It is difficult to produce, and when produced, it is liable to cause total ruin. What joy can therefore the profession of plenty of these ephemeral resources, consisting in cattle, houses, and children, yield? One should understand that all the heavenly realm attained hereafter as a result of karma performed now are likewise impermanent. These heavenly regions are all relative, like the principality of petty chieftains, equaled by many and excelled by others, and are all liable to destruction, unlike in the end. Therefore, one who cares for his own spiritual teacher, who is versed in scriptures, who has a direct knowledge of Brahman, and who has attained to tranquility, should, through sincere and loving service of the Guru, looking upon him as dear as his own self and as venerable as the deity himself, learn at his feet the Bhagavata Dharma, by the observance of which Sri Hari, who is the soul of one's self and who gives his own self to the sincere devotee, is pleased. First, he should learn to give up attachment to the objects of the senses and cultivate attachment to holy company. He should cultivate kindness, friendliness, and humility towards others to befit their situation in life. He should observe purity of mind and body, perform his duties, be patient, and avoid vain talks. He should study scriptures, be straightforward, observe continence, and practice harmlessness to creatures and sameness in happiness and suffering. He should learn to see the presence of the Supreme Being everywhere as the Lord of all and as the Jiva, the inhabitant himself, and live in solitude, to live without caring much for a house of his own, to carry on with cloth enough to cover his nakedness, and feel content with whatever he gets. He should learn to have firm faith in the scriptures concerning Mahavishnu, and at the same time have no cavilling attitude towards the sacred texts of others. He should learn to control the mind, speech, and body through pranayama, silence, and desirelessness respectively. He should be truthful and have control over the mind and the senses. He should hear and sing about and meditate on the excellences of the Lord, of wonderful deeds, about his incarnations and his sportive actions. He should learn to dedicate all his actions to him. He should offer all that is his to the Lord, his sacrifices, charity, japa, good conduct, objects liked by him, his wife, children, houses, and even his own life. He should have friendship with holy men who look upon Krishna as the soul and master of all, and he should see as manifestations of the Lord all the moving and unmoving beings, especially men, and among them those of righteous conduct and saintly life. He should learn from him, the teacher, how to get absorbed in conversations with like-minded devotees on the sanctifying deeds and excellences of the Lord, and thereby generate intense joy, satisfaction, and detachment in all the participants. Para Bhakti, or supreme devotion, constantly remembering Hari, the destroyer of ignorance, and conversing about him with other devotees. He should pass through bhakti as a discipline to his mature state of spontaneous and loving devotion, para bhakti, which would fill him with thrills of bliss manifesting as continuous horripilation. Such an advanced devotee with prema bhakti, loving devotion, sometimes weeps out of agony of separation from him. Sometimes he laughs, thinking how the Supreme Lord is dominated by his devotees. Sometimes he is full of bliss, Sometimes he utters words of divine significance which others cannot understand. Sometimes he dances and sings in the exuberance of joy. Sometimes he enacts the sportive actions of the Lord, and sometimes he remains silent in the joyful absorption in the supreme divine. Instructed by the teachers in this Bhagavata Dharma and aided by devotion generated by its practice, a devotee of Narayana goes across the divine Maya so difficult for others to cross. Pipalayana on Narayana. The Raja said, "May you, the greatest of Brahman knowers, be pleased to tell me what constitutes the nature of Brahman, the infinite, of Paramatma, the supreme spirit, who is again called Narayana, the divine person." Pipalayana replied, "Narayana, O king, is the supreme truth, who constitutes the cause of the origin, sustentation, and dissolution of the universe, himself causeless. He is the unchanging entity that manifests himself as all the changing states of waking, dream, and sleep, but at the same time keeps his identity separate and unaffected by them. He enlivens and activizes the body, senses, prana, and the mind. Know him, O king, to be the truth supreme, indicated by the expressions Narayana, Brahman, Paramatman, indicating each of the above mentioned aspects. Just as sparks coming from a fire do not illumine or burn that fire, the entities born of him, like the mind, words, eyes, buddhi, prana, and senses, cannot reveal that being. Even the Vedic sentences, the basic source of the Atman knowledge, reveal him not directly, but only by implication through their negative stance. For without an indirect implication of a positive background, an ultimate negation is impossible. But that ultimate ground is not a nihil, but Brahman of infinite power, who comprehend in himself everything in the form of cause and effect, and what is beyond that. What is non-dual Brahman at first, that verily is afterwards Pradhana, with the three gunas of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. He is himself what manifests as Sutratman, representing the power of action, and as Mahat, representing the power of knowledge. He again, the Ahankara, the I sense, which constitute the adjuncts of the Jiva. He, the supreme truth, shines as the Devatas, senses, their objects and experiences. Thus, that which shines as everything requires no proof for its existence. The inadequacy of the human faculty to apprehend him cannot be trotted out as sufficient reason to deny the existence of him who is implied through all perception. The Atman has never been subject to birth. He never grows. He never weakens or dies. He is continuing witness. He is the continuing witness of the all-changing condition of the body. He is unchanging, pure, awareness, present always and everywhere. He is seen as many and momentary only when he is reflected as a modification of the senses. It is therefore these modifications that come into being and perish, and not pure consciousness as such. It is comparable that the prana, vital force of the jiva, that continues through all the different embodiments of the jivas. In embodiment in various species born of eggs, womb, seeds, and sweat, wherein the jiva gets different types of bodies, the same prana pursues the jiva. When the senses and the ego are dissolved in deep sleep, the Atman remains as pure consciousness, changeless and without any adjuncts. Consciousness does not become an nihil because one coming out of sleep has the memory of the blissful objectless experience in which one knew nothing else than that sense of bliss, unless there was an experience of that type of deep sleep, there could not be a memory of it, only because of the obstructions it is by ignorance and its non-objectiveness. It is not very clear. By the growing delight in the service of the Supreme Mahavishnu, who holds the world lotus in his navel, powerful devotion develops from strength to strength and destroys the impurities of the heart generated by the life of the body and the senses. When the heart is purified, the truth of the Atman shines in it, just as sunlight is apprehended by eyes that have, through proper treatment, been cured of cataract or other diseases causing blindness. Avirhotra on Vaidika worship. The Raja said, "Please tell me about what is known as Karma Yoga, by means of which man is able to gain purity of mind and afterwards abandon works at the earliest and take to the discipline of knowledge characterized by worklessness." Long back, I put this question to Sanaka and his saintly group in the presence of my father, but the sage gave me no reply. Why is it that they gave no answer? Avirhotra said, ordained actions, prohibited actions, and non-performance of ordained actions, what these are has to be settled by Vedic authorities only. They cannot be settled by any worldly means like customs, observations, or reasoning. And Veda, being divinely inspired and not composed by any human agency, is difficult to understand even for great scholars. The words of the Veda have often indirect and mystifying means, just like the attractive speech of parents to persuade their children to take medicine. The Vedic sentences imply an indirect purpose and not the heavenly felicities they seemingly offer. As a medicine is given to cure a disease, so the karmas are ordained in the Vedas in order to free man from karmas and not to continue indulgence in them. If an ignorant man of uncontrolled senses fail to perform the works of the prescribe of the Veda, he will be guilty of the sin of negligence of ordained duties and will go from death to death again and again, entangled in the transmigratory cycle.
Are done non-attached and a spirit of dedication to the Lord. Karma eventually will lead one to nishkarma, or the state of Atman consciousness. The promise of worldly felicities are only incentive offered to the dull and ignorant. Tantrika mode of worship. If a person desires quickly to cut asunder the knot of eye sense which binds the divine spirit to the body, let him worship Kesava according to the rites laid down in the Tantra, in addition to observing Vedic ways of life. With the blessings of Acharya, let an aspirant receive from him instructions in the ceremonial worship of Mahapurusha, Mahavishnu, and let him worship any form of his that is to his liking. After bath, let him sit facing the image of any representation of the Lord. Purify his body by pranayama and bhutasuddhi. Protect himself by rites like nyasa and then worship Hari. After preparing the floor, the flowers and the other ingredients of worship and doing prakshana by sprinkling water on the seed, the aspirant should worship the image of the deity in mood of great devotion with all available ingredients, or he may do mental worship to him, installing him in the heart, making ready the vessels for holding the water for Aghaya and Padya. One should concentrate on the deity intensely in the mind and then transfer the divine spirit into the holy image. He should first do nyasa, protective placement of mantras relating to the heart and other parts of the body. As also with the Mula mantra, then worship him with that Mula mantra. Uttering the Mula mantra, one should adore one's chosen ideal as a whole, as also all parts of his body. His weapons and attendants with ahakaya, padya, bath, with ceremonial presentation of cloth and ornaments, and with offerings of sandal paste, garlands, unbroken grains of rice, flowers, incense, light and food items. One should then chant hymns in praise of Hari and prostrate before him. Let the holy image of Hari be worshipped, feeling oneself infilled by him. One should then put on one's head the remnants of worship like flower and sandal paste, and transfer the Lord thus adored back to his place, that is, to the heart, as the last item of worship. He who thus worshipped Achyuta, the Supreme Lord, and the soul of all, installing him in the fire, sun, water, or one's own heart, that pious man will soon be liberated from samsara. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramamhansyam Samhimtaya Meka Vaskande Trityodhyaya Atha Chaturthodhyaya Raja Vacha. Sermon of the Nava Yogis, Drumila and Incarnations. The Raja said, whatever descends avatars Sri Hari made out of his own free will in the past, and whenever actions be performed in such descents, whatever he is now performing and would perform in future, please tell me about all that. Drumila said, it is puerile to try to make an exhaustive enumeration of all the glorious attributes of the infinite Lord. It may perhaps be possible with great difficulty in the course of a long period to exhaust counting the particles of dust on the earth, but not the glories of the infinite being who is the home of all powers and majesties. The original being, Narayana, having projected the 5 elements and made the body of Virat, or the cosmic whole, with it, entered that body himself by the part and came to be known as the Purusha. This cosmic whole into which he has entered constitutes his body, his organs of knowledge and of action of all living beings have their source in his organs. So also knowledge of created beings has its origin in his inherent consciousness, and their physical and mental strength, power of senses and will arise from his prana. Through the gunas of Prakriti like Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, he is the ultimate source of preservation, creation and dissolution of the worlds, from whose power of Rajas arose Brahma at the start of the creative process, from whose Sattva aspects arose Vishnu, the grantor of the fruits of all yajnas and the protector of the worlds, holy men and dharma, from whose tamasa aspect came Rudra, or the dissolution of the universe. He is that original being, Adya Purusha, who through the Brahma, Vishnu and Rudra effects the creation, preservation and dissolution of the universe. Narayana, he incarnated himself as Narayana, the son of Dharma, Prajapati by his wife Murti, the daughter of Daksha Prajapati. He was the most noted among the rishis for being established at the summit of peace. He taught the knowledge that puts an end to karma and demonstrated it in his life too. For the good of the world, he still abides in spiritual absorption that at Badari,
adored by the rishis. Indra grew afraid that his rishi Narayana was aiming to wrest away from his own position by the power of his tapas. So, with the view to distract him from his austere discipline, Indra sent Cupid, Kama, with his following of heavenly damsels, spring season, pleasant breeze, etc., to Badri Ashrama, where Narayana was performing austerities. Without knowing the greatness of his incarnate Lord, they sent volleys of shafts constituted of women's glances at him. On knowing that Lord had understood these attempts of theirs on him to be inspired by Indra, Kama and his followers lost self-confidence and became terror-stricken from fear of curse. But the Lord said to them, smiling, O great Kama, O mild breeze, O heavenly damsels, do not be afraid. Accept our hospitality and let this hermitage be honored. O king, to him the giver of shelter to all, who spoke this wise, the celestial emissaries of Indra, with head bent in humiliation and looking pitiable, said, O Lord, this mercy and impassivity are not to be wondered in it. Thee, who art beyond the pale of Maya, unaffected by nature, and so holy that thy feet are always worshipped by self-absorbed saints. Those who are devoted to thy service have to face many impediments on their way caused by the devas, who feel jealous to see them surpassing their own heavenly regions and attaining to thy supreme state. This does not happen to those who offer the devas their share of sacrificial offerings in yajnas and continue to remain as their slaves. But then thou art their protector. Thy devotees overcome these obstacles, placing their feet squarely on their head. There are some who with difficulty cross the vast and formidable ocean constituted of obstacles placed by us, devas, through intermediary factors like hunger, thirst, inclemencies of weather arising from cold, heat, rain, wind, as all through enjoyments offered by tongue and sex. But lo, having done so, they get drowned in impotent anger, just a small puddle of calf's hoof mark, and as a consequence, lose the fruit of austere practices they performed with great effort. To them who were thus extolling him, the Great One, Narayana, in order to humble their pride, showed some of the well-decorated women with explosive beauty who were attendants on him. On seeing these women, who were like Sri Devi, embodied the emissaries of Indra, found all their own grace and charm, drowned in the abounding splendor of their beauty, and felt infatuated by the fragrance proceeding from their bodies. To these agents of Indra, who lay before him in prostration with their pride humbled, Narayana, the Lord of Lords, said smiling, You may take from among these beauties anyone who will not be too much of surprise to the inhabitants of heaven by her splendor, but who none the less will be the beauty queen of heaven. Accepting the proposal, these heavenly attendants prostrated themselves before the Lord, and selecting Urvasi, the most noted among Apsara women, went to their way with their head. In the heavenly assembly, in the hearing of all the celestials, they with due humility reported to Indra all about the greatness of Narayana. Indra was both frightened and wonderstruck to hear their words. Other incarnations. Incarnating in the form of a swan, Achyuta revealed the spiritual truth for the good of the world. He again incarnated by the part of himself as Datta, as the Kumaras, and as Rishabha, our father. In the incarnation as Hayagriva, he recovered the Vedas through the destruction of the Asura named Madhu. In the incarnation of fish, he saved the king Satyavrata, the earth and the vegetation from the destructive deluge. In the incarnation of the cosmic bow, the Asura Hiranyaksha was destroyed and the earth lifted up from the cosmic water. In the incarnation of as a tortoise, he supported on his back the sinking Mandara mountain, which was being used as the churning rod for churning the milk ocean. Incarnating as Hari, he saved the lordly elephant who took refuge in him. Squirming in the grip of crocodile, he saved the austerities known as the Balakilaya of minute size, who prayed to him for rescue from the puddle made by the calf's hooves, which was then like an ocean. He saved also Indra, who was overpowered by darkness of sin, Brahmahatya, as a result of killing Vritra. He freed the helpless celestial women who were shut by the Asuras in their homes after they defeated the Devas. He destroyed the great Asura Hiranyakashipu in order to give protection to the pious, especially Hiranya's son, Prahlada.
In each Manvantara, allying himself with the Devas in the conflict between them and the Asuras, he destroys the Asura chiefs for the protection of the worlds. Born of Aditi as Vamana, he got possession of the earth from Mahabali, the son of Diti, through the ruse of begging for a favor. Born as Parasurama and the firebrand of the Brigu clan, who lit the conflagration that consumed the dynasty of Hehaya kings, he faced the Kshatriya clan from the earth in 21 campaigns. As Rama, the consort of Sita, he pulled the bridge across the sea and destroyed the 10-headed Ravana residing in Lanka, and thereby he reigns supreme in the minds of men, purifying the whole world by his holy fame. Through birthless, he will be born among the Yadus for riding the earth for her burden of evil men, and will perform deeds that are impossible even for Devas to accomplish. Born as the Buddha, he will confound by arguments and Asuras who have taken to Vedic rites but are unfit for performing them. At the end of Kali Yuga, he will appear as Kalki and destroy evil men who masquerade as rulers. O Mighty One, in this way, numerous and far-famed are the incarnations and the exploits of the Lord, the Master of the universe. What is recounted here is an only insignificant part of it. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skande Chaturthodhyayaha Atha Panchamodhyayaha Rajo Uvacha. Sermon of the Nava Yogis 4. Chamasa on the worldly minded. The Raja said, O enlightened ones, what is the fate of those who do not adore Sri Hari at all, but lacking in the mastery of the senses, ever seek to fulfill their insatiable desires? Chamasa said, for the Supreme Person's face, arms, thighs and feet originated along with the 4 ashramas, the 4 varnas of Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Sudra, distinguished on the basis of the dominance of nature's dispositions, gunas in them. In the Brahmana, Sattva is dominant, In the Kshatriya, Rajas in combination with Sattva. In the Vaishya, Rajas in combination with Tamas. And in Sudra, Tamas. Those among them who, in spite of being endowed with knowledge, do not adore the Supreme Lord, their source and support, or despise him out of pride, fall down from the high place in evolution that they have attained. But ignorant persons like women and the Sudras who have had no facilities to hear about the Lord's excellences and take his name, deserve to be pitied and helped by personages like you. There are, however, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas who by birth and education have full qualification and facilities to adore Sri Hari, but fail to do so, being taken up with the eulogistic declarations of the Vedas concerning rituals and heavenly felicities to be acquired through them, though without real skill in karma, which consists in performing them without being bound by them. These pseudo-scholars are too proud and vicious even to make enquiries of knowing ones about these matters. Taken up entirely with the eulogistic passages, promising heavenly felicities, they go about making attractive speeches on the pleasures attainable through rituals. Owing to the dominance of Rajas, their resolutions are of cruel nature, given to sexuality, and ferocious like serpents. These hypocritical and arrogant people of sinful nature cavil at devotees so dear to Achyuta. Women are the deity they worship. Their homes are for them abodes for lustful satisfaction. They spend their time in talking about like-minded people on their worldly plans and pleasures. Further, they make a mere show of doing yajnas. But these are done without proper procedures, gift of food or dakshinas, sacrificial presents. Without any awareness of the sin in the slaughter, they kill animals merely for their own consumption, under the guise of sacrificial rites. Blinded by overweening pride arising from wealth, power, high birth, learning, gifts, beauty, strength, work, etc., these cruel-hearted men heap insults on the divine Mahavishnu and his votaries. These senseless people do not heed to the great teachings of the Veda on the Supreme Being who exists in all embodied beings as their self and as their inner ruler, pervading everything like the sky, unaffected and unattached. They perversely interpret the Veda as the means of the satisfaction of their sensuous desires. Misinterpretation of Veda. In this world, all are instinctively prone to sexual indulgence, meat eating and alcoholic drinks. No Vedic commandments are required to prompt them in such indulgences. Whatever Vedic sentences are there on these subjects, they are not commandments but only permissions given to regulate and control these desires with a view to eliminate them gradually. Such are the permission to marry and have union with one's wife, to take meat offered in yajna, and to drink at the Sautramani sacrifices. Their object is gradual abstinence through restricted indulgence. The only purpose of wealth is to enable that way of righteous living by which one gains knowledge and enlightenment, which brings about immediate peace. But alas, man spends it only for worldly purposes, for supporting one's home and for enjoyments. In the midst of his worldly entanglement, he does not perceive the inevitability of death. In Sautramani, Yaga, what is ordained is only smelling of liquor, not its drinking. In the same way, in the Yaga, what is allowed is killing of animal according to procedure and mantra, and not practice of cruelty for purposes of eating. So also, sexual intercourse is allowed to the householder for the sake of offspring, and not for unrestricted indulgences. These evil men have no understanding of this sacred duty, Swadharma, inculcated by the Veda. Proud and self-righteous, these men, without caring to understand this truth, slaughter animals without any compunction and are in turn eaten by these animals in the hell. Passionately attached to this corpse-like body and to those who are related to it, they persecute others and thereby their own higher self. Sri Hari, who reside in all, degradation and downfalls are the fate of such people. This tragedy of degrading themselves is the fate of those who restlessly follow the three worldly values, without having attained enlightenment on the one hand, but having crossed the gross animal-like state of ignorance on the other. These restless persons destroy their own spiritual potentiality through their mistaken notion that Vedic ritualism is the summit of wisdom, and they come to grief when they find at last that time has brought all their castles in the air into ruins, and that they have failed to achieve their ends in life. People who have absolutely aligned to devotion to Vasudeva find themselves ultimately forced by time to abandon their hard-acquired wealth, house, properties, friends and children, and they attain to regions of darkness much against their wish. Karabhajana, on worship. The Raja said, "Tell me, in what different forms and colors, and with what different procedures and names the Supreme Lord is worshipped by men in different ages?" Karabhajana said, "In the different ages of Krita, Treta, Dwapara and Kali, the Lord is adored in different forms with different complexions and following different procedures of worship. In the Krita Yuga, the Lord is worshipped in the form of Brahmachari, fair in complexion, four-armed, wearing matted locks, tree barks, antelope skin and sacred thread, and holding in his hand beads, staff and water pot. Then men are serene in temperament. There is no mutual antagonism among them. Universal friendship and equality prevail. The way of adoration then consists in meditation, accompanied by the practice of control of the mind and the senses. Devotees then extol him, addressing him by such names as Hamsa, Suparna, Vaikunta, Dharma, Yogeshwara, Amala, Ishvara, Purusha, Avyakta and Paramatma. In Treta Yuga, he is worshipped as red-complexioned, golden-haired, four-armed and wearing a girdle of 3 strands. His form is constituted of the Veda, and he is worshipped holding in his hand the paraphernalia in Vedic rituals like the sacrificial ladle and utensils. Then men who are given to righteous mode of living and learned in the Vedas worship Sri Hari, who is the embodiment of all the divinities, the eradicator of men's miseries, and the center of abundant brilliance, with the yajnas described in the Vedas. He is extolled in that age with names like Vishnu, Yajna, Prishnigarba, Sarvadeva, Urukrama, Vrikshakapi, Jayanta and Urugaya. In the Dwapara Yuga, he is worshipped as having a form of blue complexion, dressed in yellow cloth, armed with his own weapon, the discus Sudarshana, carrying his distinctive mark like Srivatsa, and bedecked with ornament like the jewel Kaustuba. O king, in that age, spiritual aspirants adore him with all the emblems of royalty like the ceremonial umbrella and the like, and using the rituals and procedures of both the Veda and the Tantra. Salutations to thee, Vasudeva. Salutations to thee, Shankarashana. Salutations to thee, the worshipful Lord, as Pradyumna and Aniruddha. We salute thee as Rishi Narayana, as the Supreme Spirit, ruling over all, as the Lord of all the worlds, as the all-inclusive whole, and as the indwelling Spirit in all. O king, the Lord is extolled in this manner in the Dwapara Yuga, and know now how he is worshipped with various Tantrika rituals in the age of Kali. The wise one then adore him as black in complexion, but brilliant like the sapphire. He is worshipped with all his lumps, decorations, weapons, and his attendants. Recital of his excellences and chanting of his names form the principal part of the worship. Devotees pray to him thus: I salute thee, O universal being, O protector of the devout. Thou art the one fit to be meditated upon always, the savior from humiliation, the fulfiller of all prayers, the source of all holiness, the redresser of the sufferings of the devotees, the ship for getting across the ocean of samsara, and the object of adoration for one, even Brahma and Shiva. O universal being, I salute thee, who because of thy righteous nature didst abandon a prosperous realm, coveted even by celestials, and went into the forest to redeem thy father's promise, and who chased the fictitious deer in the forest to carry out thy conscious desire, the greatness of Kali Yuga. In this way, people in each yuga worship Sri Hari, the Lord of all progress and prosperity, in forms and with names that are appropriate to that age. Great men who sees into the heart of things and understand their good sides look upon the age of Kali with greater favor than the other ages. For in this age, man attains to his goal merely by extolling his names and excellences. For jivas entangled in the transmigratory cycle, there is no better means than taking the Lord's name and singing his praise for the attainment of peace, enlightenment, and liberation. O king, many of them are born in earlier yugas, long to have an embodiment in Kali. For more devotees of Narayana are born in Kali than in other ages, especially in some parts of the Dravida regions of the country, through which the Tamraparni, Kritamala, Payaswini, Palar, and the very holy Kaveri, and the great west-flowing Mahanadi, Periyar, having their cause, devotees of the Lord world specially abound. O kings, those who drink the waters of these rivers will become purified in mind and will generally develop devotion to Vasudeva, the worshipful Lord.
And the consequence of notion of difference throws himself hard, and so in resignation at the feet of Mukunda, the one supremely suited to entrust oneself with, has no longer any debt or obligation to devas, rishis, elementals, relatives, pitris, or anyone else. He is a servant of none else but the Lord, and in being so, he fulfills the obligation to all and is free from sin or failure to his duty. Such a devotee who has taken shelter in his feet completely, abandoning all other loves but the Lord, he is so dear to him, the Supreme Lord Sri Hari, that his mere presence in the devotee's heart, he erases the effects of whatever prohibited acts he might have done in the past. Exhortation of Vasudeva, Narada said, Nimi, the king of Mithala, was very much delighted to hear his exposition of the Bhagavata Dharma, and he, along with his Acharya, adored the Nava Yogis. Then, while the people present were looking on, those yogis who had great psychic powers disappeared from the sight of man, and King Nimi followed the instruction, attained the supreme goal. O great one, you too can attain that supreme goal if you observe these instructions regarding Bhagavata Dharma with great faith, control of mind, and non-attachment. The world is filled with reputation of you two, Devaki and Vasudeva, for Hari, the worshipful Lord, and the Master of all that exists, has been pleased to born as your son. You who love Krishna as your son have had your mind purified by all kinds of intimate contacts with him, like seeing, touching, and conversing, besides sleeping with him, eating in his company, sitting with him, etc. Sisupala, Paundraka, Salva, and other rulers got attracted to him, though in a mood of confrontation, by constantly meditating on him, his gaiety, his sports, his gaze, etc., and thereby attain oneself with him. Then what need is there to speak about the destiny of those who do all this in a mood of love? Do not entertain the idea that Krishna is merely your son. He is the Lord and the soul of all, the Supreme Being, unaffected by any change, who has appeared now as human being, hiding all his divine majesties by his power of Maya. Born as a Lord incarnate to protect and enhance the spiritual interests of the pious and to relieve the earth of the burdens of evil kings of Asuric origin. He has spread his holy fame all over the world to help devotees attain supreme bliss. Sri Sukha said, hearing all this, the high-souled Vasudeva, his fortunate wife Devaki, were thrilled with wonder, and they overcame the ignorance of their heart. If a man hears this extremely holy narrative with one-pointed mind, his ignorance will be dispelled here itself. He will attain to the realization of the Supreme Spirit. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramam Hansyam Samhimtayam Mekadashyo Kande Shastamo Adhyaya. Atha Shashto Adhyaya. Sri Shuka Uvacha. Krishna on the eve of his ascension. Hymn of the Devas. Sri Sukha said, after this, Brahma, accompanied by his offspring like Sanaka and the other Kumaras, as also the Prajapatis and Celestials, came to Dwaraka. One day, Bhava, Sri Parmeshwara, who could now know the past and the future, also came to Dwaraka. With his following of demigods and elementals, prompted by their keen desire to see Krishna of world and enchanting form, whose body, whose holy and sin-destroying fame had flooded all the world, there came Dwaraka a host of other celestials too, including the Maruts, Indra with other sons of Aditi, the 8 Vasus, Ashwina Devas, Ribus, Angiras, Rudras, Vishwadevas, Satyas, Gandharvas, Apsaras, Nagas, Siddhas, Charanas, Guhakyas, Rishi, Pitris, Vidyadharas, and Kinnaras. In that city of Dwaraka, a seat of plenty and prosperity, and repleasant with the riches of every kind, they saw the wondrous form of Krishna, at which they looked unsatiated for long with unwinking eyes. After almost covering that noble one of the Yadu's line with heaps of garlands made of celestial flowers, they began to extol him and the Lord of all the worlds, with a hymn noted for his beauty of expression and meaning. The Devas said, O Lord, The devotee seeking liberation from the bondage of karma can only meditate with devotion on thy lotus feet in their hearts. But lo, we have been allowed to adore them in truth and in reality with our sense, vital forces, mind, intellect, and words. O unconquerable Lord, remaining as the inner controller of thy Maya, with its three gunas, thou art creating, preserving, and dissolving thyself in this universe of unimaginable vastness and mystery. So thou art not on the least bound by these works, because thou art ever established in thy inherent bliss, uncorrupted by passion. O praiseworthy one and the Lord of all, men of impure mind, striving through meditation, learning, charity, austerity, rituals, fail to attain that purity of mind generated in the minds of saintly persons of wonderful faith that takes shape in their hearts and gathers strength there by listening to the recitals of thy sportive deeds and excellences. Towards this end thou art engaging thyself in the works providing materials for devout contemplation. Thy feet, which are meditative upon with the heart melting in love, by contemplative for the attainment of salvation, which are worshipped by sattvas, devotees, in one or the other of the four vyuhas of Vasudeva, Shankarashana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha, for the attainment of equality with thee in the divine glories, which the knowing ones adore at the time, for surpassing all the heavens of the celestials. May those feet become the fiery, destructive force for the annihilation of all our sins. May thy feet, which Vedic ritualists contemplate upon their sacred fires, holding oblations in hands and uttering the Vedic mantras as laid down, which yogis desiring the eightfold powers meditate upon according to the instruction of yoga scripture, which are worshipped with love by the highest devotees having no worldly desires. May those feet become the fiery, destructive force for the annihilation of all sins. Just as a woman gets annoyed with a co-wife occupying her place, Sri Devi is much concerned to see her seat, thy chest occupied by the garland of wild flowers, the offerings by thy devotees, illumining thy whole form, but unconquered by the Devi's attitude. Thou dost continue to retain that old floral wreath and receive more of them joyfully, showing that thy concern is more for devotees than even for Sri. May thy feet, decorated with floral wreath, become the fiery, destructive force for the annihilating of all our sins. Our worshipful Lord of unlimited powers, may our sins be effaced and ourselves purified by thy feet, which covered all the worlds in 3 strides, the feet that form a veritable standard of victory, having the Ganga of triple strands. As banners giving encouragement to the armies of Devas and fright to those of Asuras, and working for the enhancement of the good and the downfall of evil. May our welfare be wrought by the adorable feet of thine, the transcendent being Purushottama, the Lord of Purusha and Prakriti, whose hands control the destinies of all the mutual conflicting embodied beings from Brahma, down even as a cattle keeper control cattle by their nose string. Thou art the material cause in which all the worlds rise, remain in manifestation and then dissolve. The Vedas speak of thee also as the instrumental cause that directs Prakriti, Purusha, and Mahatattva. Thou art the three-naved wheel of time, to which revolves with incredible speed, driving all to their destruction. Thou art therefore verily the Purushottama and the Spirit transcending and ingathering all. The Purusha, the cosmic being, deriving his power from thee, bears in association with Yoga Maya, the Mahatattva, which is the universe in embryo. With continuing association with Maya, the Purusha projects the embryonic universe, the cosmic shell, egg, brilliant and covered with shelter of sheaths. O Rishikesha, Lord of all senses, all the experiences, joyful and otherwise, that the play of Maya pours on thee through sense contacts, fail to involve and bind thee, even when thou art in the enjoyment of those objects, they do not affect thee in the least, whereas others, even while keeping themselves aloof from them, live in constant dread of their influence. Thou art therefore the master of the whole universe, moving and unmoving. No wonder then that all thy 16,000 and more wives could not produce even the least excitement in thy mind by all those volleys of Cupid's shafts, consisting of charming sidelong glances accompanied by ravishing smiles, which were fortified by mystic formula of love, and shot from their aching eyebrows, conveying messages of love. The two streams flowing from thee, the hymns and the songs, conveying the scantifying waters of thy sportive deeds, and the river Ganga carrying the water that has washed thy feet, have the power to destroy the sins of the whole world. People who follow the commandments of the Veda bathe themselves in these streams, in the divine excellences by hearing them, in the holy waters of Ganga by physical contact, and of earthly sojourn. Sri Sukha said, having extolled Govinda in this way, along with Parmeshwara and the celestials, Brahma stationing himself in the sky and making due prostrations, addressed the Lord as follows. Brahma said, O Lord, in times gone by we came to thee, praying that the earth deity may be relieved of her burden of evil men. O soul of the worlds, thou hast truly accomplished this. Thou hast established dharma in the minds of men who venerate truth. Thou hast also spread thy scantifying fame all the world over, born in line of Yadu, with a form of unparalleled beauty. Thou didst engage thyself in various sportive actions for the good of the world.
O Lord, by hearing and singing about those divine and sportive actions of thine, men in the age of Kali would be purified and easily overcome the darkness of ignorance. O Lord, thou supreme being, it is now 125 years since thou incarnated thyself in the line of the Yadu. O thou, the support of the universe, thou hast now accomplished all the purposes of the Devas. There is nothing more for thee to accomplish. By the curse of the holy men, even the clan of the Yadus is on the verge of extinction. So, if thou thinkest it fit, may thou be pleased to come back to thy transcendental abode. Protect us, thy servants, appointed by guardians of the world. The Lord said, O Brahma, leader of the celestials, I have already decided upon the course you have suggested. I have fulfilled all your wants, and I have enlightened the burden of the earth. Now there is this Yadava clan, proud and domineering because of their plentiful wealth, supported by strength and courage. They would have overrun the whole world had I not been holding them within bounds as the shore holds the advance of the sea. If I go away leaving behind this powerful and overbearing clan of Yadavas, they will ruin the society by their unrestrained excesses. Their destructions has already started with the curse pronounced on them by the sages. After the annihilation is completed, I shall come to your abode of Satyaloka while returning to the Vaikuntha. Sri Sukha said, being thus told by Krishna, the Lord of the universe, Brahma and the celestials prostrated themselves before him and departed to their respective abodes. Afterwards, portents foreboding evil began to appear in Dwaraka, and to the elders of the Yadava clan, who went to him to report about this, the Lord said as follows. The Lord said, alas, these evil portents are appearing everywhere here, and we have the sages' curse hanging over us threateningly. Oh, respectful sirs, if we love our lives, we should not stay here any longer. We should immediately go to the holy place of Prabhasa. It was by bathing there that the moon, cursed by Daksha Prajapati to be affected by Pathasis, got over the effect of the curse and had all the digits restored. We shall bathe in these waters, offer libations, tarpana, to the manes of the divinities, feed Brahmanas sumptuously, and give liberal gifts to worthy men. With these as our lifeboat, we shall cross the ocean for this misfortune. Sri Sukha said, O king, directed by the Lord in this way, the Yadavas decided to start for Prabhasa and got ready their chariots, harnessing horses to them. Uddhava seeking refuge. Witnessing all these terrifying portents and hearing the words of the Lord, Uddhava, who was his constant attendant and follower, approached Krishna in solitude and making due prostrations, spoke to him with joined palms. Uddhava said, O Lord of all divinities, thou master of yoga, whose holy fame is a blessing to those who hear about it, thou art making ready to quit this world after bringing about the destruction of this clan of the Yadu. For though capable of warding off the curse of the holy men, thou didst nothing to neutralize it. O Keshava, my Lord, to remain even a minute without thee is impossible for me. Therefore, deign to take me also to thy realm with thee. O Krishna, hearing about thy holy and auspicious deeds, a veritable ambrosia for the ear, even common people have begun to feel everything else as insipid. How then can we, thy devotees, bear separations from thee, whom we have been serving for the whole life, while sitting and lying, while walking and standing, while eating and playing? We, thy servants, are sure to get over thy Maya through thy service, putting on ourselves the remnants of what thou hast used, of sandal paste, flower garlands, clothes and decorations, and eating the remnants of the food of which thou hast partaken. There are other ascetics having the quarters alone as their wearing cloth, ever engaged in spiritual disciplines and practicing unbroken continence. These pure, serene, and all-renouncing sannyasins attain to thy realm, the Akshara Brahman. O thou, the greatest of yogins, as far as we, who are wandering in the path of works, are concerned, we shall cross this impenetrable darkness of ignorance through absorption in conversations with other devotees on thy deeds and excellences, remembering and extolling thy ways in human embodiments, thy deeds, speech and teachings, thy word enchanting gait. We shall easily get over the impenetrable darkness of ignorance. Sri Sukha said, O king, being appealed to in this way, the worshipful Lord, who had taken birth as the son of Devaki, spoke as follows to his dear servant and wholehearted devotee Uddhava. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadashaskande Shashtodhyayaha Atha Saptamodhyayaha Shri Bhagavan Uvacha. Krishna's instructions. Avadhuta's sermon on his teachers. Krishna's exhortations. The Lord said, What you have said about my intention to depart from the world to my abode is indeed true. Brahma, Parmeshwara, and other divinities too are desirous of this. I have accomplished all the purposes of the devas for which, at the request of Brahma, I incarnated in part or with Balarama as a part of mine. This clan of the Yadavas, doomed by the fire of the holy man curse, will perish through mutual strife among its members. And this city of Dwaraka will be inundated by the sea on the 7th day from now. On my ascension, this world, denuded for its good fortune, will be subjected to the sway of Kali and the spirit of the evil age. After I have left it, do not stay in this land, for in the age of Kali, that is to follow, men will all be unrighteous in their outlook, abandoning all attachments for your own people and relatives. Resign yourself to me and wander over the world, recognizing my presence in everything. Know this world, grasped by the mind, speech, eyes, ears, and other senses, to be insubstantial and transitory, being like mental projection in a magic show. For a man of uncontrolled mind, there is an erroneous perception of multiplicity. A person with such perception is subject to the notion of good and evil, and for one with that notion arises the distinction between ordinary action, inaction, and prohibited action. Therefore, with the mind and the senses controlled, you must see the world in the Atman and that all-pervading Atman in me, or to be non-different from me, the Supreme Lord. One who is endowed with the knowledge of the scriptures and with enlightenment, who feels as one with the Atman in all and is full of the joy of the Spirit, meets with no obstructions from any source. Even when one has transcended the distinction between the harmful and the favorable, he avoids the harmful not because of the compulsion of Vedic injunction, nor does he promote the favorable because there are advantages. His reactions are spontaneous and unmotivated, like those of an infant, illumined, peaceful, and established in universal benevolence. He sees the Lord as the essence of the world, or recognizes the whole as a manifested existence, as ensouled by him, and becomes free from the travails of samsara. Sri Sukha said, being thus addressed by the worshipful Lord, Uddhava, the great devotee and aspirant for the knowledge of truth, said to Achyuta with due prostrations. Uddhava seeks instructions. Uddhava said, O thou bestower of the fruits of yoga, O thou, the wealth of yogins, O thou who revealest thyself through yoga, O thou, the originator of yoga, thou hast, for my spiritual welfare, instructed me in abandonment of all attachments and through sannyasa, renunciation. O all-powerful one, this abandonment of all objects of desire is very difficult for those who are in the midst of enjoyments. I think it is well nigh impossible for those who have no devotion in thee, the soul of all, the ignorant fool that I am. Maya has bound me with the feeling that I am the body, and all those connected with it are mine. O worshipful Lord, instruct me, thy servant, how I could soon achieve that abandonment of all attachments commanded by thee. There is none except thee, even though the divinities who is capable of instructing me about that Atman, who is the self-effulgent and self-conscious truth. For, as far as this subject is concerned, all embodied beings, including Brahma, are confounded owing to thy Maya, which makes them feel that what is external alone is the true. Therefore, buffeted by the difficulties of worldly life and thereby filled with disgust for the same, I seek refuge in thee, Narayana, the friend of the Jiva, thou who art pure, infinite, all-knowing, and the Lord of all, and art established in the eternal Vaikuntha. The spiritual essence in man. The worshipful Lord said, generally speaking, persons endowed with the capacity to investigate the truth of things lift themselves from the evil of instinctive life by their own discriminative power. They need no teacher for this, while even all lower creatures are to some extent capable of looking after their own welfare. Men who are endowed with intelligence and discriminative power can surely be his own teacher. For, by observation and inference, he is able to understand what contributes to his ultimate good. When a jiva obtains a human birth and becomes proficient in the path of knowledge and devotion, he comes to clearly understand me, the spirit endowed with all powers. Many are the types of bodies created, some with 1, 2, 3, or 4 legs, some with many legs, and some with no legs at all. Of all these, the human body is the dearest to me. Unable to find me, the pure spirit by sense perception, earnest spiritual aspirant seeks me in this body through presumption and inference. The presumption is that the buddhi and other instruments functioning in the creation of knowledge are in themselves lifeless. The display of consciousness in them can be explained only by accepting a consciousness behind them. The inference in this, as the buddhi, is the senses are in the nature of instruments. They must be functioning for the purpose of the intelligent agent. These, however, can point only to an intelligent principle in the individual, but not to the Supreme Spirit.
Avadhuta questioned by Yadu. In illustration of this, great men cite an ancient anecdote in the shape of a conversation greatness. Moon, fire, and sun. The changes that time, the inscrutable, brings on an individual from the time of conception to the events at the cremation ground affect only the body and not the Atman, just as the waxing and waning of the moon are only of its digits and not of the moon itself. The torrential speed of time is every moment affecting the birth and death of the bodies that the Atman assumes, but the changes involved are not noticed at the time, just like the emergence and subsidence of tongues of flames in a raging fire. Just as the sun absorbs water with his rays and releases it in proper time as rain, so the yogi accepts objects of the senses with the senses, not for his own enjoyment, but to release them to needy people at the proper time. When the Atman abides in himself, no difference is experienced. When he abides in adjuncts, gross-minded people think of him as many. It is just like the one sun reflected in different adjuncts, like pans of water, being looked upon as many and diverse. Lessons from the bird Kapota. One should not have intense love or attachment to anyone. Otherwise he will be subjected to excruciating suffering like the afflicted bird Kapota of the story. On a branch of a tree in a forest, a Kapota had built its nest and had been staying in it with his wife for some time. Following the ways of the householders, the Kapota couple were bound together by intense love, their eyes, limbs, and thought being closely united. Ever inseparable in lying, sitting, moving about, standing, playing, and eating, they merrily spent their time in sporting amidst the trees, without the least suspicion of any danger overtaking them. Catering to his pleasures and loved by him, the female bird had all the needs fulfilled, even under difficult circumstances, by her husband, the male Kapota, who for want of self-control was a slave to her. When the time came for that faithful female bird to lay eggs for the first time, she did so in her nest in the presence of her husband. In due time, thanks to the working of the mysterious power of Sri Hari, lovely fledglings with charming limbs and feathers came out of those eggs. The fond parent birds brought them up with proper care, lost in love on hearing the chirpings and indistinct twitterings. Those parent birds derived the highest delight to see their fluttering soft wings, the sweet sound, the immature movements, and the eager advance to meet them when they returned to the nest. Infatuated by the Lord's Maya and bound together by strong bonds of love, they anxiously nourished their offspring. One day, they had gone out into the forest to collect food for their fledglings and were away for a long time from their nest. A fowler who was moving about in the forest happened to see these chicks fluttering about their nest. He thereupon cast his net and caught them in it. Now the Kapota and its wife, ever enthusiastic about nourishing their offspring, returned to their nest with food for feeding the infant birds. Seeing her young chicks crying and tangled in the fowler's net, the female bird rushed to them, screeching in great distress. Bound by cords of love by the Lord's Yoga Maya, the sight of her endangered offspring made her doubly desperate with sorrow. Forgetful of the danger posed by the net, and in spite of seeing her children's condition, she rushed in only to be entangled in the net. Seeing the perilous condition of his wife, whom he loved as much as himself, and of his offspring who were dearer to him than life, the male bird began to bemoan his fate. He said, "Alas, look at the great danger that my luckless, unfortunate self is in. I am not yet satisfied with the enjoyments of life, nor have I gained the means of my spiritual welfare in the hereafter. And now my home, which is the means to attain virtue, wealth and pleasure, is threatened with total destruction. When my wife, so well matched, obedient and faithful, has chosen to leave me alone in an empty house in order to go to heaven with a dear offspring, why should I live alone and grief-stricken in an empty nest devoid of wife and children? Seeing them all entangled in the meshes of the nest and struggling in the throes of death, that male bird, senseless and piteous with grief, threw itself also into the net. Having thus got all the birds, the father, mother, and the fledglings, the cruel fowler went home with them, fully satisfied. Thus a householder whose senses are uncontrolled and mind restless, who is always engaged in the concerns of the family, runs the risk of perishing with the whole family, like the Kapota parents and their fledglings. A person who, having attained to human birth, in which the doors of the mansion of Mukti lie open for him, still continues to be wholly attached to his home and worldly concerns, like the birds mentioned above, is looked upon by great men as one who falls down into a bottomless abyss after attaining to a great height. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skande Saptamodhyaya Athashtamodhyaya Brahmana Uvacha. Avaduta's sermon on his teachers. Lessons from the Python. The Avaduta said, just as the heaven affords sensuous pleasures to creatures, so does the hell too, along with the sufferings predominating it. For example, the life of lower creations like dogs, pigs, worms, etc. appear hellish to us, but such creatures too get sense enjoyments appropriate to their life. So a wise man should not hanker after sense enjoyments. Whatever food comes to one by chance, irrespective of whether it is tasty or not, adequate or inadequate, one should consume it like a python without making any effort to obtain it. If he fails to get any food sometimes, the aspirant should not make any effort for it. Recognizing it as one's prarabdha, destiny, he should lie quietly in a place like a python, making no search for food.
Though endowed with full powers of the senses, mind and body, the aspirant should not engage them in action, but lie quiet in a place, his mind awake and vigilant in respect of his ultimate objective in life. Lesson from the ocean and the moth. The Muni should be like the ocean, still and calm, but deep and profound, unfathomable, inviolable, boundless and unperturbed. The sage whose mind is absorbed in the contemplation of Narayana is neither exhilarated by the plentiful supply of objects of enjoyment, nor dejected in their absence. Just like the ocean that keeps its bounds, neither overflowing nor shrinking, irrespective of whether water flows in or evaporates. At the sight of woman, the Lord's instrument of delusion, the man of uncontrolled senses who is attracted by her charms, falls into the blinding darkness of ignorance, just as the moth attracted by the glow of fire falls into it and perishes. Women, gold, ornaments, clothes, etc., the creations of Maya, offer attraction to man as objects of enjoyment. Their infatuation deprives him of his discriminative vision and generates in him intense attachment to them. He thus falls a victim to the sense objects as moths to fire and perishes. Lesson from the honeybee. Following the way of the honey-gathering bee, the sage may collect small quantities of food from house to house, just enough for the upkeep of his body, and even that without being a burden on the householder. An intelligent man should seek the essential teachings of all scriptural texts of varying importance, just as a honeybee sucks the essence of all flowers. An ascetic should not store food, got as holy alms, for the evening or for the next day. His palm should be his receiving plate, and his stomach the preserving vessel. He should not accumulate like the bee. A mendicant should not store anything even for the morrow, for if he accumulates, he is likely to perish like the bee along with its accumulated property. Lesson from the elephant. An ascetic should not allow even his feet to contact a young woman. He should not allow it even in the case of a wooden image of a woman. By such contact, he will get bound, as a bull elephant is entrapped through physical contact with a cow elephant. A wise man should not go for intimacy with a woman, as she may prove death to him at the hands of a more powerful rival, just as in the case of an elephant competing with another for a female. Lesson from the honey-gatherer. The wealth accumulated by a miser without himself enjoying it or making charitable gifts of it is knocked away by someone who knows about it, just as the honey gathered by bees is taken away by the honey collector. The first portion of what a householder cooks with things procured with great difficulty for his household purposes is consumed by ascetics, just as the honey gathered by bees is first consumed by the honey gatherer. For it is the duty of the householder to give the best portion of what he cooks as bhiksha to ascetics. An ascetic need not therefore worry about his food. Lesson from the deer. A forest-dwelling ascetic or a sannyasin should not listen to vulgar music, lest he should thereby get entangled. This he should learn from the example of the deer, which is captured through the hunter's imitative cry of the doe. The rishi Rishyashringa, the son of Mrigi, was enslaved by women and became a mere toy in their hands, because of witnessing their sensuous dances and listening to their songs and instrumental music. Lesson from the fish. Just as fish perish by swallowing the angler's baited hook, so do men perish through the attraction of the palate, which causes intense excitement to the mind. By abstinence, wise men conquer all the senses except the palate, whose craving only becomes intensified by much abstinence. Even if a person has gained mastery over all the other senses, he cannot be called a conqueror of the senses until he has subdued the palate. If the palate is conquered, all the other senses are as good as conquered. Lesson from Pingala. O Prince, once there lived a well-known courtesan named Pingala in the city of Videha. I learned a great lesson from her. Listen. Once dressed in all her finery, This libertine of a woman stationed herself outside her door, ready to receive any lover who wanted her service in privacy. Viewing the passers-by, that greedy woman thought that some among them, beautiful and capable of paying her handsomely, would come seeking her. Potential clients came and went away, as that woman, whose livelihood came from purveying sex, expected the arrival of some man still more wealthy and capable of making her a still more handsome payment. Motivated by greed, she waited outside, went in and came out again, thus foregoing sleep till midnight. To her, thus despondent and downcast with unfulfilled greed, a great feeling of revulsion against worldliness came, making her thoughtful and full of peace. Hear from me the song that Pingala sang at the dawn of renunciation, showing how dispassion proves to be a sword that cuts the bonds of desire in men. O King, just as one without illumination will not abandon the sense of I and mine, so also a man without passion will not give up, nay, even desire to give up the feeling that he is the body and nothing but the body. Pingala on renunciation. Alas, see the enormity of ignorance of a woman of uncontrolled mind like myself. Under its promptings, I, the stupid woman that I am, have been seeking satisfaction for my passions through unworthy creatures looked upon as lovers. Lo, giving up the delight, giving and bounteous lover seated closest to me in the heart, I, an ignorant woman, have been running after petty creatures who cannot fulfill my wants, but only purvey sorrow, fear, worry, and delusion. Alas, vain and vile has been my struggle in life to gain a livelihood through prostitution, a most detestable way of life in which, by selling my body to lustful, miserly, and despicable males, I hoped to gain wealth and pleasure. Who else but a fool like me would approach as a lover? My husband of a male body, having a bone, rich pole of a spine, rafters of ribs, and pillars of limbs, roofed with a mantle of skin, hair, and nails, rent with 9 perpetually leaking bodily orifices, and filled with excreta, urine, and other dirty things. In this holy city of the Videhas, I, an impure woman, am the only fool who has been after objects of love other than the Supreme Lord Achyuta, who gives himself over to those who are devoted to him. The Supreme Being, Achyuta, is the friend, the innermost essence, and the dearest of the dear of all beings. I shall dedicate my body, mind, and soul to him, and just like his consort Rama, seek delight in him. The delights of sex life, as well as the men and the devas through whom these satisfactions are derived, are subject to origin and decay, and are at the mercy of hustling time. What pleasure or protection have beings of this type conferred on women who become their wives? By virtue of some good and pious work done in the past, the Lord Vishnu has now been gracious to me. Otherwise, how can I, who have been greedy and vicious, now attain this spirit of non-attachment and renunciation, which has conferred on me great joy? If I were really an unfortunate woman, devoid of the Lord's grace, this misfortune of not getting income would not have befallen me, generating renunciation. It is through renunciation that man breaks the bonds of home, wealth, relatives, etc., and attains to supreme peace. Accepting the great blessing he has conferred on me, I give up here and now all my hankerings for sense pleasure, and take refuge in him, the Lord of all. Satisfied with whatever I have, and having unfailing faith in the Lord, I shall delight in the company of this lover, who is none but the Atman. Who else except the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu can lift up and save the jiva that has fallen into the deep pit of the transmigratory existence with his eyes of discrimination, blinded by sense objects and himself caught in the jaws of the serpent of time. One should realize that this whole universe is in the jaws of the serpent of time. When, with this awareness, man becomes alert to his real situation in life, he develops renunciation. Then his own higher self, the Paramatman, becomes the savior of the Jiva. The Avadutta said, resolving like this, Pingala gave up her perverse desire to attract lovers and went to sleep with a peaceful mind. Desire is the source of the most poignant of sorrows and desirelessness of the most intense delight. Here is the example of Pingala for this, how on giving up her desire for lovers, she could sleep happily. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyayam Samhitayameka Dasha Khande Shtamodhyayah Ata Navamodhyayah Brahman Uvacha. Skanda 11, chapter 9, Avadutta's sermon on his teachers. 3. Lesson from Osprey. Avadutta continued. The more a sense object is considered desirable and sought after by men, the more is it a source of sorrow and suffering for them. A man who knows this and owns nothing, including his body and his sense of identification with it, attains to infinite joy. An osprey, Kurara, that was in possession of a piece of meat was attacked by other powerful birds who had no meat. When it gave up that piece of meat, it was at peace, being free from such attacks. I care not for honor or insult, nor have I the worry of family men, possessing houses and children. Like a boy, I roam about, having my sport and joy in the self only. These two alone are free from worries and immersed in joy. The child, thoughtless and without any purposive effort, and the sage who has gone beyond the three gunas of Prakriti. Lesson from a girl's bangles. In a certain place, some people arrived in a house with marriage proposals for a girl of that house. As all the elders of the house had gone out somewhere, the girl herself received the visitors. O king, for extending proper hospitality to them, the girl now began to husk paddy in a solitary place. While doing so, the conch bangles on her arms made a loud clanging sound by mutual impact. The intelligent girl now felt ashamed that the sound of the conch bangles, a poor girl's ornament, would betray the poverty of the house. So she broke those bangles, one after another, except a pair on each arm. Even these pairs of bangles on the arms produced noise while she continued husking. So she broke one more bangle on each arm. Then there was no sound, there being only one bangle on each arm.
Truths directly from life in the world, I learned the following lesson from that girl. If too many people live together, quarrel will be the result. If there are two only, even then time will be taken with mutual conversations and not contemplation on the Atman. So I would travel alone, like the single bangle on the girl's arm, conversing with none. Lesson from the arrowsmith. After gaining mastery over a sitting posture and the vital energy, one should try to fix the mind on a single object of meditation. Through dispassion, one should check all the outgoing tendencies of the mind, and through practice, its tendency to lapse into sleep absorption. The mind should thus be held to the object of concentration
with great vigilance. The mind should be concentrated on that being by getting absorbed, in whom all tendencies of work get gradually eliminated. Further, such meditation enhances sattva, leading to the elimination of rajas and tamas, which cause agitation and inertia in the mind. When this is accomplished, the mind subsides like the fire that has consumed its fuel. This state of mind is comparable to that of a smith making an arrowhead. His mind being fully concentrated on the arrowhead, he is forging. He is unaware even of a king with his retinue passing by. Even so, the sage whose mind is absorbed in the Atman as pure self-awareness is without any experience of inside and outside and of objects pertaining to them. Lesson from the snake. Like the serpent, the sage should be a lone wanderer, homeless, always vigilant, residing in caves, difficult to recognize by externals, solitary, without assistance, and reserved in the mode of speech. With the lifespan of so uncertain, it is a folly to undertake the painful task of building a house. Look at the serpent. It makes no home, but goes into the holes made by other creatures and rests there happily. So should a yogi have no home of his own, but rest in other people's homes temporarily. Lesson from the spider. At the end of the creative cycle, Kalpa, Narayana, the sole reality, destroys by means of his power of time and the whole universe which his own Maya has created. When time, his power, has thus brought sattva, rajas and tamas, the three aspects of Prakriti, into equilibrium, he exists as the sole reality, being himself, his own support, the residual base of all, and the master of both Prakriti and Purusha, matter and spirit. Transcending all relative existence, high and low, he exists as boundless freedom and the ocean of pure consciousness bliss. When the creative cycle begins, time, which is but his will, agitates his own Maya constituted of sattva, rajas and tamas, and manifests the Sutratman, the pervading spirit known otherwise as Mahat Tattva. He, the Sutratman, formed of the three gunas, is looked upon by great men as the creator of this multifarious universe. This whole universe is threaded on him, and the jiva transmigrates because of him. Just as a spider brings out its web from within itself through the mouth, sports in it for some time, and then withdraws it into itself, so does the Supreme Being create, spread, and withdraw the universe all by himself. Lesson from the worm. On whatever objects a person concentrates his mind, whether it be from love, animosity, or fear, that person attains the state of that object. The worm placed in a hole by the wasp and continually frightened by its buzzing sound turns into the shape of the wasp, even without giving up its old body. These are the lessons I learned from teachers. Now hear what I learned from my own body. lesson from one's body. This body has been the teacher from whom I learned the lessons of dispassion and discrimination. Through repeated births and deaths, with incessant misery as its fruit, it has taught me dispassion. It is with the help of the body that I am able to reflect on truth and then practice discrimination. But I go about unattached to it, as I know that this body belongs to others, namely the dogs and the jackals that might feast on it after that. Man supports his wife, sons, cattle, servants, dependents, and relatives with hard-earned money in order to nurture this body with which he has identified himself. In the end, this body, nurtured with such great difficulty, perishes, leaving behind, like a tree, the seeds of future bodies in the shape of the effects of karma. As a householder is harassed by the divergent pulls of each and every one of his wives, man is attracted by each and every one of his senses to their respective objects, by the palate to tasty objects, by thirst to water, by the sexual urge to consorting with the opposite sex, by the skin to objects with pleasant touches, by the stomach to edibles, by the ear to pleasant sounds, by the sense of smell to fragrance, by the fickle eye to objects of beauty, and by all organs of action to their respective objects. In the early stages of the creative cycle, the Lord brought into existence by His power various types of beings: trees, serpents, animals, birds, insects, fish, etc. Not being satisfied with any of these forms, He felt pleased when He brought into existence the human body endowed with the type of intelligence suited for intuiting Brahman, the Supreme Being. This human body, which is attainable only after countless births in various species, is a very rare blessing that one could get. In spite of its impermanence, it is very precious, as the knowledge of the Supreme Truth, as also the other great values can be had only through it. A wise man should therefore strive, as long as the body lasts, for the attainment of the ultimate good, namely liberation from the transmigratory cycle. To do otherwise will be a great loss, for sense enjoyments are possible in other bodies too. The Avadhuta on himself, learning many lessons in this way from several gurus, dispassion has dawned on me, and I have obtained the light of discriminative intelligence. So I am wandering in this world, established in the Atman, devoid of any attachments, and without any sense of I, or feeling of agency and possession. With one Guru alone, knowledge may not be firmly and completely established. So while there is one Supreme Guru, there may be Upagurus or subsidiary teachers for instructing on various aspects of spiritual doctrine and practice. For the subject is so profound that this very non-dual Brahman has been presented very differently by various rishis in the scriptures as cosmic and as the cause of all causes. The Lord said, So saying, and much pleased, that sage Dattatreya of deep understanding took leave of King Yadu after receiving the latter's respectful obeisance. As he came by chance, so he went away without any particular destination. Instructed by the sage in this way, Yadu, the ancestor of my clan, became completely free from all attachments and established in equanimity. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Emekadasha Skandhe Navamodhyayah Atha Dashamodhyayah Shri Bhagavanuvacha. Limitations of Vedic ritualism. Duties of a devotee of the Lord. The Lord said, ever careful in the observance of the Bhagavata Dharma revealed by me and depending on me, one should follow to the extent that is not contradictory to the Dharma, the traditions and practices of one's Varna and Ashrama and Kula, clan of family, without personal motives. A man of purified understanding should always reflect on how the actions of self-bound people, working always with an eye on the fruits of action and an assumption of their ultimacy, bring only contrary results in the end. Happiness which they seek never comes, while sufferings which they want to avoid do occur. The experiences of the sleeping man and of the daydreamer are without any substance because of their unstable variety. The same is true with regard to the changing diversity of the objects experienced by the senses in the waking life. One devoted to me should perform works conducive to renunciation, which consist in the daily and periodical rites of an obligatory nature, and works that form one's duty and those that serve charitable purposes. He should avoid other rites, rituals, and works for the fulfillment of selfish ends. One who has firmly set his foot on the path of inquiry for realization need not care for the Vedic commandments on works. The moral disciplines called yama, sense control, should always be practiced, and the rules of external conduct called niyamas to the extent possible under varying circumstances. One should seek a guru who has realized me and is full of peace, and serve him as myself in essence. Guru, his service and function. A person, while serving such a master, should be humble enough to do all service, devoid of quarrelsomeness, dexterous in all undertakings, devoid of personal possessions and attachments, having cordial and loving relationship with the teacher, calm and deliberate in his ways, keen in his quest for truth, free from jealousy, and controlled in speech.
The Atman, being the same in all, it is meaningless to think of any particular person or object as one's own. Realizing this, a person should become detached towards his wife, children, house, lands, relatives, wealth, etc. Just as fire, because it has burning and lighting property, is different from the fuel it burns and illumines, so also the Atman, the self-luminous seer is different from all objects seen, including the gross and the subtle bodies, forming its instruments of perception. Just as the fire with which the fuel is lighted assumes all the conditions and properties of the fuel, like origination, dissolution, smallness, brightness, manifoldness, etc., in the same way, the spirit within the body, though different from the latter, assumes through identification with it all the changes the body undergoes. The jiva's involvement in samsara, consisting in recurring births and deaths, arises from his identification with the subtle and gross bodies generated by the gunas of Prakriti. So the knowledge of the real nature of the Atman will put an end to the jiva's entanglement in samsara. Therefore, through inquiry, one should understand that the spirit within is distinct and aloof from the body. Understanding this, one should deny the identification with the gross body, subtle body, etc., one after another. The teacher is the lowest fire stick and the disciple the upper one. The churning stick introduced between them for producing fire is the instruction, and the fire produced when churned is the blissful illumination of knowledge arising from the instruction. The pure fire of spiritual illumination, thus imparted to the disciple, effaces all the bondages caused by the gunas of Prakriti, as well as the gunas themselves, before it subsides like the element fire that has exhausted the fuel. That is, all modes of the mind, vrittis, including that of knowledge, subside, and then there exists only pure consciousness, unmodified and without some subject-object relationship. Limitation of Vedic ritualism. There is a plurality of jivas doing karmas and enjoying the beneficent and baneful fruits according to the nature of the karmas performed. The worlds, time, the Veda, and the jivas are eternal. The objects of enjoyment that can be had are also eternal through their unending recurrence as a stream. Just like all other entities, consciousness too is ridden by plurality, as each apprehension comes into being, changes and perishes with each of the objects of perception. So, moksha, the natural state of the jiva, can only be one of inertness, consciousness being only a derivative quality during sense contacts. Transmigratory state is therefore more desirable than the inertness of moksha or liberation of the jiva to its natural state. Even if this view of this purva mamsakas is accepted, all jivas will have to be subjected to repeated births and deaths, as they have to get repeated embodiments from time to time in order to have continuous consciousness. This philosophy therefore only justifies the doctrine of renunciation, advocating the stopping of the recurring process of samsara with its implication of an unending series of deaths to the jiva. According to this doctrine, the jiva who performs karma and reaps the fruits, yielding enjoyments and sufferings, is without any freedom. For each act is determined by the earlier ones, and complete determinism is the consequence. What joy can there be for a slave? Even wise men are not found happy sometimes, nor are ignorant persons always unhappy. Thus it is in the nature of things to have both happiness and misery in the embodied state. Vain, therefore, is the boast of the Vedic ritualists that by their rituals they can have pure happiness in an embodied state. Even if they claim that they can secure joyous experiences and avoid painful ones is accepted, there still remains the fact that they too do not know how to ward off death. How can wealth or pleasures make one happy when one knows that death is near at hand? How can a condemned criminal who is being led to the hangman's scaffold feel joy in pleasurable things? The heavenly states we hear about as unattainable hereafter are vitiated by the same evils as of this world: mutual antagonism, jealousy, surpassability, and finality. Besides, like agriculture, its fruits are uncertain because of many obstacles, and even when obtained, they are not worthwhile, as they are time-bound. Now hear from me how Vedic rituals, even if done without any obstruction or breach of procedure, yield only perishable results. Performing a yajna by way of worship of deity in this world, a Vedic ritualist attains to heaven. And, like a celestial, he enjoys there the heavenly facilities for which he has made himself eligible by the performance of Vedic rituals. By virtue of the merits he has acquired, he finds himself in a brilliant mansion full of delightful objects of enjoyments, and sports there amidst a bevy of handsomely dressed celestial damsels and the music of Gandharva singers. Sitting in that aerial vehicle, having innumerable minibels and capable of carrying one wherever one wants, and steeped in and excited by the joy of amorous indulgences with celestial women, the Jiva lives oblivious of the imminent downfall that is in store for him. He can enjoy the felicities of heaven only till the exhaustion of the effects of the meritorious actions making him eligible for the same. Immediately the merits are exhausted, he will be forced down to inferior regions, even against his will, by the forces of time. Consequences of evil action. There are other jivas who give themselves up to unrighteous living due to the influence of evil company. They become enslaved to the senses, filled with desires and dominated by greed and sexuality. They turn into prosecutors of living beings. They make sacrifices of animals against scriptural commandments to elementals and ghosts. Such jivas helplessly go to the purgatory, where they undergo punishments and are then reduced to the state of trees and vegetation, where their consciousness is absolutely covered with the darkness of tamas. Performing with one's body actions that bear evil fruits, one gets new bodies generated by those evil actions for undergoing the sufferings due to them. And with those bodies, the jiva again performs actions with the same consequences. What happiness can there be in this way of life, leading to death again and again? The Lord is time, the consumer. All the worlds and the protecting deities with a lifespan of a kalpa live in fear of me as time. Even Brahma, with a life lasting 2 parardas, lives in such fear. The senses, which are the products of the gunas of Prakriti, perform actions, and it is also the gunas that prompt the senses to action, not the Atman. The embodied being, the Jiva, enjoys the fruits of action by identification with the products of the gunas, like the body and mind. Only as long as these evolutes of gunas, like the eye sense, the body, etc., exist, there is experience of plurality for the Atman, and it is only as long as there is this plurality that the Atman experiences bondage. So long as there is absence of freedom resulting from the perception of multiplicity, Ishvara, perceived as time, the consumer of all, is a terror to the jiva. So the followers of the philosophy of ritualistic actions, who emphasize the plurality of jivas, are bound to be obsessed with sorrow and fear arising from death. When the creative cycle starts with the unsettling of the balance of the gunas, I am known in several aspects under different names such as time, kala, atman, scriptures, agama, the world, loka, nature, swabhava, dharma, etc. Who is a holy man? Uddhava said, O Lord, the Atman may be without any adjuncts or coverings in himself. But how can it be maintained that he is not bound when he is actually engaged in the actions in identification with adjuncts like the body and the senses? If he is naturally without this bondage of adjuncts like the body, how and when did he come to be so bound? How can I recognize a being who is not bound and attached? How does he live? How does he behave? How can he be distinguished? How does he eat, evacuate, lie, sit, and walk? O Achyuta, thou art the most competent person to answer questions on such moot subjects. How can the same Atman be eternally bound and eternally free as seems to be taught? I am confused and confounded by such thoughts. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayame Ka Skande Dasha Skande Bhagavan Dutta Vasanvade Dashamo Dhyayah Atai Kada Shodhyayah. Bondage and freedom. The Atman and his bondage. The worshipful Lord said, the talk of bondage and liberation is in respect of the body-mind which forms a product of the gunas, and not of the Atman himself. The gunas and their products are based on my Maya. As the work of Maya does not affect me, there is no bondage or liberation. For the Atman, inasmuch as he is a part of me or one with me. Such is my teaching, the final authority on this subject. Grief, infatuation, pleasure, pain, birth, and other experiences of the individual life are the projections of my Maya, just like the illusory projections of the Jiva in the dream state. They are not ultimately factual in respect of the Atman. O Uddhava, Vidya, knowledge, and avidya, ignorance, causing liberation and bondage to the jivas from the beginning of creation, are aspects of my Maya. They are my powers. O wise one, it is to the jiva, who is one with me and also a part of mine, that beginless avidya causes bondage and vidya liberation, the bound and the free. I shall first tell you about the difference between the jiva and Ishvara, the former bound and the latter free, occupying the same residence, the body, but having conflicting attributes like sorrow and bliss. Two birds, namely Ishvara and the Jiva, both of the same order as conscious entities, and both friends through eternity, reside by chance as it were in the same nest on the same tree of the body. Of these, one bird, the Jiva, eats the fruits of that tree, while the other, Ishvara, though not eating the fruits, thrives splendidly on the same tree. Ishvara, who entertains no desire to eat the fruits of actions, knows his own nature and that of the other, the world of objects, as Satchit Ananda. But the Jiva, who claims and enjoys the fruits of actions, knows nothing. Being engulfed in beginless avidya, ignorance, he is ever bound, while Ishvara, who is of the nature of vidya, knowledge, is ever liberated. Just as a man who has awakened from sleep will have no identification with the dream body, so the illumined man, though still tenanting his old body, will have no identification with it. So, though he is in the body, he is not of it. But the ignorant man, though in truth he has no connection with the body, considers himself as one with it, just as the dreaming man does in regard to the dream body. When his senses, which are the products of Prakriti, grasp their objects, which too are products of Prakriti, the illumined man does not feel identified with those contexts, as he understands that the gunas of Prakriti, as senses, are only contacting the very gunas as objects. He remains unperturbed. But the ignorant man, residing in the body, which is a product of one's past action, gets bound, thinking that what his senses are doing is being done by him. But the man of dispassion is not bound, affected by the ignorant man, even while lying, sitting, walking, bathing, seeing, touching, smelling, eating, and hearing. Though his senses are functioning, he remains a mere witness. Though he is seen in a body, which is the product of Prakriti, he is unaffected by the bodily context, just like the sky, the sun, and the air. The sky, though all-pervading, is not affected by the object it pervades, The sun, though reflecting in water, is not affected by the attributes of the water. The wind, though moving everywhere, remains unaffected. With the powerful sword of insight, sharpened by intense dispassion, the sage slashes away all doubts and rejects all concern with manifoldness, as an awakened man does with dream experiences.
He whose vital power, senses, mind, and intellect assume modes devoid of purposive motivation is free. Though having a body, he is free from the domination of bodily qualities and urges. A knowing one is impassive if his body is persecuted by wicked men or by chance, adored by others. A sage will not lavish praise on persons who favor him by words or deed, nor will he be offended with others who do the contrary to him. A liberated sage is one who does not view experiences as favorable or unfavorable to himself, but remains even-sighted always. Doing nothing, speaking little, and devoid of reflections on worldly topics, good or bad, he goes about steeped in the bliss of the Atman, but looking like a senseless man to worldly-minded people. A person may be an adept in Shabda Brahman, learned in the scriptures, but if his mind is not absorbed in Parabrahma, Supreme Brahman, through spiritual disciplines, his efforts are futile, like those of a person who maintains a sterile cow, hoping to milk it. Sorrow over sorrow is the fate of a man who keeps a cow that has ceased calving, maintains a wife who is unfaithful, keeps up a body that is enslaved to another, has a son who is useless and unworthy, accumulates wealth that is not purified by liberal gifts, and is endowed with learning and with literary and artistic tastes which are never used in the service of the Lord. O friend, a wise man should never concern himself with such barren literary gifts, barren because they are devoid of references to, or not descriptive of, my glory expressed through creation, preservation, and dissolution, and through my various sportive incarnations. On the other hand, after eradicating the wrong perception of manifoldness in the Atman through proper investigation, an aspirant should withdraw himself from all other concerns and dissolve his purified mind in me, the all-pervading. Path of devotion. If you are not able to make your mind one-pointed in Brahman in the manner described, then perform all your actions in dedication to me without any self-centered motive. O Uddhava, hear with full faith the world-sanctifying accounts of my deeds and sing about them in devotional hymns. Again and again, remember and ruminate in your mind over me and my deeds as the divine incarnate, and imitate them in high emotional identification. Depending completely on me, convert all your worldly efforts, your pursuit of dharma, artha, and kama, as having my satisfaction as their goal. By this, you will gain firm, unswerving devotion to me, the eternal being. Those who adore me with devotion generated by association with holy men will easily attain to that spiritual goal revealed by wise men. the holy man and his ways. Uddhava said, O Lord of holy fame, what type of holy man, sadhu, dost thou approve of, and what type of devotion has the approval of saints and is pleasing to thee? O thou master of all divinities, O thou Lord of all spheres, O thou Lord of the universe, deign to explain these matters to me, thy prostrating and deeply devout refugee. Thou art the supreme Brahman. Like the ether, thou art unaffected by anything. Thou art the Purusha, transcending Prakriti. Thou art now incarnate in a body, divine and auspicious, out of thy own choice, without any extraneous compulsion. The worshipful Lord said, A holy man, sadhu, is one who is kind, never doing a bad turn to anyone, forbearing, fortitude in truth, free from impurities of the mind, unperturbed in happiness and suffering, and ever helpful to all to the best of his abilities. He is free from passions. He has mastery of the senses. He is pure, possessionless, non-attached, calm, firm, free from self-centered action, spare in eating, dutiful, and ever resigned to me. A holy man is ever awake, vigilant, and self-possessed. He is courageous in all situations. He has conquered the 6 weaknesses of the body. He accepts no respect from others, but himself shows respect to all. He has inherent stamina. He is friendly and kind to all. He has true learning also. He who, knowing full well the merit of performing and the demerit of neglecting one's swadharma, duties, ordained by myself in the Vedas, still abandons them for the practice of wholehearted devotion to me. He is the best of holy men. Irrespective of whether one has a knowledge or not of my infinity, my majesty, and my attributes, if a person worships me wholeheartedly with the feeling that I am his own and that he has no other support except me, he is the greatest of my devotees. Ways of devotion and worship. Seeing, touching, and worshipping my images and my devotees, service, praising, honoring, and extolling my deeds and qualities, steadfastness in listening to accounts of my deeds, meditating on me always, offering to me everything one gets, dedicating to me oneself, one's kith and kin, and all one's possessions in the attitude of a servant of mine, extolling me and my deeds as the incarnate, observing days holy to me, holding celebrations in my temples to the accompaniment of songs, dance, instrumental music, and devotional gatherings, organizing processions and making great offerings on the occasion of the annual temple celebrations, being initiated in my worship according to the Vedas and the Tantras, observing the disciplines connected with days holy to me like Ekadashi, evincing zeal in consecrating temples and in installing my image and providing them with proper flower gardens, groves of trees, recreation grounds, shades, shelters, etc., in combination with others or by oneself. Sweeping, cleaning, plastering and decorating my temples in an attitude of humility and sincerity as a servant, eradicating in oneself pride, hypocrisy, and the tendency to advertise one's own pious acts. All these mentioned above are aids to the development of devotion. Already offered objects, be it even the light used in the light waving ritual, should not be offered again to me. Whatever is considered precious and most desirable by men in general, whatever is dearest and most precious to oneself, all that should be offered to me. By that one would derive infinite good. There are 11 centers in which my worship can be done. These are the sun, fire, holy man, cow, devotee, sky, air, water, earth, one's own Atman, and the collectivity of living beings. In the sun, I am worshipped through the chanting of Vedic mantras, in the fire with the sacrificial offerings, in a holy man through hospitality, in cow by feeding with grass. In a devotee, I am worshipped by honoring him as one's dearest friend. In the sky of the heart by meditation, in the air by meditating on it as the life breath, and in water through libation with prescribed materials and water. In the earth, I am to be adored with the nyasa ceremonial placing of mantras. In one's own body, by legitimate enjoyments as offerings to me, residing in oneself and in all beings, by seeing me as the spirit residing in them all. In all these centers, one should meditate on my form, radiating peace and having 4 arms, sporting conch, discus, mace, and lotus, and should perform worship with a controlled mind. Whoever worships me in these centers with a concentrated mind through ritual and charity, Ishtaputra, will get firm devotion to me. The association with and service of the holy man is, however, the most potent cause of intense devotion, resulting in constant remembrance. There is no easier way to eternal bliss than the practice of devotion generated by association with holy men. For I am the sole support of the holy ones. This is a highly profound and esoteric subject. Listen to this attentively. I shall expound it, as you are my dear and faithful servant and beloved friend. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurana Yam Ekadashaskandhe Ekadashodhyayah.
Atha Dwadashodhyaya, chapter 12. This is a very short chapter, and we will end at the end of today's proceeding with the end of reading of this chapter. Chapter 12, Holy Association. The sanctifying power of holy association. The worshipful Lord said, there are various types of spiritual disciplines, like practice of the 8-limbed yoga, philosophical reflection, virtuous conduct, inquiry, Vedic study, practice of austerities, performance of work without desire for its fruits, performance of Vedic rites, and philanthropic work, gifts, observance of vows and fasts, performance of yajnas, visiting pilgrim centers, chanting of esoteric mantras, and control of the mind, yama, and of the body, niyama. None of these helps the devotee so much to win my favor and bind me to him as association with holy men. an association which eradicates all worldly attachments from the mind of man. In different ages, many beings with rajas and tamas predominating in them, asuras, rakshasas, beasts, birds, gandharvas, apsaras, serpents, siddhas, charanas, guhyakas, vidyadharas, and among human beings, unqualified persons like women, vaishyas, sudras, and arkas, all have attained to my being by the power of holy association alone. Examples of these are Vitrasura, Prahlada, Vrishaparva, Mahabali, Banasura, Maya, Vibhishana, Sugriva, Hanuman, Jambavan, Gajendra, Jatayu, Dharmavadya, Kubja, Gopikas, and the wives of the Brahmana ritualists. None of these had studied the Vedas nor attended on Vedic teachers as students under them. They had not observed any spiritual discipline or austerity. By the power of holy association alone, they attained to me. My devotion alone, generated through holy contact, many an ignorant being, the gopis, cows, trees, animals, serpents, and the like, attained to me with ease. Me, whom aspirants do not reach even by putting forth great effort by way of practicing yoga, philosophical inquiry, charity, vows, austerity, sacrifices, Vedic studies, and formal renunciation, they attained through holy contact. Supreme example of the Gopikas. After Akrura took me and Rama from Vraja to Mathura, these Gopikas, who entertained intense love and attachment to me, were painfully distressed by separation from me, and found nothing else in this world to give them solace. O friend, nights which they pass like moments with me, their most beloved one, which when I sported with them in Vrindavana, were now spent by them with the feeling that there was eons. Just as name and form are lost by sages, experiencing samadhi and rivers merging in the ocean, the intensely loving selves of the Gopikas lost in me their separate existence, lost the awareness of the kith and kin, whom one looks upon as one's own, lost even the consciousness of the very body with which one identifies oneself. Those women who did not know my real nature as the Lord of all were actuated by passionate sexual love and looked upon me as their lover. But still in their hundreds, they attained to me, the Para-Brahman, by the sheer power of holy association with me, in the Vrindavana episode of my life. O Uddhava, therefore, abandoning reliance on the scriptural injunctions and prohibitions, the ways of work and of renunciation, what you have learned and what you have yet hoped to learn, surrender your entire body, being, body, mind, and soul to me, the all-comprehending one, the essence within all embodied beings. By that shall you be free from all fear through my gaze. Uddhava said, O Supreme Yogi, hearing thy words, the doubts in my mind are not getting cleared. On the other hand, I am getting more confounded. Some time back, you urged me to perform swadharma. Now you ask me to abandon dependence on all these scriptural injunctions. You spoke to me about the knowledge of the non-dual self. Now you speak of knowing the heart and soul as a devotee in some particular mood. Divine manifestation. The Lord said, the Supreme Spirit manifests himself through the psychic centers of the spinal cord. In association with prana, a sound vibration, Nada Brahma, he enters the Mooladhara as Para, and then, assuming the vibrations of thought, known as Pashyanti, and Madhyama in the centers, chakras, known as Manipura and Vishuddha, he finally manifests as audible sound with matra, syllabic time, swara, accent, and varna, audible sound, when he is known as Vaikari. Through proper friction and the aid of wind, the heat latent in the space between the fire stick comes out as sparks, and afterwards, when the sacrificial offerings are poured into it, it becomes a flaming fire. In the same way, the whole realm of sound forms an expression of myself. Just like the production of sound, the actions of the hands, feet, anus, and sex organ, as also the modes assumed by sense organs, mind, the three gunas, and prakriti, are all my expressions. Ishvara, the soul of all, was in the beginning, unmanifest and without a second. He, the support of the three gunas of prakriti, and the source of the world lotus, manifests as the many by the diversification of his power aspect under the influence of time, just as a seed becomes a plant or a tree with many branches when put in the soil suited for its germination. Just as a cloth subsists in its spread out threads, so the world, permeated by him like the warp and woof of a cloth, subsists in him only and has no being apart from him. Existing through eternity, this world tree of the nature of works has been yielding the flowers of worldly enjoyments and the fruit of liberation. This world tree has two seeds in the form of merits and demerits. It has numberless roots in the countless tendencies. It has three stems in the three gunas of Prakriti. It has 5 boughs and in the 5 boughs in the 5 elements. It has 5 seps in the 5 kinds of sense perceptions. It has 11 branches in the 10 sense